Uh, will we have any prompts or anything? This? Can you hear me through this? Surf Open. We are into the round of 48, Heat 1, men's side of the draw. Jesse Starling alongside me, Chris Binns. And Jesse, welcome back to Mahabalipuram here in Tamil Nadu, India.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's going to be another big day of competition. Yesterday was the first ever QS held in India, the first day. And I felt pretty excited to be a part of it. And today, back for day 2 and starting off with a bang. We got the men's round 2 out there this morning.
Yep, we've got a pretty international heat in the water right now. Kian Martin from Sweden, the Bali boy. Toby Espion from the Philippines. And Lakshitha Madhusharan, who we saw from Sri Lanka yesterday. We're going to roll into a quick highlights package of some of the action from yesterday right now. Oh, Jesse, that was you on screen winning your heat. Tell us what it was like out there in the water.
Yeah, it was. I was kind of out there and I was like, wow, I'm surfing a heat in India, which is pretty cool. The girls were lovely and it was actually a really good vibe. We all got a photo taken before the heat started. And we actually almost missed the start of our heat because we were too busy chatting on the beach. But then, we got out there and all the girls were ripping. They were surfing really well. There was one, she was just struggling just to find the right wave, but she was sitting a bit wider. So I was like, you know what? Come sit up the point with us. We all had priority ahead of her, but we just said, you go the next set. And so she went the next set, got her first scoring ride. And I think that was the best part for me, no matter what the result was.
How good, and pretty spectacular surfing at the base of the Shore Temple. I'm sure we'll see plenty of vision of it throughout the day. It is one of the 7 pagodas here in Mahabalipuram. There are 7 temples. One of them remains above sea level, and it is the one right on the rock wall behind us. In the water, we've got some action underway already. Kian Martin from Sweden has come out of the gates with a 4.5. Toby Espion from the Philippines has a 1.75 and a 1. And this is Lakshitha Madhushan. We saw him in the highlights package. He won the very first heat of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say he was one of the most impressive surfers for me yesterday in the round one. He locked in a 6.5 for a string of backhand Rios that were pretty powerful. He just felt pretty lucky to be able to get that wave, but honestly, I thought his surfing did the talking for him.
Yeah, it was a great heat. And then the heat afterwards, we saw Sanjay Salvamani take a win, and that was the first ever win for an Indian surfer on the QS level.
Well, that's pretty exciting, isn't it? But yeah, so in the water, Kian actually only just got here yesterday. He was over competing in Huntington, and he was not looking at coming here. He's like, you know what, I might just go home. But then turns out when he looked at flight, it was actually cheaper to fly through Chennai to go back to where he lives in Bali. So he's like, you know what, if I can get my visa approved, I'll do the comp. But usually it takes about 3 days to get a visa approved, but luckily he got it fast-tracked and got his visa in time. And yeah, he landed yesterday and came straight from the airport. And when they were looking at running the buoys, he was literally waiting around, still in his airport clothes, board bag, like not even touched. So yeah, he's fresh in India for his first time.
Yeah, he's smelling pretty ripe as well, old Kian. He turned up in the Philippines in January at an event where, I'm trying to remember where he must have come from. He flew in, I think it was from the States again, World Juniors possibly in San Diego. He flew in, no boards, no clothes, had to surf on a borrowed craft in borrowed board shorts and get through a few rounds before his gear all turned up. So Kian Martin, as you'd expect from a Brazilian Swede who lives in Bali, he lives the international life. And here is the man in question, up and into action. You can see the conditions this morning. They're running a little bit longer down the beach. Beautiful golden sunrise. We have started things a little bit earlier this morning to try and make the most of the swell that's expected to show up today. This time yesterday things were a little bit grim, and so we're hoping that conditions continue to push throughout the day and we can run plenty of heats here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. And that is the golden sunrise in question. The Shore Temple is in the middle of the shot, and slightly to the left of them on the beach are True Starling and contest director Ty Sarati, who are going to give us the update on today's run of proceedings.
Thanks so much, Chris. Ty, we had a really great day yesterday for the opening day of contest. How do you feel it went?
Yeah, it was good to get a start. The conditions were a little tricky, but conditions got better when the tide dropped out, and we're hoping for the same today.
And yesterday we saw the men's round 2 on standby, but a good call not to run them because we've got some really nice conditions today. What else are we going to see throughout the day?
Yeah, the conditions have improved today, and looking like a pretty solid day for surf. We're going to start with men's round 2 and then reevaluate and maybe go into women's round 2 or men's round 3. We'll just see how we go. It got a little bit funky on the dead low and the dead high yesterday, so yeah, we'll just kind of work around and see what looks best and give the surfers the best opportunity.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on a great first day and looking forward to the second one. Thanks, Ty.
Thanks, Drew.
Cheers, guys. Very civil here on the east coast of India. We're about 60 kilometres south of Chennai, which is a massive city, about 12 million people in Chennai. So to put it in perspective, that's half of Australia. And Chennai's, I think, 5th largest city in India.
Wow, I didn't know that there was 12 million people in Chennai.
Mm-hmm. They sure are. And, yeah, right on the beach. So we're in a beautiful coastal region here. You keep heading south from where we are. You get down to Pondicherry, which is a famous old city with French heritage. And then you keep going around to the southern tip down into Kerala. And then back up the west coast to get towards Goa, which is another surfing hub here in India. All right, here's Kian Martin. Speaking of surfing hubs, this is the Bali boy throwing a little shove it in the mix as if he's out at his beloved Sambar at Echo Beach. Interesting to see what the judges make of that little flatland trick. Probably not much. A 1.4 the result for Kian.
Yeah, he locked in that 4.5 for that first right that we saw the replay of earlier. I feel like that could be, a keeper for today's waves and conditions. A 4.5 could be a pretty good backup. We see Blue Toby. He's only got a 1.75 and a 2.5, but I'm sure he'll get another chance. I'm sure the Philippine contingent is supporting him on the beach as well. They've travelled in a bit of a crew over here, so it's really nice to see all the different areas of the world kind of band together.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Kian yesterday after the event got called off. There was a large squad of us who paddled out for a surf, and Kian was doing heat drills under the watchful eye of Rizal Tanjung, and he was surfing alongside Rizal's son Varun, as well as Sky Brown, who's living in Bali these days and hanging out with that kind of crew. And Sky's dad Stu and that crew, they had the stopwatches out and they were running out and catching waves and throwing scores, and it was about 4,000 degrees, and so it never stops just because the action isn't on in the contest. There's still always plenty of activity happening around the contest site, and Kian was catching absolutely everything and showing through in his ability to lock in that 4.5 for the first wave of the day. He's not going to die wondering. 7:45 to go. These are the sort of conditions where you want to stay very busy. There haven't been too many sets. It's kind of a short period swell, so yeah, just stay active and make most of any opportunity that comes your way.
It looks like our surfer from the Philippines, this looks like it's going to grow down the line. It's got a nice little wall on it. Second car for him, and I was wrong.
2 turns and he's out of there. That'll probably be a reasonable score by the scale of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, we're looking and hoping that conditions will improve throughout the day. Every now and then there is a bit of a diamond in the rough, though, that does connect all the way through, even down to that second rock. And this morning, watching the free surfers, there definitely was a few of them. Just watching the people dodge the rock is actually pretty funny.
Yeah, talking to Sanjay Selvamani after he won the second heat yesterday. He's from just up the road at Kovalong, which is another right point, and he has surfed this wave as much as anyone. I asked him to rate it out of 10, and he said that yesterday was a 1 out of 10, which is a bit encouraging, because if he'd said it was a 5, mightn't have been the best indication of the quality you get here, but a 1 out of a 10 tells you that there's a lot of room for this wave to get a lot better. So he's hoping that's what happens with 16 minutes to go. There is the beautiful point. The shore temple is on the headland. And then to the left, if you head about 20 minutes up the coast, you will come to Kovalong, which was the host wave of the National Championships, which finished on Sunday. And their closing ceremony coincided with the opening ceremony of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We went along on Sunday night, saw thousands and thousands of people on the beach. It was a surf contest rolled into a yoga extravaganza and a music festival. And, the place was buzzing.
This looks like our Sri Lankan surfer, Lakshitha. He did get the heat win yesterday for his pretty critical backhand skills. Unfortunately, that wave not really giving him the power that he wanted. Did have a bit of wobble through it. But as we saw yesterday, he does have great wave selection. So hopefully he'll be able to find one of those that he got yesterday. And I actually believe Lakshitha is from the south of Sri Lanka. From somewhere down near Hirikatia, which I was lucky enough to go to. And it looks like we had a surfer paddling.
Yeah, this looks like Toby Espion putting those pink rails of his through their paces. There's a good looking drone shot. This one's continuing to run. The rock comes into play. He's got a little section that's bounced off the rock and gets the closeout jam. Wouldn't mind watching that wave from start to finish just from the one camera angle so we can see how it all gets pieced together. But that's going to be a decent number for the Filipino natural footer with 14.5 minutes to run. There's a good shot back towards the contest site.
Here's the replay of the wave before. No, this is the link up. So it kind of bounced. It became two different waves. He took the inside track, and this is where he really starts going to town. One straight into another, and he gets a little bonus section off the rock, like you said, and finishes that one off. So we do have a score to lock in for Toby. He was holding on to a 2.5 and a 2.55. So I definitely think he'll improve on that. He was looking for a 3.96 to move into the lead, so definitely could be the score.
I'd love to see a bit of swell push through and see what happens with the rock when it comes into play. I know if it was sort of back home, local Groms would acid drop off it into waves. You'd have all sorts of challenges involved with whether you surfed inside or outside of it. We just need a little bit more swell to run a little bit further down the beach before the rock well and truly comes into play. Horses Rock is what the locals call it, apparently. And that is contest marshal area. So athlete zone just in the shade behind the beach here at the Marmoris Resort that we are using as event HQ. And there's the beautiful walk down onto the beach, through all the fishing boats, past the occasional cow and up to the rock wall.
Yeah, yesterday when I was walking down to my heat, there was the cows like minding all the boats, and they just stare at you, and I'm like, oh god. I was just like, you just get a little bit nervous walking past these massive animals. I was like, I'm going to walk a little bit faster.
Yeah, I was a bit casual. I posed for a photo with one and was patting it and stuff, and afterwards I got told that they charge you from time to time, so wish I'd sort of had that intel beforehand.
Yeah, I had heard a story of, I can't remember which competitors it was, but they did get charged by one of the cows down the beach the other day. But we have got that score dropped in for Toby. He locked in a 4-point ride, so it has put him up into the lead. Kian, our Swedish surfer, is down into second. He's only needing a 2.05, so pretty small scores in comparison to what these guys usually get in their heats, but they're it's first heat of the morning, so we're expecting the waves to get better throughout the day. Lakshitha looking for a 4.46 to move him up into second. We did have a Japanese surfer in this heat, but unfortunately he couldn't make it, so it is why we're seeing a 3-man heat. But yeah, with just over 11 minutes, Blue changing up the situation.
Yeah, pretty easy travel for the Japanese surfers to get here. About 10 hours door to door from Tokyo through either Singapore or Kuala Lumpur, and then straight down to Chennai. Singapore or KL seem to be the ports of choice if you're coming from, I guess, the east. If you're coming from the west, like Kian Martin from California, he flew through Doha. And, Cost him very little to get here. All right, that's Toby Espion throwing up a little air rev. Can't quite ride out of it. Got a little bit bounced on landing. But we have seen some cool manoeuvres go down in the free surfs. Obviously, when there's a lot more people in the water, there's every little available lump being ridden, and the odd section pops up. And there goes Toby. Thought he was going to ride out of it about there, but just caught his tail and went down. 10 minutes remaining. That is our heat leader, Toby Espion, with a 4 and a 2.55, who's out in first. Kian Martin has priority, a 4.5 and a 2, so there's only 0.05 separating those two, but they are both going to be looking to get rid of their 4s and 2s through the back 10 minutes of this heat. And Lakshitha Madhushan is in third with just a 2.05 and a 1.9, so he's got some work to do with 9 minutes 40 to run.
Yeah, we've got another pretty international stacked heat in the next one. We've got Ali Payo from the Philippines, Dani from Indonesia, Surya P from India, and Harish from India. So they progressed through the first round yesterday. We did see 6 Indians fall out, so I'm sure the rest who made it through the draw looking to do a bit more damage and get an Indian further down the draw.
Yep, these will be the higher seeded Indians that are coming into play today. And then the last of our seeds will enter in the round of 24. And we do have 2 Indians seeded into the round of 24. That's Ramesh Budai and D. Srikanth. So looking forward to seeing them in action. 8 minutes remaining. Kian Martin would love to grab a second wave and move back into the lead. Very slow and sleepy affair this first heat. I'd love to know what time zone Kian thinks he's in at the moment. He's probably woke up in the middle of the night or couldn't get to sleep, but he's with us now. Hopefully he's had a shower since yesterday. Toby Espion from the Philippines, so there's a big Filipino contingent here. This is an Asian region QS event, so our co-commentators Jesse and True Starling, flying the flag for Australia, can win money, can't earn any points.
No, that's right, but couldn't pass up surfing a competition in India and just being able to say, yeah, I surfed a heat in India. It's something not a lot of people can say. Hopefully more in the future, but yeah, we had to tick that box.
And True was saying that not only are you leaving all your points behind, but you can donate all your winnings to local causes around here, which is fantastic. It's very kind of you.
Yeah. Oh, this heat is just over 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Nothing has really happened since the last wave of blue. So few and far between out there. I'm sure Lakshitha would really be looking to get that backhand swinging out here again. He just was looking so strong yesterday, so I do hope that he can find something that allows him to showcase his surfing.
Yeah, he had a couple of solid runners yesterday. Let's see if he can unlock that backhand of his with 6 minutes to run. So far, he hasn't had the opportunity to really put up the best example of what his surfing's all about. All right, this is Toby Espion, the Filipino, looking like a bit of a runner. Couple of turns, having just to stick with the white water. Goes well and truly wide of the rock. So yeah, this is one of the longer waves we've seen. Now it stands up a little bit more. And, well, the 2.55 is going to be well and truly dislodged from Toby's scoreline. Still sticking with this one. It's running a mile down the beach. So when we've talked yesterday about some of these waves looking like Sri Lanka, that's kind of the wave you'd see in Sri Lanka. Just those right points that just run forever. And Toby Espion, there was nothing too critical at any juncture, but you can just see the ground that he covered. That's Horses Rock in the foreground, and he's doubled the distance past that. And yeah, this wave just kept pushing and standing up. And it just a little sneak preview of just what this wave might deliver with a little bit more swell.
I want to know what board he's on, because that thing kept so much speed and so much movement throughout this whole wave, and it wasn't a very big wave, and it did lose a bit of power from section to section, but he managed to keep it going the whole way along, and that was quite a long wave.
It was. Comes in at a 3.5, so not his best wave, but does go into his top two. So the judges making a bit of a statement there. They want to see quality of turns over quantity of turns. So, the scale has changed a lot since the, days of length of ride coming into play. So Toby Espion, a bunch of turns, none of them too critical, and a 3.5 the result. 4 minutes remaining. Makes Keon Martin's life a little bit tougher. He's now chasing a 3. I mean, very, very attainable for the young man who is on the Challenger Series and still hoping to qualify for Sweden for the Olympics. Imagine being a Swedish surfer at the Olympics. It's like the Jamaican bobsled team.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool, actually. And my friend Safi Shaxter just qualified for the Olympics, and it's one of those things.
Safi vet?
Yeah,
Kiwi?
Safi vet. Yeah, those things. It wasn't an Olympic sport for so long, so you never thought it was attainable. But now, one of the girls in our friendship circle is going to the Olympics, and it's like, wow, this is all happening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a funny one. Talking to a lot of the surfers who went to Tokyo for the Olympics there. Initially people were a bit worried that maybe the waves weren't going to be the greatest. And then once they got into the Olympic Village and just, you're walking around and you see Kevin Durant heading one way and Kyle Chalmers heading the other, it's like, oh, wow, this is the real deal. And, initially when Tahiti got added to the Olympics with the surfing being on at Chopu, everyone was super excited. And there's a little bit of a lament from some of the Olympians that next year the Olympic Games are going to be on in Paris and the surfing's going to be in a little fishing village literally at the end of the road on a tiny island on the other side of the planet. You'll lose a little bit of that vibe, but hopefully Chopes turns it on and the Olympic gold medals are handed out to two surfers who lay it on the line in the eyes of the general public and take surfing to the world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because of the dates that they have to run at Chopu, a lot of the competitors won't be able to go to the opening ceremony, but however they can all go to the closing ceremony, and hopefully there's where they can meet all of their idols and everything, because if I was in the Olympics I definitely would want to go meet all the basketball players and all the people you just watch on TV all your whole life.
Right, 1:45 to run. There's been a whole bunch of Olympic qualifications go down, or provisional qualifications go down on the WSL over the last month or so.
So just over a minute. Lakshitha hasn't caught a wave for quite some time. He does have priority. This is our surfer in red, Kian, looking for that 3-point ride. This is one of the better looking waves we've seen in this heat. A little bit steeper, a little bit more power to it. So he'll probably take this one into the beach. Oh no, he's going to paddle back out. So just a minute to go. So we'll see what that one comes in at. He was only looking for a 3, which I would say is going to come pretty close and maybe make Lakshitha's life a little bit harder. This is the replay for our surfer in red. So first carving maneuver back, and this is the one where he'll get the points. And then he just gets one last roundhouse in at the end there. So waiting for that score to come in still.
Yep, 30 seconds to go in this heat. Kian Martin chasing a 3. Now, we're not judges, but you'd think that he has gone close. 20 seconds remaining.
Lakshitha looked like he got a wave as well.
And this is Toby Espion with 10 seconds to go, looking to maybe seal the deal. This is a good looking wave. Stood up. He wanted to ride out of that last turn. So that one is not going to count. But that had a couple of really strong sections. So hopefully this is an indication of the leading edge of the swell that's been talked about. And things got a little bit heated after a very slow and sleepy start to that heat. We're still waiting on a number 2 drop for Kian Martin. So you would imagine that things are on hold before we kick off the next heat. And Kian Martin is chasing a 3. Score has come in. It's a 4.4. So the Swedish surfer takes the win in India, the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, to kick off day 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Kian Martin wins the heat in the red, and second position Toby Espion from the Philippines in the blue. And bad luck to Lakshitha. We saw your great wave yesterday, Lakshitha. Unfortunately unable to find a similar wave today, finishing in 3rd position. But Kian Martin and Toby progressing through to round 3.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no fears, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, no, no.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We just saw Kian Martin from Sweden take the win in the dying moments of the opening heat of the day. We'll cross down to have a chat with him shortly. In the water right now, Soraya P from right here in India up against Filmar Alapeo from the Philippines. Danny Widianto coming in hot from Indonesia, and Harish M is the surfer in green. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, Dai Wacko. And mate, you've just been wandering around the event site. What do you make of conditions this morning?
Well, looking a lot of improvement from the yesterday. It's got bigger size, good-looking walls, steeper walls than yesterday. So, well, looking forward to see a lot of actions today.
Yeah, that last set right at the end of that heat leads to a little bit of hope that maybe this is a sign of good things to come, because there were some big sections that popped up for both Kian Martin and Toby Espion on their last waves. So, yeah, hopefully it's a little bit better than when we surfed yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon was a little bit tricky out there. It's kind of like you want to go to the outside section, but there's also one section down the line, and so that's a key point actually for surfers to choose which one they want to sit on for waiting for the waves.
All right, this is Filmar Alapeo from the Philippines on his backhand. Couple of big whips. And was hoping that one would have run again, but not to be. He is out of there. This will be probably the best wave of the heat once the score drops. That is Sky and Stu Brown congratulating their buddy Kian Martin, who's just got through. So that was a Swedish surfer high-fiving an English surfer who lives in Japan at a surfing event in India. Crazy.
Crazy.
Have you surfed with Sky at all in Japan?
Actually, no, I haven't surfed with her, but I've seen her surfing this area yesterday, and she rips. in surfing and skating.
Yeah, she sure does. The Cruy Pro a month or two ago was Sky's first WSL event at a decent level. She's nominated to surf in the Asian region. She does surf for Great Britain, but you can nominate the region that you earn your points in. Hence, we just saw Kian Martin, who surfs for Sweden. He has done all of his work qualifying for the Challenger Series, again surfing in the Asian region. This is a purely Asian region event. We do see a lot of co-sanctioned events between the Australasia Oceania region and Asia. Such was the case with Cruy and will be again later on in the year in Nias, which is lucky for the Aussies and the Kiwis because they get to go and surf all these incredible waves around Indonesia and call it a job. All right, this is Danny Widianto. Speaking of Indonesia, this is the light-footed natural footer from Bali. And a couple of quick whips and then he goes down. Behind him, like Harish M, the local surfer.
The last wave from Blue it was a good looking wave, steeper walls and sends up a little bit more. I loved how he did the first stand, pushing the tail just through the sprays. Hopefully he gets a score. The last wave for Blue was 2.5.
Yeah, Filmar Alapao's opener was a 3.75, so that does see him into the lead. Is the beautiful contest arena. The view from where we're sitting here at the Marmoris Resort. This is Filmar Alapao, current heat leader, on his backhand, and yeah, definitely looks like the swell is filling in already compared to what we saw on first light. So we did see Ty Sarati earlier talking to True Starling. Earlier start this morning, we were underway at 7 a.m. I think yesterday was a 7:30 call for a potential 8 o'clock start, so trying to make the most of it all. And there is Horses Rock, smack bang in the middle of the lineup. Filmar Alapao paddling back out, looking to drop in his second score. Matching the red board shorts with the red vest. I love that. Just the attention to detail. Meticulous. All right, 22 and a half or so minutes. We're still waiting on a score to drop in for Filmar Alapao. I think Jesse Starling has just about got Kian Martin ready to go. And we're going to cross down to Jesse Starling right now, who's chatting with the winner of the last heat, Kian Martin.
Yeah, I'm down here with the winner of the last heat, Kian. It's your first heat in India and you got the win. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, the first heat is always like the most nervous heat to go to, and it's always good to get it out of the way. So I'm happy. I had a long travel here. It was kind of just the first session, second session, just wash off the jet lag, you know. So I was just trying to get as many ways I can, stay active. But yeah, happy days here in India.
Yeah, so you've travelled from Ballito to Huntington and now to here. Are you feeling tired or just as excited to compete?
Yeah, so it was super last minute to come here to India, but it wasn't the plan. It was kind of the unplanned plan. In the end, it turned out all good. I got my visa. I got my tickets like 2 days before coming. Signed up super late, but I love it. I feel like when stuff like that happens, something good's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna enjoy this and take it heat by heat and I'm just so happy to be in the warmth. It's like home. It's so hot here. It's good. Good to be in boardies again.
And you could be on again this afternoon. How do you prepare for that?
I'm just gonna get some food now, relax, try to stay away from the sun, try not to get dehydrated, but just watch the other boys surf. Everyone's ripping. The free surfs have been fun to watch too, so keep an eye out on them, see what they're doing, and stick to my plan, and let's go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
See you.
Yeah, beauty. Thanks a lot, Jesse. So, that was Kean Martin. I think he referenced the Bali boys. I think there's 5 of them here at the event. Agus Setiawan, Katut Agus, Danny Widianto in the water right now. Kean and Varun Tanjung, his great mate and regular travel buddy. Missing a couple of the regular Indonesian contingent. No Oni Anwar at this one. But I'm sure Oni's tuning in. Probably from the Gold Coast at the moment with his new young bub. Oni Anwar just became a dad. Which is, congratulations, Oni, if you're watching. Okay, this is Harish M, the local surfer in green, going down. We did see a big score come in for Filmar Alapeo, a 5.75, best wave of the morning so far. Pair that with a 3.75, and he is in the lead with a 9.5 two-wave total, doing it very nicely from Soraya P, Danny Widianto, and Harish M, who is, this is Soraya, the Indian surfer. Unfortunately, his board got away from him on the end section. He's out of there. As we see a traditional fishing boat just plying away in the waters out the back. So talk us through this replay, Di.
That was nice, good looking wave, but didn't have any opportunity to finish off the turns. But if he if he could make the last turn, he could have improved his situation for sure. But under 20 minutes mark, the surfing red has 5.75 and 3.75. That must feel safe, I would say, in this situation. And he just gonna wait for another good wave for the backup score. But for other surfers, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, they're in the tight situation. They only need 3s and 2s. So just waiting for some actions coming through.
So that is Filmar and Danny Widianto on screen. Soraya and Harish both making their way back to the lineup. And these are the surfers in the next heat. So this is the beach marshal area just behind the beach. And the sticker on the board represents you're surfing for the Indian Surfing Federation. There's this fantastic national spirit around the surfing team. And the vibe is fantastic in general. Surfing being added to the Olympics for the Tokyo 2020 roster has given the sport all kinds of new awareness in the eyes of the general public here in India. And the surfers are very proud to be a part of the growing movement. All right, here goes Harish. This is a good looking wave. Finish it. Hangs on just in front of the rock, and he is out of there. So let's check out that replay. I think this might be his best score pretty comfortably. That was a good wave for the local surfer.
That's a replay of the last of green. Nice off the bottom turn. Gentle carve down back to the power zone and finish off with a good turn.
Yeah, 2.4 the result. Probably could have gone a little bit harder on that first turn. It's got a bit of a 2-stage tap, but nonetheless, that's his best score. All right, Danny Widianto, the Indonesian surfer, is opening up on his forehand right now. That was a big vicious gouge. This one's going to keep running for him as well. 3 strong turns, and he is well on his way to a decent score. Skates past Horses Rock, and he's linking this one through to the inside. It's going to go again. Goes the layback, and unfortunately stays back. He's out of there. But that'll be Danny Widianto's best score with 16.5 minutes to run.
I love how he changes the first and the second turn, but at pretty much same section. He did big curve down to the bottom. Here's a replay, and this is a power slash, but same section, kind of.
That was the turn where all the points are going to come, I think. But good variety. That wasn't a bad bash either. And then sticking with it as the wave continues to run. Really having to skate across a few dead sections. We've jumped back to the beginning of the wave now. And that's a great angle. Oh.
So Blue now, he's sitting in the fourth position, but definitely the last wave will improve his situation.
All right, we are at the halfway mark. 15 minutes to run. Waiting on a number to come in for Danny Widianto. Out the back, Filmar Alapao, current heat leader, does have priority. He's looking to upgrade to 375 to extend his two-wave total. Soraya has a pair of twos. Won't be happy with either of them. And there it is, Danny Widianto's last wave, a 6.4, best wave of the morning. And why not? It was a long runner, good bit of variety, a couple of really strong turns through the middle. And that is a 6.4. So he just now needs a 3.1 to jump up into first. But the two surfers from Indonesia and the Philippines, Filmar and Danny, have just built a massive bit of separation between themselves. And the two Indian surfers battling it out in third and fourth at the moment. 14 minutes, 10 seconds to run.
They still got a time for the surfers. In white and green, they need good, decent scores to go to second place. But we have still 40 minutes to go.
Thirteen and a half minutes remaining, and did a bit of an internet dive yesterday. Went back and watched Sipping Jet Streams back in the day that had some fantastic imagery of Dave Rastovich, Aussie Wright, Kalani Robb surfing in Indonesia. Oh, sorry, in India. And everyone's familiar with the pier that's out on the island off the west coast, but there's definitely some shots from mainland India, some incredible images of statues on the beach and temples in the background, and those guys going absolutely crazy in some really good waves, and probably the best showcase ever of surfing in India for mine. And it was got me pretty excited watching it late at night, doing the YouTube deep dive down the wormhole.
Here's a surfer in the next heat. In the greens, Silvamani Sanjay. He's the first ever get through the heat for Indian surfers yesterday.
Yeah, he won the second heat of the day. First Indian to ever win a heat at the WSL level. It happened a couple more times after that as well. So a landmark day for Indian surfing yesterday, and it all happened on Indian Independence Day. So August 15th, 1947 was when the Union Jack was ripped down and the Indian flag was flown officially for the first time. The tricolour, the saffron white and green with the wagon wheel in the middle. And I'm going to drop the neutral position for a quick little minute and say that hopefully we Australians can do the right thing by the Indians today and rip down the Union Jack, well, the English flag, when the Matildas, the mighty Matildas, take on the Lionesses in the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup at the Sydney Olympic Stadium tonight. How did the Japanese team go in the Women's World Cup, Di?
I'm afraid to say I haven't watched games, but I've seen results. But I have no idea.
They're traditionally a pretty strong team. I don't think this was their year. There were a few of the powerhouses that didn't do so well. The US had an absolute mare. They got bundled out. And, yeah.
Are you going to watch that game tonight?
Yep. It sounds like they might be lining up a TV somewhere around here for us. Spain knocked out Sweden yesterday, so there's one final spot to be decided, and that is the old enemy, Australia, taking on England tonight. I think it kicks off here in India at about 3:30 our time. And yeah, everyone around Australia will be glued to their screens. The Matildas have been breaking viewership records all over the place. And they've done things like stop AFL games from starting so that they could keep showing the penalty shootout the other day, and they've pushed the news back on national TV because the penalty shootout went on so long. There's this incredible bipartisan vibe where everyone in the country has united behind the mighty Matildas. And hopefully off the back of Sam Kerr being the best female footballer in the world, and it being in Australia and New Zealand, might be the perfect storm for the Matildas. All right, 9.5 minutes to go at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, second heat of the round of 48. It's Filmar Alapao from the Philippines with a 5.75 and a 3.75 who is in the lead. Hot on his heels from Indonesia, Danny Widianto has a 6.4. That's the best wave of the morning so far. He needs a 3.1 as his backup to move into the lead. And then a bit of a gap to third and fourth, which is Soraya and Harish, the local surfers from India. And they've just got a bunch of ones and twos between them. On the beach now, that's Kairi Noro, the Japanese surfer in red, about to make his way out to the lineup. He'll be surfing against Takumi Yasui, Kishore Kumar and Sanjay Selvamani, who, as we said, became India's first ever WSL heat winner yesterday when he got through the round of 56. And what do you know about Kairi Noro, Dai?
Actually, these two, Kairi Noro and Takumi Yasui, are from the same area, and they are actually best friends. So they surfing together all the time, practicing together. And actually, Kairi Noro's sister, she's professional surfer in Japan too, and so surf against best mate in the first round.
And what region are they from?
They are the Kairi from Osaka originally, but now they both moved to Chiba for practicing surfing. The Chiba is like a central surfing place to practice.
Is that because the waves are better, or is it because it's just closer to Tokyo and it's easier to travel?
It's kind of both. Yep. It's close to Tokyo and it has constant waves compared to the other places, and a lot of professional surfers from Japan tends to move to this area.
Are Chiba and Miyazaki kind of the two main surfing zones in Japan?
I would say so, Chiba and Miyazaki, but cultural way, Shonan is another place for surf industry too.
Okay.
Shonan is like Anawa Drive from Shonan is where like Anawa Drive from Tokyo. Yeah. And it's kind of Gold Coast area.
Yeah, right. Well, of course, the CT used to be in Japan back in the day. I remember, Andy Irons and Kelly Slater in their heyday. Was it Malibu was the wave?
That was a historic heat at Malibu in actually Chiba.
Right. And is that a wave that needs a bit of a typhoon storm? Well, here goes Danny Widianto. He only needs a 3.1 to get himself into the lead, and he's well and truly heading on his way right now. Couple of turns as he skates past Horses Rock. all the damage done up the top of this wave. And we'll need to catch up on a replay to see just what exactly he got up to, but you would imagine that he has sailed into the lead with 6.5 minutes to run.
Here's a replay for the blue. Nice projection from there, and nice carve back down to the power zone, and another cut back, and try to finish this wave off with a nice power hack right out of it. That would have been better. That would better his score for sure, and that was 4.5 from the surfer in blue, and now puts him into the first position.
Yep, so he didn't need much, and a 4.5. He'll be happy with that, but he'll want to get rid of that score with 5 minutes 40 to run in this heat. A couple of those turns looked a little bit flat and forced. He was making the most of the conditions in front of him, so as you said there, Dyer, just projecting over the foam. That was a good turn. Plenty of points for that guy. That was strong. The moral victory from Harish, getting to spray your opponent is always fun, and then that was a bit of a flat kind of layback. Yeah, he sort of sold that one. The judges won't fall for it though. So a 4.5 the result. Filmar Alapeo is now looking for a 5.16 to get back into the lead. And Soraya and Harish still just hanging on to their 1s and 2s with 5 minutes remaining. See some tractors on the beach. They grade the sand every day. See that in France as well. Occasionally you see it, on the Gold Coast.
That's our guy Kairi Noro from the next heat, Japanese surfer.
So 4.5 minutes to go. Last wave for Filmar Alapeo was just a minor score, a 1.25. And this is Kairi Noro making his way out to the lineup. It's pretty easy to get to the top of the point here. You can just walk pretty much straight along the inside of the rock wall to the top of it before you have to jump in and paddle, or you can just go straight off the beach. Yesterday the beach announcers were getting stuck into the surfers a little bit, because if you do take off from the middle of the beach, you put yourself right in the lineup. So it's probably a little bit more courteous to either paddle wide around the rock or just sneak up the inside of the wall. I've seen a few local surfers walk along the top of the wall and then jump off.
Probably that's the way when the surf's bigger.
Yeah, maybe when there's swell. Doesn't really seem to be much point when there isn't any.
Maybe not this time.
I wonder if occasionally you get swells from the north and the waves break on the other side of the rock wall.
Must be good. There must be good left-handers off the rock.
You're a guhi footer. Are you one of these guys who hunts, you'd rather surf a 3 out of 10 left than a 8 out of 10 right?
Exactly. Absolutely. I'm that guy.
I'm like that with rights.
But I was growing up, my teenage years in Gold Coast.
Yeah.
So I love rights
Yeah.
as well.
You used to do the Pro Junior series back in the day?
Yes, I did a lot of pro juniors in Australia and Japan too.
Who were kind of your peers who you grew up surfing and competing with from Japan and Australia?
Like, I'm the same age as Kaito Ohashi from Japan, and I went to this school with actually Oniyawa.
Yep.
He was in the same year. I was surfing with Jack Freeston, Thomas Wood, James Wood, so all the guys.
Yeah. So that's Palm Beach Currumbin.
Palm Beach Currumbin State High School.
Yeah, incredible surfing program that they run there. So were you on a scholarship from Japan to go to the Gold Coast? How did you line up going to Australia for your schooling?
Actually, it's just random. We're just researching for the school to go to, and this PBC just popped up in my list, and I just signed up. Yeah.
Did you have to send a letter and explain who you were and why they should let you come?
Exactly.
Because not just anyone can get into that program at PBC these days. It's quite tough.
Yes, I had a tryout actually beforehand, and I passed, and yeah, I was in the program, and I was so lucky that I was in the program.
And the coach at PBC for a long time, Phil McNamara, who was famous for coaching Mick Fanning to a couple of world titles.
Yes.
Is Phil still there, do you know?
I think, yeah, he's still there to coach surfers in that program. And nowadays, a lot of Japanese surfers attend to the school too.
All right, 1 minute remaining. For anyone who's nitpicking, I know that Mick won 3 world titles, but I think Phil might have only been associated with 2 of them. So 45 seconds to go. Danny Widianto is in the lead with a 6.4 and a 4.5. Will I get to go and have a chat with him? We'll know in 40 seconds' time. Filmar Alapeo would like to think not. He is chasing a 5.16 for the lead. And Soraya and Harish will be all the better for the experience getting to share the lineup with an international field. And here goes Harish. He had to do some work to deal with the rock. He's got around it, and this wave is going to keep running for him. And unfortunately, right when he went to put the foot down, he's gone over the hangers. But that might just be his best wave as time runs out. So the hooter goes, and Danny Widianto takes the win. It's not going to be Harish's best wave, but it should go into his top 2 and tighten things up in the battle for 3rd and 4th. But it is the Indonesian Danny Widianto taking the win. Filmar Alapeo from the Philippines will be joining him in the next round. And congratulations to Soraya and Harish, the 2 Indian competitors who can now say that they've surfed in a QS 3000 event on the World Surf League. So, Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, Heat 3 of the round of 48. Coming our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Official results from that last heat. The surfer in blue winning the heat. From Indonesia, Danny, well done. Second place to Filmar Alapeo from the Philippines. Third place in the green went to Harish M, and 4th place in the white to Zuya. So, blue and red progressing through to the next round.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்.
City Union Bank, ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
And welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have the round of 48 in the water, heat 3 for the men. In the water is Kairi Noro, Takumi Yasu. We also have Kishore Kamur, and then Sanjay Selvamani is out there as well from India. And in the booth, I have Dai with me. And Dai, you watched that last heat. It looks like there was a couple of fun waves coming through.
Yes, the situation just improves a lot. They have the steeper walls, like way longer waves, and even from this morning, compared to this morning, it's getting better and better.
Amazing. Well, we have the second round of the men. They are on this morning, so we're already in the 3rd heat. And then we also have either the second round of women or men's round 3 on standby. So that is Sanjay up and riding. And he just comes unstuck with that one. I believe he's a local surfer here at Mahabalipuram. And Dai, tell us a little bit about the Japanese surfers that we have in this heat.
So we have surfing red Kairi Noro. He's from Osaka area now. He's up and riding.
Yeah, nice first turn there for Kairi. And tags it for a second one there, Dai.
Yeah, that was good looking wave. Nice two turns in a tight situation, but well, it was a good way to start with the heat, and he got 3.0 for the first wave. So he's from. Oh, here comes the replay. Nice projection, and nice finishing off the turn.
Yeah, this looks like a replay for Sanjay as well. So gets a little bit deep off the bottom there for that turn and tagged it, and then unfortunately just gets hung up there, but he'd already done a bit of damage. And looks like we have the heat winner from that last heat, Dani Widianto. So he would be feeling pretty happy taking the win in that last one. But Kyrie, where is he from, and what can we expect?
So he's from Osaka. It's kind of West Japan, but now he's moves in Chiba area for practicing surfing, and also Takumi Yasui, he lives in Chiba as well, and they are actually best mate.
Oh wow, no way. Well, that's going to be a bit of a stressful heat for them both.
Or maybe having fun together.
Yeah,
surfing.
or that too. Yes. Hopefully having fun and not having to worry about their
True.
best mate getting
Absolutely.
through. Well, we've had a few scores lock in. Blue Takumi locked in a 4.5 for his first wave, and we have a score to come through for last of Kyrie. And Sanjay locked in a 2.9 on his first wave. We're still waiting on another score to lock in. 30-minute heats once again this morning, so plenty of time out there. And as you said, Di, just before, the conditions look like they're getting better. And that looks like Filma from the Philippines progressing through to the next round, the round of 32, where we'll see some more seated surfers. Mostly Japanese surfers coming up in the next round, which is going to be exciting to watch.
Exactly. Pretty much every heat we have Japanese surfers in.
Amazing. Yeah, plenty of surfers out there. We've got 2 Indian surfers out in the lineup for this heat. So that last wave of Kyrie locked in at a 3.8. And that second wave of Sanjay, a 2.4 came through. So Kyrie is in the lead with a 3.8 and a 3. Sanjay in second with a 2.9 and a 2.4. He's chasing a 3.9 to go to first. And Takumi open up with a 4.5, so he's only needing a small score. So he's sitting in a pretty good position, Di.
For both of them, yes. Kyrie is known as the really speedy surfer. Has really project speeds all the time and really quick snaps and through the spray. And Takumi Yasui, he's known for the power surfing and put the rail more, and put the he's good at throwing the sprays.
Yeah.
So they are different kind of surfers. So it's good to see a different style of surfing from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think they would be feeling comfortable out in these conditions today?
I would say yes, because this condition we have a lot in Japan, and it's kind of similar, like a power wave and breaking wave. It's kind of similar to Japanese waves. So I must say they're used to this condition.
Absolutely. We saw them surfing yesterday, and even in the free surfs this morning, they were all able to connect really well with the lip, and looks like their boards were just gliding through really nicely.
Yes, I wonder what kind of board they are riding for this condition.
Yeah, whether they're on a PU or an epoxy. Hopefully, you can chat to one of them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And then give us an update. Well, we've got just about 23 minutes to go in this one. No more waves locked in, but the boys are, well, the men, I should say, are enjoying their time out there. Kishore has first priority, so he's got the pick of the lineup, which would be feeling pretty nice.
Yes. First 8 minutes has been spent, and good position for the surfer in red, having 3.0 and 3.80 in the first 8 minutes. He's trying to keep himself busy. But for the surfer in white, he's sitting in the first priority and waiting for the wave to come for him. What do you reckon? What's going through his mind for surfer in white?
Well, I feel like I'm pretty sure he's one of the local Indian surfers here, so I think that he would be feeling pretty comfortable out there, knowing what wave he wants to get. So I'd say he's just going to wait for it to come through and then use that first priority that he has. But also keeping in mind that you don't want to wait too long. Otherwise, you end up waiting the whole heat for something that, might not come.
Absolutely. So you were surfing in the heat yesterday, and pretty much same tide, I guess.
Yeah.
How was it out there yesterday?
Yeah, it was actually really fun. There was definitely some fun waves out there, and there was opportunities for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's exciting to see what the boys will be doing, or the men will be doing this morning, and they've already locked in some fun waves. And here we go. This is the surfer in white, Kishore, up and riding on his backhand, using that first priority and choosing a nice wave as well, getting 3 solid backhand turns, and puts it up there for a 4th one. Probably not needed because he'd already got a bit of damage done out the back. So a nice first wave for Kishore to start off his campaign in this heat.
That was exactly what he wanted to have for the first wave.
Yes, yeah. I agree. I think that was a great way to start. And while we're waiting on that score, we're going to head over to Binzi with the last heat winner, Danny Widianto.
Right, thank you very much. All right, Danny, congratulations on the win, mate. Conditions look like they're kind of fun.
Yeah, the wave was a little bit fun, small, but spicy.
What's it like surfing with a big rock in the middle of the wave?
Yeah, like the rock, like a little bit bumpy, but still okay.
Gives you a little section every now and then that you can hit off?
Yeah, I just take the snap, cut back, lie back, I just kick the tail.
You're from Kuta in Bali. Any similarities with the conditions to surfing the beaches back home?
Maybe at halfway Kuta, same, maybe.
And you got 2 pretty good scores in that heat. Was it nice to go out and find your feet like that, your first heat, get some decent numbers, build a little bit of confidence?
Yeah, like confident, step by step, and keep rolling.
And how's your experience been? This is your first time to India?
No, I'm second time. In 2019, I go to Kovalon Beach, and second time here.
And you love it?
Yeah, I love here.
Awesome. All right. Any words in Indonesian to friends and family back home?
Terima kasih buat ibu, bapak yang support saya, and thank you guys.
All right. Congratulations, Danny and Widianto. We'll see you in the next round. We'll go back to you guys in the box.
Thanks so much, Finzi. Well, that was a pretty excited Danny there from taking out that heat win.
Yes, absolutely. He had the best heat. He had a total score of 10.90. That's a decent score for this condition.
Yeah, absolutely. So far this morning, it's there's been some pocket 5s out there, which is pretty exciting.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Looks like Kishore up and riding. Nice backhand snap. Gets a little bit of slide there as well. He locked in a 4.75 on that first wave. So that's actually the best wave of the heat so far for Kishore. Priority sits with Takumi, who has a 4.5. He only needs a small score, and Kishore is locking in another wave. Looks like it came through at a 3.5. So that's changed the situation a little bit. Kishore goes into the lead. Kyrie is down into second, chasing a 4.46 to go back into first. We've got the replay here of that last wave of Kishore. So 2 nice backhand snaps there. Sanjay chasing a 3.61 to go to second. And Takumi, that requirement grows a little bit. A 2.3 is what he's needing to overtake his good mate. But there's still 18 minutes to go in this one.
For the surfer in white, his plan is working out very, very good. He got the best sets for his first wave, and he got 4.75, and he got another one under priority. That was a good plan for this condition.
Yeah, here we go. Takumi up and riding with that speedy style. Nice second turn there for Takumi. And he's going to continue on through with this one. As it looks like it starts to wall up, we can see that drone angle as Takumi is still going on this wave, really pumping through, using his legs, and unfortunately comes unstuck on that last turn there. His legs would have been feeling it. He was going for a long while there, so he'll make his way back out the back. I dare say he'll get that score to move up into second. He was only needing a 2.3 die.
Unfortunately, he couldn't finish off the last turn, but still his first turn and second turn was decent, so he must get the. Here comes the replay, and nice looking vertical straight up, and try to project through the line. Nice cut back to the power zone, and passing through the rock and finishing off the turn, but unfortunately he couldn't make out of it. But still, he will get score, and he did get score. His last wave is 3.75, and that puts him into the second position right now.
Yeah, Takumi moving up through, and here we go, Kyrie on the answer back. Nice carve to start there for Kyrie. Really opening up. Nice bit of variation there for the surfer in red.
Nice answer back from the surfer in red, Kyrie.
The besties are going wave for wave out there.
Battling each other.
Yes. Well, waiting on a couple of scores to come through. Looks like we've got one for Kishore as well as one for Kyrie. First indications of Kishore, just a small score. But Takumi and Kyrie, as you mentioned, so they live in Chiba and they're best mates. Do they train together and like live near each other, or?
Oh, they live kind of near each other, but they surf not all the time, but they surf together heaps. And actually, the Kyrie's sister is a professional surfer in Japan, and she's good friend with Takumi too. So they all surfing together all the time.
Oh wow, that's so cool. It's always hard drawing up your friends in heats.
Yes.
Feel like sometimes you have to change. You feel
Your
like
mind.
you have to change your tactics, but keep it the same, right?
Exactly. Well, for the last wave from the red, he got 5.10, and now he is in the lead. He's in the first position, and he got the best score in this heat so far.
He sure did. Well, that 5.1 is sitting pretty in his scoreline for Kyrie, taking him up into the lead. So Kishore is looking for a 4.16 to go to first and retake that lead. Takumi, he's down into third now, only chasing a 3.76 to go to second. He dropped that 4.5 on that last wave. A 3.75 on that last wave. And then Sanjay is looking for a 5.05 to move up into second. There's still 14 minutes to go, so plenty of time remaining in this heat. Priority is with Kishore. Second priority is with Sanjay. And Kyrie has third priority, so he can kind of just take his time out there, choose a wave that he can really open up on, and maybe even wait for that first priority.
Absolutely. But at this time of the heat, probably all the surfers know what to get to get the score, and pretty much everyone needs a decent amount of scores. So to me, they just should sit down a little bit longer, just waiting for the right ones to get scores.
Yeah, I agree, especially because they have a little bit more time as well in the
Absolutely.
heat. 13 minutes is heaps of time, and there's plenty of waves to come through to, switch up that priority rotation. So I think it's going to be, we'll probably see a couple of chains ups die throughout this heat.
Yes, I'm looking for the actions coming through.
Absolutely. So does Kyrie and Takumi, you would know a lot more about them than I do. Do they have any similar sponsors or any similar board shapers or anything like that?
They used to, but I don't think they have exactly same points as right now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Well, 12 and a half minutes to go in this one. Kyrie out in the lead. Kishore sitting in second there. Takumi looking for a 3.76 and Sanjay a 5.05. What would you be doing? You said that you'd be sitting and waiting. But if you were someone like Takumi, who has fourth priority and only needs a small score, would you be sitting and waiting or trying to get a mid-sized one onto priority?
I would say I'll be trying to get the inside ones because we still have over 10 minutes. But under 10 minutes, I would say waiting for the first priority so that I can get the decent wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And on screen there, you can see the Shore Temple. So there's 7 of those temples, and that is the last one standing above the ocean. Well, not submerged, I should say. So the other 6 are all submerged underwater, and that rock wall or that break wall there was actually man-made by the government to protect the temple from being submerged. Here we go. Kishore up and riding on his backhand. Another nice wave there, riding out. So he's just looking really comfortable out there in the lineup. Looks like he is just choosing the best waves. I guess being a local and having that local knowledge, you are able to identify the ones that are going to offer more opportunity. So that looks like in the next heat, Ismail Biglal from the Maldives. So this is a replay for Last of Kishore.
Nice vertical rip for the first turn and nice projection from the second turn, and finishing off the vertical action from the surfer in white. He is the wave magnet in this heat so far.
He is the wave magnet in this heat.
He's getting pretty much the best waves in row.
Yeah, absolutely. That last wave looks like it locked in at a 4.05, so doesn't take him into the lead, but betters his situation. Takumi is now looking for a 4.31.
Oh, 4.31. You need to get decent waves to get that score for this level of the surfing.
Absolutely. And Sanjay is looking for the best wave of the heat if he wants to progress, 5.6.
Now he has a first priority sitting in the peak, probably waiting for the wave that Kishore got before.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Sanjay take out his heat yesterday. He was second heat of the morning, so we saw him progress through, so hopefully he can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get that 5.6, but it's going to have to be the best wave of the heat with 9.5 on the clock. So Takumi's looking for that 4.31, and I think, you know, being in third priority rotation, he's going to have to decide whether he wants to sit and wait for a set and see if it's going to come through in time, or choose a mid-size one. Looks like we have someone up and riding here. We can see that drone angle. I think that even might be Takumi.
It must be.
Yeah. Maybe it was Sanjay there. And here we go, up and riding again. That looks like Takumi. Nice second turn there, as we can see that drone angle from above. And puts it straight up in the lip, finding a vertical section, staying nice and close in the pocket there. He was chasing a 4.31 die. What do you think?
He was kind of acting, he was looking for the steeper section to finish off to get the score, but he just unfortunately he couldn't find a section to finish it off. So he might have, here's a replay of the last wave from blue. Nice projection and curve down, back to the power zone and down the line. This could be the money turn, but nothing really is going on.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's needing a 4.31. That's up to the judges. We've got just under 8 minutes, so there's still time for him to get back out there, get third priority, and hopefully another wave if he's not able to get the score on that last one. So Kyrie Noro is sitting in a good position with first priority, and the lead has a 5.1 and a 3.8. So He's sitting pretty right now. Kishore has a 4.75 and a 4.05 in second. He's knocking on the door of getting that 4.61. Takumi locked in a 2.8 on that last wave, so it wasn't enough. He's needing a 4.31 to go up into second. And Sanjay, that last wave, just a 1, so he's chasing a 5.6. Yesterday it was Independence Day here in India at Mahabalipuram. We saw the hoisting of the flags. We've got some beautiful flags up in our breakfast and lunch area, I should say, which seems like everyone is just sniffing out the food. But some pretty nice waves out there today with just under 7 minutes to go in this one, Di.
Now in the last minutes of the heat, and Kyrie is sitting in the, I would say, safe situation right now. He has the best score of the heat, and backup score is 3.80. He wants to improve his backup score as well, but Surfing White he's in second place, and he has 4.75 and 4.05. He's also wanting to improve his score, because Surfing Blue he only needs 4.31, and Surfing Green he only needs 5.60. That's a big score, but still, if they get the set right wave, they definitely get the score. So it's not safe, but Surfing Red and White, they're sitting in the safer place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely sitting in a position where, you know, if no waves come in the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds, then they're sweet. But Takumi and Sanjay do have the ability to get that 4.31 and the 5.6. Up next is going to be Heat 4 for the round. Kenta Ishikawa is going to be in the red. And correct me if I'm wrong on this one. You did pronounce it to me before. Raiha Ono. He's going to be in the blue. William Bush in the white, and then we've got Ismail Miglau in the green. So that's going to be Heat 4 for the round of 48 for the men. We do have 8 heats of this round, so we'll see a bunch of surfers coming through.
So on the screen, that's a Raiha Ono. He's from Japan, from Shonan area. And in red, we have Kenta Ishikawa in the next heat. They both actually from Shonan area, which is located in Anawa Drive from Tokyo area to the south.
Is that near where you live?
Exactly where I live now.
And what are the waves like there? Do you think that they'd be feeling comfortable like Kairi and Takumi?
Yes, for sure. Here is the live action from the surfer in.
Yeah, that looks like the surfer in green. Sanjay opening up on a nice carve there. Waiting for this one to wall up a little bit. It looks like it might just do that. Really choosing a nice wave here for the Indian surfer. Brings it around again, just really surfing this wave for all it's worth. Unfortunately comes unstuck there on that final turn, so we'll see if that will come into play. He was chasing a 5.6, so best wave of the heat. Di, what do you think?
Absolutely, it was the best wave for him, and well, he got the score, and it is 3.20. Wasn't enough for the score he needs. He still needs 5.60 to get himself into second position, and just over 3 minutes remaining.
Well, Sanjay's dream is to surf more international competitions and represent his country of India. So he loves traveling, and his parents are fishermen, so he comes from a fisherman background. So when he's not fishing, he's surfing. When he's not surfing, he's fishing to, live his day-to-day life the way that he can, which is pretty.
A dream is coming true now.
Yeah, a dream is coming true. Surfing an international event and representing his country as well, which is super exciting. They did have the Cove Long Classic over the weekend, which was a pretty big surfing festival. They had 2 days worth of music going on there, so the Indian community is really loving the atmosphere of surfing. Looks like that last wave of Sanjay locked in at a 3.2, so unfortunately not enough to get him up into second place. Kishore up and riding once again, just choosing a really nice wave here and having a bit of fun with it on that last turn. Unfortunately unable to ride out, so with 2 minutes to go, Takumi has first priority now and is looking for that 4.31.
That was good move from surfing white, using priority to get a wave, and here's a replay of the white. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish off the last turn. But now it's just under 2 minutes remaining, and third place in surfing blue, he needs 4.31. He has first priority.
Wow, so 1 minute 30 to go. Kishore is actually the Groms champ for 3 years running, which is pretty impressive from the Indian surfers. So for the last 3 years, he's been the champion for the Groms, so I'd say that is under 16s. So just over a minute to go, that last wave of Kishore not coming into play, but Takumi has first priority.
Will he get the wave?
Will he get the wave?
In 1 minute remaining.
Stressful moments there for...
Absolutely stressful time right now for him.
How are you feeling? Do you get nervous for the Japanese surfers?
I am right now.
You are?
Yes.
Well, 45 seconds to go in this one. Will Takumi get another opportunity? He only needs a 4.31. So hopefully he gets a chance to nudge himself into the round of 32, which may be on later this afternoon. We'll see. Or we could be running into the women's round 2. So looks like priority has just changed. Kairi now has first priority. Takumi gone to second. We've got 15 seconds. Takumi looks like he was having a look at this one. So hopefully we'll come back to that with 10 seconds to go. So will Takumi have the opportunity? Doesn't look like he got on there. So Kishore, the 3 times Grom champion, looks like potentially making his way through, but we'll see if Takumi had another opportunity there before the end of the heat. Looks like he did, finishing that one off. He needs a 4.31. It'll be interesting to see what he did on the start of that wave. So here we've got a replay for that last of Takumi. Looks like it was just that one turn, so at 2.80 that was not enough.
Not enough for surfing blue Takumi. Unfortunately, he couldn't get one.
Well, congratulations to Kairi Noro and Kishore Kumar making it through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
I could walk on water and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. I could sail water to a well without breaking a sweat and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet.
The first place, national champion, Shekhar Bhatta is on center.
என்னாச்சுப்பா?
பர்ஸ மறந்துட்டு போயிட்டமா. வயசாயிடுச்சுல்ல. எனக்கு எதுக்குமா வாட்ச்?
இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல்பா. சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க் டெபிட் கார்டு வாட்ச். இனிமே நீங்க கேஷ் எடுக்காம போயிட்டா கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். இந்த வாட்ச்ல இருந்தே ஈஸியா பேமெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பேமெண்ட்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதும் CUB ஆல் இன் ஒன் மொபைல் ஆப்ல இருந்து லாக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால இது ரொம்ப செக்யூர். அதோட இந்த வாட்ச்ல பிபி, ஆக்ஸிஜன் லெவல்ஸ் கூட செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அப்படியே நான் உடனே கடை கிளம்புறேன்.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have Heat 4 for the round of 48 in the water. Kenta Ishikawa is out there in the red. In the blue is Laiha Ono. In the white, William Bush from the USA. And in the green is Ismail Miglal. He's there from the Maldives. And Jesse Starling is joining me in the booth. We did see Kyrie Noro take out that last heat, and unfortunately one of his best mates bowing out to the 3 times Grom champion, Kishore Kamar.
Yeah, so we saw another Indian make it through the rounds, which is great. I'd love to see an Indian go deep into the event. And this is our surfer in white from the USA, William Bush, just tagging away on his backhand on this one, trying to get over this lump, doing the little Huntington hop, and then finishing off that wave. So that was a pretty good first wave for our surfer in white, William, all the way from the USA.
Yeah, he did really well to connect that one all the way through. So some pretty nice surfing for that first wave of William. We'll wait for that score to lock in. We've just heard from Dai that Kenta and Laiha are from a town about an hour south of Tokyo. So an hour drive south of Tokyo, Jesse. Shona, which is pretty exciting. So I was talking to Dai just before, and they should be feeling pretty comfortable out there with the conditions, being as they are a little bit smaller, not as much power. And we did see the last heat, Kyrie looking pretty comfortable out there with the conditions. So hopefully we'll see the same approach in this one.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Japanese really open up in their small wave surfing. I know that the girls have pretty good small wave surfing technique, so that'll be pretty fun for us if the girls run later on today. But yeah, it's not too hard for the Japanese to get here. It's about almost door-to-door 10 hours. They fly either through Kuala Lumpur or Singapore, similar to us, and then into Chennai. So it's not too far from there either.
Yeah, so easy access here to Mahabalipuram. That first wave of William locked in at a 2.65.
Yeah, the judges just showing that they're looking for a little bit more crisp and critical surfing. I think I'd say there was a bit of a wobble, unfortunately, in Williams' wave that I think might have capped the score to the 2.65 that it is, but the perks of 30-minute heats is that there's so much time, so they'll have plenty more opportunity to get a couple more waves. So Ismail Migal, the sole Maldivian surfer out there. I'd love to know which atolls he's from. It's such a beautiful place over there, plenty of different waves. You can go from boat or plane to all the different atolls. I was lucky enough to be there recently and had the most fun. We did the 8-hour crossing from the central to the south, and that was interesting. But I think they live such a cool life over there. It's a different way of living. It's an ocean life. It's a simple life. They live off the land, and it's a life that I could definitely see myself living. So every Maldivian surfer I meet, they're all the same. They're so beautiful and kind. So yeah, hopefully Ismail can show us his techniques and do it for the Maldivians.
Absolutely. Well, 24.5 to go in this one. Just at 2.65 on the scoreboard so far. So Kenta, Raiha and Ismail yet to open up their scoreline. We did see some pretty nice waves coming through in that last heat, so hopefully this heat will produce a couple as well. Here we go, Kenta up and riding. Looks like we saw him get a nice first turn to start off there, and this one looks like it's really opening up. A bigger looking wave here for the Japanese surfer. Tags it in the pocket there as he kicks out. That one just fading out in front of that rock, so he took that wave all the way down the point there. So solid surfing from Kenta. We'll see what that score locks in as. The wave looks a little bit bigger than what we've seen so far in this heat, Jessie.
Yeah, you could see that he was the deepest one up the point. He paddled himself almost right behind the rock wall that we can see to the right of the screen, and he's up and riding again on another looking wave. Oh, this is a replay. This is the replay of his last one. So he's just tagged that opening section 2 calves, and that's the money turn. So we'll see what that one comes in at. But yeah, there is a bit of a sweep with the swell direction at the moment. It's quite hard to stay in the one spot out there after talking to a few surfers. So yeah, he got the inside, paddled himself up behind the rocks, and he was lucky enough to get that wave, and I'm sure he'll get a good score for that one.
Yeah, and no surfers able to scratch onto that one. Doesn't look like it was going to offer too much. 23 minutes to go. So waiting on that first score of Kenta Ishikawa. So this is, of course, the fourth heat. So we're halfway through the second round of the men, the round of 48. Up next we have heat 5. But that score locked in nice and quickly there for Kenta, 4.25. So best wave of the heat so far, but keeping in mind only 2 waves have been ridden, Jessie. But just about 7.5 minutes down, so plenty of time.
Yeah, I feel like in the heats that we've seen this morning, a 4.25 has definitely been a keeper score. So if I was Kenta, I'd be feeling pretty good with that one. And as he's finishing off his second ride, spraying the shore just after that last turn. So we'll see if he got anything done before that finishing maneuver. But yeah, if I had a 4.25 out there today, I think you could keep that as a backup score for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, locked in that second score nice and quickly at 3.25. So Kenta is out to a flying start with a 4.25 and a 3.25. So he'd be feeling pretty comfortable in that position. We saw people in that last heat getting through with, some 4s and 5s. So hopefully he's looking to better that 3.25 and that second scoring ride so that he can really put himself in a position where he feels 100% safe getting through. But I feel like it's never safe until the bell goes, Jessie.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, yesterday in my heat, the conditions definitely dwindled pretty rapidly, and I only managed to get a 4 and a 3 in my heat, and I just felt unsafe the whole time. So it's definitely anyone's game until the hooter goes. We've seen so many buzzer beaters. Kian in the first heat of the morning got a buzzer beater to put him back into the lead in front of his Filipino competitor. Unfortunately, we did lose Lakshitha, our Sri Lankan surfer, as we see Rio Inaba getting ready for his heat, which he's coming up next in round 2, heat 5. And this is our surfer from the Maldives, Ismail, getting his first ride of the heat. A nice looking wave. He's just looking to take this one all the way to shore, carving back for another one, and decides not to finish off that wave. So he opts out of that one. He's probably right in front of the rock. And it's a bit of a bump in the road, that rock.
Yeah, well, it'll be good to see the replay come through of that, how close he was to the rock, or if he was able to squeeze in that last little turn. Here we go. Here's a replay. Nice first carve to start there for Ismail. And he brings it around. He's just waiting for this one to stand up. Nice little snap there, and brings it around again for another one. Looks like that score's already locked in at 2.4. So if he had have hit that section, depending on where he was in the lineup, maybe he could have given himself more of an opportunity, or a better looking score to progress through the heat. But there's still just under 20 minutes to go, so plenty of time. So Kenta in the red is out there in the lead with a 4.25 and a 3.25. William Bush opened up with a 2.65. He's gone a little bit quiet for this last 10.5 minutes. He needs a 4.85 to go to first. Ismail Miglal locked in a 2.4 in his first wave, chasing a 0.26 to go to second. And Laiha Ono looking for a 2.66 to move up into second place. 19 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, I think in a normal 20-minute heat, if you were Laiha, you'd be feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now with 10 minutes slipped away. But yeah, due to conditions, Ty, the coordinator of the event, he has decided to put on 30-minute heats, which I think is benefiting all the surfers. It is a bit slower today. It is few and far in between. We are hoping that the conditions will still get better with that lower tide dropping out. But I think the 30 minutes was a really good call today, and it gives surfers like Laiha a little bit less pressure. And you can sit and wait for that better wave, because we've seen a lot of 2s But as I said earlier, I think if you can get a 4 on your first wave or at least on your second wave, you'll be looking good to make the heat.
Absolutely, and I think as well the extra 10 minutes really allows more sets to come throughout that heat, which, you know, in turn gives more opportunities for the surfers. So it's going to be exciting to see them open up where they can. So not much going on as yet in this heat. The waves are just being a little bit quiet there for us, but that's okay. We are hoping that the back end of this heat is going to, you know, liven up a little bit, get a couple of more sets coming through, some decent scores. So Raiha has been waiting for pretty much 12 and a half minutes, almost 13, to open up his account. So that's a bold move, Jessie, I think, waiting for almost half of a heat to get your first wave. I mean, considering the scores that we have in this heat right now, he's probably not in a position to be too worried just yet. But nonetheless, it's pretty bold to be sitting and waiting for 13 minutes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so as well, but like I touched on just before, there's no point swinging on 2s, you know, and we have seen a lot of 2s throughout the day already today, and so I think he is making a bold move, but almost a smart one. You know, if he can find a set and open up with a 4 or a 5 or even a 6, it's pretty safe to say he'd probably make his way through to the next round. So maybe his way that he makes heat is just sitting and waiting, an Ethan Ewing approach and wave selection.
Absolutely, yeah. Taking that mentality of, you know, sit and wait, drop and wait for a set to come through. But you know, I think that there's a fine line between dropping and waiting for something. And maybe in conditions like this, he's expecting a certain type of waves, and maybe it might just not come. So maybe the expectation needs to lower a little bit. It's 14 minutes now since he's, you know, been sitting and waiting. He does have that first priority. So he is in a position to choose the best wave of the heat so far. But, you know, there's a fine line between sitting and waiting and maybe sitting and waiting for something that's probably not going to come.
As we see our surfer in white from America, this is William Bush. Just not getting over that one. It is pretty hard out there at the moment, so the surfers doing their best to make something out of the conditions out there today. We do have long lulls as the swell period isn't too big today. However, we are looking for another increase in swell tomorrow, and then I think Saturday's looking pretty good too. So we'll just have to wait. There's still been no call on what's going to run after this, whether we'll go on hold or run. It was pretty hard on dead high and dead low yesterday, so I'm sure the event coordinators will make the right decision. They just want the best for the surfers.
Absolutely. Well, we started at 7 this morning, so we've given ourselves the opportunity to make the most of the best conditions. So if they continue as they are, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't roll into either the men's round 3 or the women's round 2. Keeping in mind that the women are already up to the round of 16. So they started with a round of 20, moving on through to the round of 16 for their second round. So it's going to be exciting. That second score of William locked in at a 2.15. So he's chasing a 4.85 to go to first. We've got 14 and a half minutes to go in this one. Laiha is still yet to open up his account, so he's patiently waiting. On top of, you know, what's going on, he's probably going to have to settle the head noise and make sure that he's waiting for a wave. That is Kenta just pulling off the back of that one. 14 minutes to go. Here we go. Laiha up and riding on his first wave. Just a quick little speed float for that second turn, and he kicks out of there. So he waited a little while for that first one to come through, but he's opened up his account. He'll pop a score on the board. We'll wait and see what that comes through as. So priority goes to Ismail from the Maldives, and he's chasing a 2.41, but waiting on some scores for Laiha to lock in. Jessie?
I do think it was the right idea. You know, he sat and waited for the set. There's no point swinging on the inside ones. We saw White swing on a inside one before and it didn't link through. So I do think it was the right idea. He was stuck a little bit behind, but there it is, a 3-point ride. So he's already got the third best score of the heat, even though it wasn't the surfing we're used to seeing him doing. I do think it was the right idea to sit and wait for that set.
Yeah, I agree. And now he's only needing, a really small score of 1.8 to go into second. So he's in a position where if he sees a smaller one that is potentially going to wall up, he can turn on that and he can really make the most of that and apply pressure onto William and Ismail. And there's still time, 12 and a half minutes to go. He's in the heat. He's opened up with a 3. So we'll see what that comes through as, or what he does with the rest of this heat, I should say. And up next we have Heat 5. Ryo Inaba in the red. Taki Kanazawa is going to be out there in the blue. In the white we have Nyoman Mukti and Yusuf Zaki in the green. Now Yusuf yesterday had a really good heat. I was pretty impressed with the surfing that he was displaying. He was dropping some good scores and he was really able to unleash on some solid sections. So it was really interesting to see his attack and that different approach that he had with the waves. He is from the Maldives as well. So Yusuf enjoying the warmer water here. And here we go, up and riding. Looks like William Bush on his backhand again. This will be his third wave of the heat. This one looks like it's going to sit up, so just continuing through with this one. Nice carve there for William. And he's continuing through, trying to, as you said before, Jesse, get that Huntington hop, but unfortunately that wave just fizzles out in front of him. So William will kick out and make his way back out the back. Looking to better a 2.15 to better that situation. So we'll see what that locks in as. Unfortunately a 1.8, so that doesn't improve his position. So Raiha still chasing a 1.8. Here's a replay, Jesse.
Yeah, it was a bit, again, another bit of a smaller wave, but that is probably the turn where he got most of the points on that one. And then he was just trying to link this one up for one final maneuver, which probably would have pushed that score up and over into his top 2, but unfortunately just that wave dying out on him. So he'd be looking to get back out there and get one of those sets that we've seen red and blue have in this heat. We do have Kenta sitting out there with first priority. He's in a pretty good position with the 4.25 and a 3.25. Like I said, the 4.25 is a keeper score today. This is Raiha looking to better his 3, looking for a 1.8. Beautiful first turn, straight into a second carve. Just a slightly bigger wave than we saw our surfer in white on. It's just linking down the points so nicely. And he's going to get another bonus section on this one. I'd love to see where he is in comparison to the rock. But this is just showcasing that perfect small wave surfing that he has in his repertoire. So Raiha, in my opinion, doing the right thing, sitting and waiting. He needed a 1.8. I dare say he's definitely going to get that. And I think he's going to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, well, waiting on that score to lock in for last of Raiha. That looked like Taki Kanazawa. And here we go. This is a replay for last of Raiha. Nice first turn in the pocket. Throwing buckets of spray there and really extending on that second carve. Again, just a nice slash for Raiha. And puts it up there. Gets the fins free. I'm loving the variety here from the Japanese surfer, feeling really comfortable out there on these waves. And once again, just making the most of these more vertical sections. And he's really identifying the ones that he's able to attack with a little bit of a steeper approach. And as you said, Jesse, he definitely challenged for the lead, a 5.75 for that last wave of Raiha Ono. So he has moved up into the lead. Kenta Ishikawa down to second, has a 4.25 and a 3.25. He needs a 4.51 to go back into the lead. William Bush down in third. We've seen him get a couple of those smaller waves. He's locked in a 2.65 and a 2.15. Looking for a 4.85 to go to second. So he's going to need to maybe change his approach and wait for a bigger, medium-sized looking wave to come through to really, challenge for that 4.85. And Ismail has a 2.4 and a 0.5. He's looking for a 5.1 to go to second with 8.5 on the clock.
Yeah, white and green's life did just get a little bit harder with that 5.75 at lock-in for the last of blue. But nonetheless, both very talented surfers. We've seen William showcase his backhand on both of his waves. I'd love to see it on a bit of a bigger wave. And I think he definitely could challenge for that 4.85 if we just saw him on a bit more of a steeper section. And then Ismail only really with that one wave with the 2.4, his backup being that 0.5. I'm sure we will see him up and riding on another one. This heat has gone by quite fast though, so 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. I think blue, as we see red, this is Kenta. He was looking for a 4.51. I'm not sure if he got much done before that first turn, and looks like he might have got stung by a jellyfish.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of jellyfish out in the lineup the last few days. A few people paddling into them or duck diving into them, so that's never good fun. But that last wave of Kenta locked in under 3.05, so that did not go into the top two. The requirements for William and Ismail did not change. William chasing that 4.85 and Ismail looking for 5.1. So Laiha and Kenta sitting in a position where, if they can better those backup scores, they're applying more pressure onto William and Ismail with just under 7 minutes to go. If you were Kenta, Jesse, what would you be focusing on right now for the next 7 minutes?
He definitely had the right approach on that last wave to sit and wait for a big one. He probably would have watched Laiha do that on his last wave and get that 5.75. But we'll get back to that because this is our surfer in white, and that's more like it. That's the type of surfing we were hoping to see from William Bush from the USA. A bit of a bigger wave, a steeper wave for William, so he's really allowed him to open up.
Yeah, well, he felt really good on that wave there as well. So, as you said, that second turn was nice and vertical in the pocket. And seemed like he liked the feeling of that one as well. He's chasing a 4.85, so we'll see what the wave comes through as. Scores are starting to filter on through. It's not the requirement he's after, but it is his best wave of the heat, a 4. So let's have a look at the replay. Really nice second turn there, getting a bit more vertical for William. That's where a bulk of the points would be coming from. Nice carve back to the pocket there for William, and again, just whipping that one around. He was needing a 4.85, locks in a 4. So now he's only chasing a 3.51 if he's able to find a wave that offers him the same opportunity as that last one. He could be moving on through to the next round, but we'll just have to see. He is in the 4th priority rotation, so he's either going to have to find a wave under priority, or he's going to, need to stick a little bit wider.
Yeah, his life has definitely got a bit easier with that 4. I really liked that second turn on that wave. But yeah, if I was red, I think my plan would change now. With second priority, I definitely would be sitting on white. But yeah, that is up to Kenta, how he wants to play his card. He could also want to sit there and improve his scoreline. There's 2 ways he could definitely apply pressure to white and green. Blue is sitting out there in a great position with that 5.75 and the 3 and first priority. So Raiha Onu is looking right at home here in India. And then we've got Ismail. He's our sole Maldivian surfer, looking for that 5.1. We haven't seen too much from our surfer in green in this heat, only the 2 scoring rides. So hopefully our surfer in green will get another opportunity. I think maybe he's had a few priority mistakes. He has only got those 2 waves, but he's been sitting out there for quite some time, but is in 3rd priority. So we probably haven't seen it, but I think maybe there would have been a few paddles for waves that unfortunately he would have missed. And this is our heat leader, Raiha, just showing us what he's got, trying to replace that 3-point ride onto his 4th maneuver. A little layback for that one, and again. So we'll see if that betters his 3.
Yeah, well, Laiha was waiting for a while. He's only had those 2 waves. We saw him wait for quite a while at the start of the heat to lock in that 3 and then back it up with a 5.75. So we'll wait and see what that score locks in as. There is 3.5 to go. We saw that next heat paddling out. Rio Inaba in the red. Taki Kanazawa in the blue. Nyoman Mukti in the white from Indonesia. And Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives in the green. So some nice surfing there from Laiha. Locks in at a 3.95, so that betters his position in the lead, so makes it a little bit harder for Kenta to take that lead off him. Kenta in the red chasing a 5.46 to go to first, but William Bush looking for a 3.51 to challenge for second place, and Ismail looking for a 5.1 to progress on through to the round of 32, which may be coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We're yet to see what is going to happen. Out there is Ismail, a quick in and out there. So he wasn't liking the look of that section, so he kicks out of that one. He knows the type of wave he's looking for to get that 5.1, so we'll see if he has another opportunity, although, you know, he's back in fourth priority. So the other surfers may not allow him to get a wave the last 2 minutes of this heat. Kenta Ishikawa sitting in second place has first priority. William Bush up and riding on that one. Wow, he was looking for a 3.51. Looks like first indications of the score aren't going to be enough, just a throwaway. So maybe William was trying to sell Kenta on a wave.
Yeah, I think that potentially could have been a little bit of a mistake from William. There is definitely two approaches to surfing a heat out here today. One is catch lots of waves and create rhythm, and two is sit and wait for the sets. I think if William, you know, we got a 4 on that bigger wave, and here he is. I thought we could see someone surfing. So he's looking for a 3.51. It'll be great to get a replay of the surfer in white. But yeah, I think that wave prior, that 0.5 that he locked in, he definitely probably could have waited for a bit of a bigger wave. There wasn't a need to go that wave.
Yeah.
And that last one locking in at a 2.5. So again, not enough. He needs a 3.51. Still enough time. It's a very quick paddle out. He'll be back out there with just over 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and there could be the potential of picking up a wider one as well on the paddle back out. But I have no doubt that Kenta is probably powering his way to William to try and stop him from getting any waves. A 3.51 is definitely a doable score, but 45 seconds isn't too much time to get back out the back and back on a set. So we'll see how the back end of this heat plays out with 35 seconds to go. Laiha has had an absolute blitzer of a heat, a 5.75 and a 3.95 in the lead. He waited a little while to get underway, and then Kenta in second has that first priority, trying to stop William Bush, who's sitting in third chasing a 3.51, but we're coming down to 15 seconds to go, and Ismail looking for a 5.1, but with just on 5 seconds to go, is there going to be enough time for William and Ismail to get a wave? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. So it looks like Laiha, Ono and Kenta Ishikawa will be moving on through to the next round for the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We just saw Raya Onu take out the last heat from Kenta Ishikawa. In the water right now, Rio Inaba, Taki Kanazawa, Nyoman Mukti, and Yusuf Zaki. And this is Taki Kanazawa, tall, powerful Japanese surfer in blue. Rio Inaba kicked off proceedings with a 3.5 to move into the lead. Newman Mukti, I think that's Blackie Sethiawan. Yep, that was Blackie, quickly in and out.
We just saw red play the priority card over white Nyoman on that one, so that was a close call. Be interesting to see a replay on that so you can check it out. They came very close to each other. This is green Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives. He was pretty impressive yesterday. He got that 5.5, backed it up with a 3, one of the highest scores we saw yesterday, and he's still young, still really young. So I'm excited to see him compete again today.
Yeah, the Tri-Nations of surfing around here, India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives, they have sort of teamed up. Those three countries surf competitively against each other quite a lot. Rio Inaba's second score came in at 2. That puts him further ahead in the lead. Taki Kanazawa, a 2.5. Still waiting on a score for Blackie Sethiawan, who's the Indonesian surfer in white. And Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives just has a 0.6 to his name at the moment.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow heat in the last heat, but we saw two very different approaches. That's William Bush, the surfer in white from USA. He was turn lots of waves. That was his approach. Unfortunately, right at the end there, he probably should have sat and waited, but the heat winner, Raya Onu, he sat and waited till about 15 minutes to go and locked in a 5.75.
Alright, so 26 minutes to run. I think we've sent Daiwako off to have a chat with Raya Ono. Looking forward to having that. We've got Dai out here at this event to try and do a few post-heat interviews, because in the past with a lot of the Japanese surfers who struggle with the English, it's a bit of a missed opportunity to get to know some of our competitors. So great thinking from the powers that be to get the bilingual and very well spoken, charming, handsome Daiwako along here to do a bit of translating for us and introduce a few more of our Japanese competitors. I'm really excited to find out a little bit more about some of these incredible surfers throughout the course of this event.
That is our heat winner from round 48, heat 4, Raya Onu from Shona, just an hour drive south of Tokyo.
Have you been to Japan?
I haven't, no. I would love to go though.
It's the best.
It's definitely on the bucket list, but so was India, so I'm just lapping this up right now. And hopefully Taiwan. Would love to go there too.
Just in the Maldives and Sri Lanka as well.
I was last week, yep. Done a lot of travelling since the start of June really. Did it almost a month in Indo. Was home for about a week and then almost another 3 and a bit weeks away in the Maldives and Sri Lanka. And then here I am, back in India.
How good.
I know, it's a pretty good life. No complaints from me.
And are you working or studying to make all of this happen at the same time?
I'm not studying, but I am working doing freelance journalism so I can make money on the road. And then I do have a job back home with the great Darren Hanley. I just work at his factory, and yeah, he's probably the best boss to have in the surf industry. Because
sanding or glassing or
no
setting fins?
No, I work in the back end, so the more marketing and creative side of all of the DHD. So when
I thought you were going to talk about tails.
No.
I work in the swallowtail department.
I work in swallowtails? No. But no, yeah, best boss to have, because if I go away and I'm like, I'm going for a surf comp, he's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there'd be a few guys who do that. Did Jacob Wilcox do a bit of time in the factory there?
Yep, so Jacob comes in a fair bit when he's home.
That Liam, is not home.
Oh, sorry. in his East Coast home.
When he's
when
on
he
the
has
Gold
his
Coast, yep,
East Coast
sure.
car.
Of course, Jacob is
It is not home.
the pride of Western Australia, alongside with Jack Robinson, who just provisionally qualified for the Olympics. So watch out, Jack Robinson winning gold for Australia at the Paris Olympics 2024 and becoming Australia's biggest surf star in the process.
Calling it early, and I actually have to agree with you on that. His skills out there are beyond.
I've also been calling Corley Vast winning it for a long, long time as well, but I'm going to hedge my bets. Those two are going to meet in the final.
Yeah, Corley's been pretty impressive out there for years now. Watching him charge, it's been pretty scary to watch, but pretty fun and interesting at the same time.
Yeah, made it into quarters already at this event. Made it to the final last time. And speaking of winners, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who is with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, guys. Alright, so it sounds like a few troubles crossing to Daiwako. We did just see Taki Kanazawa teeing off on that wave. We can see the surfers a little snugger up against the wall now. So I don't know if the tide is sort of shifting the takeoff and the peak around a little bit. I'd love to see this point in full cry, just running down the beach.
Yeah, heard little whispers that Saturday might be okay.
Okay, hang on. We have Daiwako on screen right now. Take it away, lads.
I'm here with last hit winner, Laiha Ono. おめでとうございます。最初の前半戦、かなり波を待っている印象だったんですが、どういう状況だったかちょっと教えていただけますか？
そうですね、結構沖に結構波があるって思っちゃってて、でも結構なんかその波3本とも乗れなかったから、ちょっとここで待とっかなって思ってたんですけど、でも急に波がこう手前に変わった気がしたんで、そこからちょっと15分待ったけどミドルの波乗ってって感じだったですね。
途中から作戦を変更してミドルの波で5点、その時の気持ちをちょっと聞かせてもらえますか？
そうですね、石川健太君が行くかなと思ってたんですけど、プライオリティ持ってたんでちょっとちっちゃかったから、とりあえずでもアンダープライオリティでこれ乗っとこうと思ったらいい波でした。
So for the first 15 minutes he couldn't have a wave. His original plan was to get a big set, but in the middle of the heat he changed the plan to getting the middle size of the wave, and he got the score, and that's how he changed his plan through the heat. 今回、インドは初めての滞在ですか？
初めてです。
印象を聞かせてもらえますか？
そうですね、結構思ってたよりももうちょいなんかこう治安が悪そうな国だと思ってたんですけど、めちゃくちゃ人もいいしご飯も美味しいし波もいいっていう、なんかこう最高だなって思ったっすね。
So this is his first visit in India, and he was kind of shocked with the culture first, but now he's having good time with good people, good waves, good food. He's having good time here in India. Any message to the Japanese people or like sponsors in Japan? 日本の方へ何かメッセージがあればお願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。とりあえずラウンド1こう通過できて、多分次もまたあると思うんですけど、こうまあ自分のこうサーフィンして楽しみながらやっていきたいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you guys. Back to you guys.
Daiwako with Raya Onu, winner of the last heat. I really loved that. That is fantastic to finally get a little bit of insight from the Japanese surfers that we've been lacking in the past. So yeah, that was really cool. Fantastic interview. Good to hear a little bit more about the tactics at play. And yeah, this is an event where I think it's going to be a culture shock for everyone. I spoke to Danny Widianto from Kuta Bali before. He'd come here once before to surf at Kovalam up to the point, but for 90% of the non-Indian competitors and pretty much 100% of the staff, it's first time here in India. We all came here not knowing what to expect, And so far, I think everyone is over the moon.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying my time here, and this is currently our heat winner, Taki Kanazawa. So while we were in the break with the interview, he locked in a 5.25 and a 2.5 white Nyoman. He has a 3.9 and a 2.65. Rio looking for a 3.06 and Yusuf a 5.2. So lots had happened during our interview break there, but I thought that was great. I thought that was amazing. The fact that Dai was able to talk to Raiha just about his heat win, and I think that made everything just a little bit more fun and a bit more diverse. I definitely love knowing how the Japanese are going around here and how they feel about the culture and everything. Unfortunately, with some of them there is a language barrier, so to be able to have that translation was pretty cool.
Yeah, looking forward to getting to know a lot more of our Japanese competitors as we go deeper into the draw. The Japanese are such a strong cohort in the world surfing scene at the moment. Their women in particular, and Jesse, you would have seen this coming up against them a lot, as we see the beautiful Shore Temple in the foreground right there. The sort of QS and soon to be on the Challengers, the Japanese contingent on the women's side are so strong.
Yeah, they're strong. They're definitely scary competitors to come up against. You know, we're lucky enough that we get to compete against them at Krui, and last year they came over and competed at our Newcastle Surfest event. And it's always a hard draw when you pull any Japanese competitor. Their technique is impeccable, and their competitive drive and skill is also quite daunting. So I actually really love surfing against the Japanese. I think they push all of us. I'm excited to compete against them again and more in the future.
All right, this looks like Rio Inaba taking off on his backhand. He's a big, powerful, strapping lad, and that was a big, powerful turn to get things going. Second one held him up a little bit. Now he puts the foot down once again. He's bashing away as this wave continues to run down the line, and he is out of there. He's only chasing a 3.06 to jump up to second, and he will have done that. 16 minutes to run. Where's Amuro Suzuki these days? Because she won a World Junior, and then she was, all ready to go and replace Carissa Moore, who'd planned on taking 2020 off. And then instead the world took 2020 off, and everything got cancelled because of the pandemic. And Amuro missed her shot at the championship tour, and then I haven't really seen much of her since. Is she still on the Challengers?
Yeah, so she does
That's
Challenger.
an incredible shot, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
but
that's
that
okay.
is the Shore Temple right here in Mahabalipuram. It's just a stunning building. There's another beach in the background, and if you head a little bit further down, you'll go past the lighthouse, and then eventually you'll end up at the Chariot Hotel, who are accommodating us this week.
So Amuro, she had a shot for the challenges, for the CT, and then everyone took 2020 off. She still does challenges every now and then. I don't know though, she hasn't consistently been competing. She's definitely come very close to qualifying multiple times, so it'd be a real shame if we didn't get to see more of Amuro.
She's an incredible surfer.
Yeah, she is, and she's just so powerful and technically class, I would say.
Yeah, she won that World Junior title at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Really powerful display on her backhand in quite punchy conditions. And she was ecstatic. We got her in the booth for a big chat after she won that title. And I'll tell you what, we could have done with Dai Wacko alongside us to translate, because neither of us had a clue what was going on.
She's super lovely, but it definitely is a bit of a language barrier on both ends for us and her. But I'd love to see more of her competing. It's been a while since I think we've seen her in Arashi from my knowledge, but she definitely is one of my favourite surfers. So with under 14 minutes, we are under halfway for this heat. So Rio, his last wave for those 3 punchy backhand Rios was a 6.5. So best score we've seen today. This is Nyoman. Second turn on this one, looking for a 3.86 to jump Taki Kawazawa. So Rio looking in that 6.5. A 3.5 to back that one up. Taki Kanazawa has the second highest score of the heat, that 5.25, but only a 2.5 back up. Hence why Nyoman only needs the 3.86.
I was surfing with Nyoman yesterday, otherwise known to everyone in Bali as Blackie, and he was saying that before he was born, his parents came to India and they bathed themselves in the Ganges River and prayed that they would have children, and he turned up about a year later.
What a beautiful story.
Yeah. So he said he's feels like he's almost back in the motherland, because this is where his parents sort of prayed and hoped that they'd be blessed with children.
Our social media guy and filming guy who's here, Noah, he just recently bathed in the Ganges as well. So who knows what he prayed for, but I'm sure it'll come through. It's a pretty powerful place here in India, so I'd love to get there one day myself.
Yeah, and you can check out everything that Noah Fuzi is up to on the WSL QS Instagram. He's running around with his camera, filming all sorts of little bits and pieces and interviews with surfers, and getting a little bit of behind the scenes vibe check material. So go to Instagram, WSL.QS is the account for where a lot of this stuff's going to turn up. Noah's one of the best skaters in Australia.
Yes.
He's insane.
I did know this. And a very, very talented guy behind the lens too. So a man of many talents, but so is Nyoman, or Blackie as you say everyone calls him. He locked in that 4.4. So he's moved to second. Blue, Taki Kanazawa, looking for that 3.05 now. And not much from surfer in green, Yusuf. Yesterday he came out of the gate swinging with that 5.5. Very talented surfer from the Maldives region. He needs a 6.95, so it's not out of reach for him. I'd love to see a little bit more consistency through the lineup. I'm hoping that the conditions will get better so that we can see more from all of our surfers competing. I actually love being in an all-Asian region event, just seeing, how they all operate, the friendship groups and everything. Lucky enough that some of the Japanese women came to the temple kind of walk that we did the other day, so it was really nice to hang out with them. That was our surfer in green, Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives. Locking in, looking like a small score, but it will go into his top two. We'll wait for that one to drop. There it is, a 1.45. So he'd be looking to get the ball rolling sometime soon with just over 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, Rio Inaba, the 6.5. That's definitely the wave that counts the most in this heat so far. Blackie has a 4.4 and a 3.9. He won't be feeling comfortable because Taki Kanazawa in third has 5.25. Only needs a 3.05 to leapfrog Blackie into the two advancing positions. And Yusuf Zaki has some work to do. Currently chasing a 6.85, but you would imagine that Rio, Yusuf Blackie, Satyawan and Taki Kanazawa are all going to upgrade their two-wave totals over the remaining 9.5 minutes of this heat. Up next, Noah Arkfeld is the surfer in red. Arashi Kato is in blue. Ajish Ali and Nihish Varun is the surfer in green.
Yeah, two of the Indian surfers who progressed through yesterday, they were all pretty impressive, actually, the Indian caliber of surfing. We do have two seeded into the round of 32. And we were talking to Mumu, and he was saying that they're India's two best surfers. So I'm excited to see them and their caliber of surfing. It's all been a massive learning experience, I think, for everyone. And yeah, I can't wait for the WSL to come back here in years to come. It is a beautiful spot. It's pretty surreal surfing next to a temple. It's hundreds of years old, and turns out we're actually surfing next to a lot of them, with the 6 of the 7 submerged out from where we're surfing. Looks like a wave might be approaching our competitors out there. It is. Hopefully we can see the surfers on the wave. It was Red, Rio and Naba taking this one, using priority over White and finishing that one off with a nice and strong, powerful backhand Rio. So he was looking to improve his 3.5. We'll see what he did before that finishing turn, but if it was anything like that last turn, I definitely think he'll improve the 3.5. Newman back out there with third priority now. Unfortunately, Red using his priority over that one, and that was a pretty good wave.
All right, 7.5 minutes to go. It's coming up to 9:30 local time. It's already steaming hot out there, so we're in for another scorcher. Did it rain last night?
I don't think so.
I don't think it did. We had a biblical thunderstorm a couple of nights ago, but generally pretty hot and dry around these parts.
Rio improving his score, locking in a 3.9 for that last one, so only just marginally, making Nyeoman's life a little bit harder, looking for a 6.01 now, and Blue sitting pretty with priority with that 3.05, so not looking for a lot at all.
Have you been going with the food so far?
I've been really enjoying it, and I thought I'd be struggling more, but I really been loving all of it. This is Taki using up his first priority, looking for a 3.05 to put him back into second place. Unfortunately, coming off the back, it looked like a bit more of a slower wave, that one. It wasn't really as steep as we've seen the ones that Rio has been on.
Only needs a 3.05 to get up to second, so he'll go very close there. Beautiful drone shot of the arena, of course the Shore Temple that we are lucky enough to be surfing at the base of. Here goes Blackie on his forehand. Very casual style. And chops away at this one, slides inside Horse's Rock, and he is out of there. So little by little, the surfers are building on their scores. Taki Kanazawa's last one came in at 2.75, so not quite enough for second. Yeah, you're a veggie. There's a lot of options in India for your kind, as we see Rio and Arba throw the tail, not quite right out of that reverse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure majority of Chennai and the south of India is actually vegetarian. So there's heaps of vegetarian options here. And it's good, you know, you come to India and it is what you expect to eat: curries, rice, naan. But I've been loving it. I love Indian food at home. I thought I'd be struggling with the spices more, but it's actually not that spicy. The food in Sri Lanka was definitely a lot spicier than this.
Careful what you wish for. I think we're being served a very friendly,
yeah,
like a foreigner-friendly version of things. Because every now and then, if you go a little bit off script and you try something that's maybe not aimed at you, straight fire.
Yeah, I know. We ate local Sri Lankan food, and while I was over there, the people who we travelled with and showed us Sri Lanka, they basically were like, no, the food's spicier in Sri Lanka. So I was like, all right, I'm going to eat the spiciest food I can over here, and I'll be prepared for India.
Yeah, the first night in the restaurant, I went to order a curry, and it had the little chili symbol next to it that suggests it might be a little bit spicy, and I asked the waiter, how spicy is this? And he looked at me and he said, not for you. And then he said, look, maybe, he pointed me in the direction of a chicken tikka masala, and I was like, yep, love that, sounds good. He's like, this one's not spicy. And then it was a bit on.
It was a bit on.
And I was like, wow, this is the entry level stuff.
This is the not spicy one.
Yeah. I don't know what the other one would have done to me, but having said that, the food is delicious. just so much flavour.
So much. And the food's very bright and colourful.
Mm.
You know, there's no dull dish that comes out. They're all very yellow or very orange or very green. So, yeah, I'm kind of loving all the colours as well of the food.
Okay, 3.5 minutes to go. Rio Inaba's last wave was a 2.55. Would have been significantly greater if he could have ridden out of that reverse. And the scoreboard is still Rio and Blackie 1-2. Only just Taki Kanazawa has second priority. He only needs a 3.3. There's 3 minutes remaining, so it's a little bit of a battle for second at the moment. And don't write off Yusuf Zaki. He needs a 7.1 to get up to second. 3 minutes to run.
Yeah, Yusuf was such a standout for me yesterday. You know, he was a really solid surfer. So I'm hoping that he gets to show us what he can do on his last wave so that the viewers watching can get a glimpse of, you know, Yusuf's talent. And then, yeah, I'm intrigued to see how it goes between blue and white and green. It looks like there might be a wave coming. No takers, and no priority change at this point in time. If I was blue and white, I'd probably be freaking out.
Don't freak out. Keep me cool. Keep me cool. Got to remain zen around these parts.
Looks like maybe there might be a wave coming. The surfer's paddling deep. Norman playing the sell card. It looks like he's paddled himself inside of all the other competitors. 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. That current, you can see how strong that current is. None of the surfers are actually up behind the rock where the usual takeoff is. Even yesterday, my heat, I actually was struggling to stay in the one spot. The current was very strong.
90 seconds to go. All 4 surfers pretty much shoulder to shoulder. It's just Blackie who snuck off to the inside. He's got third priority. He's going to see if he can't find something that sneaks underneath. There's 3 opponents.
Green, unfortunately, losing priority paddling for that last one. So things might be opening up for Taki to see if he can get that 3.3. It's just the consistency of the waves, whether the ocean is on his side today or not.
All right, here goes Taki Kanazawa. He's chasing a 3.3. He did get vertical. We haven't seen a whole lot of that so far today. It was only the couple of quick turns, but they were pretty strong ones. Where are the judges going to go with this? 30 seconds to go. He's chasing a 3.3. Let's have a look at the replay, hopefully, and see if we can't quite decipher what the judges might make of this one. Here's the replay. Talk us through it, Jessie.
Yeah, so just an inside one, check turn into that one maneuver. So all the scores will lie into that last one. We are still, nothing's dropped yet, so we are still waiting. Time has run out.
All right, we know that Rio Inaba has won the heat. Here goes Blackie. Will he be sailing through to the next round, or will he be bowing out? We're waiting on a score to drop in for Taki Kanazawa. We saw the replay of it. He's looking for a 3.3. First turn was okay. Second turn, he got vertical, drove his board up into the lip. And it was a little bit of variety because a lot of what we've seen so far today has been quite flat. He's chasing a 3.3. Surfers in the next heat will be on hold. A 3.35. And unfortunately, Blackie Setiawan bows out by the narrowest of margins, 0.05. And it is the 2 Japanese progressing to the round of 24. Okay, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. Back with more action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open right after this. Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is Heat 6, the round of 48. Crispin's in the booth. Great pleasure to be joined by Arun Vasu, the president of the Surfing Federation of India. Arun, thank you very much for having us.
No, it's thank you guys for coming here and doing this. It's we're really thrilled to have WSL here. It's taken a long time to have this event, but this is epic. You're all amazing. We are thrilled.
How long ago did you first sort of come up with the idea and start thinking that maybe the WSL would be open to an event like this?
So it's been work in progress. Of course, the last 10 years we've been pushing surfing, basically introducing surfing to India, it's more like it, and focusing on getting more surf schools on the West Coast and East Coast. The last, I think, since we've run two Asian level events here in the past, 2015 and 19, I think, which was a good start for us. But the last 2-3 years, we've been wondering that we have to have a WSL event here, and the Mahabalipuram, or Mahab's Point, as we call it, is one of the most consistent we have. Yes, it's not firing like it usually does, but I'm really hopeful with the window we have that really we get some phenomenal waves.
Fantastic. And we saw the national titles held at Kovalam in the lead up to this. Huge festival on the weekend.
Yeah, it's we didn't want to shock you guys. I know you just arrived that day, but again, it's the festival started in a very small way in 2013, where we probably had about 1,000 people who came for it, and it was more to promote surfing, because we felt if somebody who doesn't know surfing and they come and see 4 people bobbing in the water, they're not going to think much. So we had to create the excitement around it with music and yoga and food and all that. So now it attracts, I think this year we had about close to 30,000 people who came for the festival.
Yeah, it was massive. There was obviously surfing in the water, rock bands on stage, there were yoga demonstrations going on. Guys were winning motorbikes for winning events. It was incredible.
Yeah, the prizes, well, we have a great sponsor, Java, who came in last year, and they're really excited. They love the idea of, surf with the boards.
And that's one of your boys right now, Ajish Ali, Indian surfer. Tell us a little bit about the two Indian surfers in the water right now.
Yeah, so Ajish is from Kovalam, where the festival was, and Nitesh is from Mahabalipuram. Ajish is actually, he was on the Indian team who we sent. The TT group sponsored them. They went for the World Games for the first ever time. India was at the World Games in El Salvador. So he was part of the 4-member team, and also was at the Asian Surfing Championship in Maldives.
Oh, fantastic. All right, bit of a quick exchange right now. Arashi Kato, he just dropped a 3.25. This is Noah Arkfeld, the Filipino surfer. And then this was the best wave of the exchange, Ajish Ali, a 3.85, and that puts him into the lead. So we had a pretty momentous occasion yesterday when Sanjay Selvamani became the first Indian to win a heat at the WSL level. That must have been a fantastic moment.
Yeah, no, he was also part of the Indian team that went, and just watching it live on YouTube and WSL, gave me goosebumps. We normally are watching WSL events all over the world, and then to see that, Sanjay was the one who won the heat was really overwhelming. It's a great moment for us.
And on Indian Independence Day at that.
Perfect day.
If we make it to the finals, if it happens to run on the weekend coming up, can we expect a big crowd down here on the beach?
No, definitely. I think the excitement is all over, and the Tamil Nadu government has really come with a huge support. There's a lot of hype for this because it's the first time ever that it's happening in India. So yes, on the weekend you can expect a crowd.
Oh, good. All right. This looks like Ajish, our heat leader, Flying down the line, showing why he was on the national team. Did well not to dig the nose in. Rode out of that turn. He's linked this one through the inside. Goes past Horse's Rock. And kicks out. So that's going to be a second score. Will it dislodge his 2.2 and upgrade his lead? Let you know once the judges punch in some numbers. And Arun, tell us a little bit about your own surfing journey. Are you a surfer?
So I have to admit, firstly, I'm a windsurfer. I windsurfed all my life, and surfing came in much later, probably the last 12, 13 years. And I got into this more as a social project where we, wanted to give the fishermen, another means to life rather than fishing, which is really tough. So we started with a few fishermen in Kovalam village. And now, all of them who've moved on from us, there are about 12 surf schools just in Kovalam.
And do you find the surf schools mainly cater to Indians, or are you getting a lot of backpackers and tourists who come down and feel like India would be a great place to learn to surf?
Yeah, the majority are Indians, but yes, there is a lot of expats and tourists who pass by, so that's definitely helping.
How good. And obviously on the west coast, around Goa, there's a lot more of a backpacking scene as well, and I hear there's a lot of surf schools over there as well. I think we're getting ready to throw down to Dai Wacko, who is having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Rio Inaba.
I'm with Rio Inaba, the last heat winner. お疲れ様でした。ヒートのことを聞く前に少しサーフボードでトラブルがあったっていうふうに聞いたんですけど、実は今朝まで届いてなかったようで、どのようなことが起こってしまったんですか？
着いたのがもう4日前なんですけど、インド着いて空港に板が来てなくて、多分どっかのトランジットでなくなっちゃってみたいな。でそれからずっと来なくて、で今日の朝やっと届きました。
じゃあ今のヒートがほぼ初サーフということでしょうか？
ほぼ初ですね。
So before talk about the heat, he actually lost his surfboard at the airport, and he's been here 4 days, but this morning was his first surf ever in India, and he got through. じゃあちょっとヒートのことについて、お聞きしたいと思うんですけど、初サーフということでなかなかトリッキーなコンディションが続いているんですが、どんなコンディションでしたか？
やっぱ思ったより波がちっちゃくて、でパワーもなくて、なんかすごい最初は手こずって1本目2本目ぐらい結構変なサーフィンしちゃったんですけど、でもセットちょっと大きめの波に乗れれば、なんとかターンは入れれるかなっていう感じでしたね。
6.5 の波、セットだったけどそこまで壁が張っているようないい波ではなかったように感じたんですが、波で 6.5、 ご自身でどういうお考えをお持ちですか？
頑張りましたね。なんか結構寝てる波だったんですけど、一発目のカーブした時に結構スピードがついてくれたんで、それで最後のセクションに合わせれたんでよかったです。
さすがでした。Well, it was his first surf in India.In his heat, so he was kind of struggling with this tricky condition, but he was expecting bigger size when he was checking the surf. But once he was in the water, it was actually small and actually doesn't have any power on the wave. But once he got the 6.5, he feels great and getting on the good lane. And on the 6.5 ride, it didn't offer too much and didn't have steeper wall, but his first down project speed a little bit more, generate speed a little bit more so that he could finish off the last turn. So 日本の方に何かメッセージがあったり、スポンサーの方にメッセージがあったりしたら、一言お願いいたします。
とりあえずやっと板来てちゃんとサーフィンできるんで、しっかり頑張って優勝します。
ありがとうございました。Thank you guys. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai Wacko, with the winner of the last heat, Rio Inaba. He is a big lump of a lad, and he's got a very powerful backhand that he put into full effect. And as he was just saying there, struggled a little bit to get the tempo of the waves. You know, he's a big boy, needs a lot of push, and having his surfboards not turn up for 4 days is not ideal ever. So his first surf in India was that heat right then. Great little story, and thanks to Di for taking care of that interview. And Arun, are you getting great feedback from all the surfers who've turned up here? From, like 95% of us are coming to India for the first time and are just having the time of our lives. Has that been the consistent feedback from everyone?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's happy to be here. It's, I mean, one thing for sure, India is very hospitable, and the food's great. So, and we've got a great location here. So,
that was Ajish Ali, the Indian from up the road at Kovalam, still going, working this way all the way through the inside. That's going to be a great score. Might get you to talk through the replay if it pops up on the screen, because that looked like a pretty fluent performance from start to finish.
now that's he's the one thing for the Indians is this is their home ground, and they do know these waves better than anybody else. So that's a nice ride on for Ajish.
He's really milking it too. He wasn't going to give up on it. Got every last fraction of a point out of that one, and we're still waiting on a number to come. We're still waiting on a score for Arashi Kato as well, current heat leader, and Noah Arkfeld, the Filipino, has a number to drop. And, tell us a little bit about the general public and in India, their awareness of surfing, and since surfing was admitted to the Olympics, does it seem something that people know a lot more about or recognise a little bit more?
So, I mean, like I said, it's grown year on year, and I think, yes, during the pandemic, I mean, the good part of it, or the other flip side of it, was that everybody, wanted to be safe, and the best place was on the water. So in India, surfing grew like 300%. Everyone was out. So the awareness of surfing, that was the moment for us. And the number of schools that we have in India also kind of more than doubled. But from a perspective of, India is so large, and most of the coastal states is where we've been, focusing on surfing. We have been pushing a lot with stand-up paddle a bit, and we are trying to go more interior India on lakes, which will again create more awareness. So from the government support point of view, yes, Olympics is what excited them, a medal is what excited them. So we are happy. I mean, as long as we're getting the support, we are happy.
Tell us a little bit about the demographics of India, because I think Chennai is 12 million people maybe?
They may be doubled in the last year. I don't know.
That's half the population of Australia.
Yeah. So
and if India's a billion?
Yeah, we're past China now. I think we are at 1.2 billion now.
And how many of them would live on the coast?
I don't have the exact figure, but I think the interior parts, the population is much more. Chennai is probably the fourth most populated, or fourth or fifth most populated in India. It is one of the oldest town because it's an old port city, and as we call them, one of the metros. So so a lot of the industries are here. In fact, we have a huge Japanese population here. We have 800 Japanese population working here. We have a lot of close ties with Japan on business. So yeah, so it's we did send out a message to all the Japanese here, saying to come to cheer for their countrymen.
Oh, fantastic! And Chennai used to be called Madras.
Madras, yes, that was the old name during the British time, and a lot of the cities, they've changed the name over the years. But yes, some of us still refer it as Madras.
So my grandparents got married in Madras Cathedral 79 years ago.
Wow!
On Sunday.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah. So my dad's told me I need to go to the cathedral
absolutely.
and see the book where they've signed their names and that kind of thing. So.
That's yeah. So I should say welcome back then.
Well, I've always dreamt of coming here. So yeah, when I saw that this event was added to the WSL roster, I fired off a few emails straight away saying that I was available, willing, and keen to come.
Now that's a beautiful story. Yes, yeah. You should visit the cathedral.
Yeah, well, if we get a lay day. It's crazy though. Chennai is 60 kilometres from here, and it's about an hour and a half's drive.
Yeah, the traffic gets bad, but it's better to leave early morning or in the afternoon. But yeah, it's what it is.
And then you head south. You get to Pondicherry. There's a surfing scene down there as well, I believe.
Yeah. So apart from Kovalong, Mahabalipuram, Pondicherry, and Auroville as such, which is right outside Pondicherry, surfing has been there for quite some time. We do get some good monsoon swells there, and it's an old French colony, so it's very pretty. There are 4 roads that have all these old colonial buildings,
and made famous more recently in the book The Life of Pi.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, this looks like Noah Arkfeld, the Filipino surfer in the red jersey, kicking out of that one. Arashi Kato's last wave came in at a 4.55, so he has a pair of 4s to sit in the lead with an 8.8 two-wave total. Ajish Ali is sitting second. His last wave was his best. A 4.5 sees him into one of the 2 advancing positions. Noah Arkfeld and Nitish Varun are hot on their heels, chasing a 3.91 and a 5.6 respectively to try get up into first and second and lock in that spot in the round of 24. Up next in Heat 7, Satish Saravanan comes up against Shohei Kato, Sivaraj Babu and Sajak Kumar. So that is, I think we've got 3 Indians in that heat. 3 Indians and the 1 lone Japanese surfer. Here goes Noah Arkfeld, the Filipino. Hit a little bit of backwash possibly that came off the rock and got bounced right before the rock. So he'll be checking his board to make sure that everything's intact as he heads back out. A little bit of push. Definitely conditions are picking up on what we saw early on this morning. It's still early in the day, not even 10 o'clock local time. And we are going to go into the round of 24 at the conclusion of Heat 8 in this round. So the call has been made. Competition is going to keep on rolling.
Yeah, as far as competitive surfing, we've, the last 2 years we've been pushing more, for athletes and getting them out, getting them coaches. So this year has been a big jump for us. We've had a South African coach, Pat Renault, who was with the team before the World Games. So he was training with them in Sri Lanka, and then we sent them for a while to Maldives. So it's been a good progressive year, and now to end that with the WSL is a huge win.
Yeah, fantastic. I believe there's a bit of a sort of tri-nations going on between the Maldives, Sri Lanka and India. The 3 countries, share the region and will end up competing against each other and traveling a lot together.
Yeah, so we wanted to kick that off, and so we just started it here, though the conditions weren't great. But we're really trying to look at close collaboration with the 2 other countries, because I think India, once we get our act together, the support and the backing resources should come from India, and Maldives and Sri Lanka have fantastic waves, reef breaks, and I think the Indians need to get out more. They need to train outside. And of course, also Bali is around the corner. So we're trying to build on that, work together. And I think, do what the Japanese are doing at the moment.
Yeah, they're pretty handy here. Speaking of, this is Arashi Kato, heat leader in the blue jersey. And he's not done yet. Hits the end section and signs off. Very polished wave from start to finish there. And is there a healthy rivalry between the Indian surfers and the Sri Lankans?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, they're, both Sri Lankans and Maldives. They've come here before for a lot of our competitions. And, they're very sweet. Both countries are beautiful countries, very friendly people. So yes, it's a healthy competition, but we do help each other.
I'm not sure if it's a healthy rivalry, but Australia is playing England in the Women's World Cup soccer semi-finals later on this afternoon. And I was talking to Jonty Rhodes, of all people, yesterday, who said he's going to try and line up a television for everyone to...
He's passed on the
watch the
responsibility to me, so
Oh,
it's
has he?
being arranged. Now again, talking about Jonty, I mean, he's an amazing guy. I mean, he's a hero in his own rights with the cricket, but his passion for surfing, and he's been with us from the first time we started the Kovalong competition here, and he's the surf ambassador for SFI. So he's a great guy.
Yeah, so for anyone who's tuning in who doesn't know what we're talking about, South African cricketing legend Jonty Rhodes is, I believe, on the board of your Surfing Federation of India.
He's the surf ambassador for us, yes.
And he has played a lot of cricket in India. He also coaches a lot of cricket in India on the IPL, and he's a megastar. And keen surfer as well, coming from South Africa, surfed around Durban and lives in Cape Town these days, loves getting in the water. He confessed the other day he spends a bit more time on a longboard than a shortboard these days, but given the conditions here in India, maybe sometimes that's the best option anyway. But he is, a very unlikely character I wasn't expecting to see around the event, but, a high-level sports star like Jonty Rhodes, bringing his enthusiasm for surfing and enthusiasm to India together is just a fantastic godsend for you guys.
No, it's like I said. I mean, he's been a rock-solid support. And initially, we really needed that push, and just to get people out to the beach, we needed a cricketer to get them to the beach. But he's fantastic. His fan following is huge. He really wants to, make surfing grow, and now with the competitions coming, I mean, he's also over the moon about the WSL event.
Jonty's obviously spent a lot of his life in, high-level sports programs, and knows that those kinds of things exist in South Africa and definitely in Australia for surfing. Does him bringing his sports sort of knowledge and genius into surfing legitimise it a lot in the eyes of the mainstream as well, that someone like Jonty, recognises how authentic surfing is at the highest level?
No, absolutely, because surfing is still so new, and to convince the sports and the ministry, and it's difficult because they we can't blame them because they don't understand. So that's been a journey we've taken the last few years, and with someone like him saying you guys need to support surfing, they definitely listen to him rather than us screaming on top of a building. So it's a big plus having him on board.
You must be incredibly excited just at the potential that India has, both as a surfing destination and then as a surfing nation in general. The level in the water is fantastic, and just the enthusiasm and the conditions you have here. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, no, it ticks all the boxes, and we keep joking here. I mean, we know Sachin Tendulkar and Dhoni, who are our big heroes in cricket. We just said all they have to do is hold a surfboard and the whole nation would surf. But I don't think we have enough points at the moment, surf points, to get people out. But it's catching on, and I really believe the next 3 to 5 years is going to be a huge surf scene in India. It already is, and it's growing.
MS Dhoni played for Chennai, didn't he? Super Kings?
Yes, he was also he was the captain of the Indian team, and of course the Chennai Super Kings. He's been heading it for years, and he's amazing.
What are the chances of getting King Kohli in the water sometime soon?
I met him recently, and I asked him. I said, "Why don't you come down and surf?" Well, the biggest problem is he doesn't swim, so we can't. We'll have to figure that one out.
That's incredible to think that a sportsman of his caliber can't swim. That's especially as an Australian, that's such a foreign concept. All right, this is Arashi Kato. He is our heat leader in the blue jersey. He's got a 5.1 for his previous wave. That's the high score for the heat. He's got a 4.55 as his backup. In second place, Ajish Ali, a 4.5 and a 3.85. See him narrowly in front of Noah Arkfeld from the Philippines. And it would be awesome to see Ajish surf his way through to the round of 24. And then Natish Varun is sitting in fourth place with just under 3 minutes to go.
Now this is a huge opportunity for the Indian surfers. I don't know if they realize the platform that is being provided now, but I think this is going to be a game changer, and they see the level in which they have to push themselves to. So it's amazing. I mean, we as a team we're all really excited about this event.
Everything's a learning experience as well. We've been going to Taiwan for probably 10 years with WSL events over the last decade, and you just see year on year the level of surfing, the standard picks up and gets better and better, and all of a sudden there's a handful of Taiwanese surfers that get through to the second round, and then the year after there's a handful that get through to the third round, and even in your losses you learn the ins and outs of wave selection, the priority game, how to hold on to a lead, how to wait for a wave, all these kinds of things that you just can't pick up if you only ever watch a webcast. So competing at the highest level, it's also a reality check sometimes when you come up against guys who are incredible and make it look easy, because it definitely looks easy on TV, but then when you're in the water it's a whole new ball game. It's very, very exciting time for the Indian surfers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a reality check is good for everybody. I think the levels outside, they need to know where they have to push, but it's growing. I mean, the last 2 years the level of Indian surfing has really gone up. We hope in another few years we should be on the top of the WSL ranking somewhere.
Why not? How have things been going? You've obviously been competing on the ISAs as well. There was a team that went to El Salvador.
Yeah, so that was, like I said, the first time that Indian surfing team has ever gone. Again, it's a huge platform. The Indians were really welcomed. I think there's a documentary coming out on them as well. So everybody is, just to announce India as a surfing nation was a big step. So everyone's really excited, really nice about it. So I think that's, being out there, you learn a lot. Like you said, it's you got to go out there and free surfing is so different from competitive surfing. So I think that's what they're all realizing this year.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a surprise. It's a huge country, tons of money, lots of coastline, plenty of people. Why can't you be fantastic at surfing?
We just need the 1% budget of what's going to cricket and we'll be set.
Let's make it happen. All right, that was Heat 6. Our winner was Arashi Kato from Japan, but he was joined in the next round by Ajish Ali from right here in India. I was joined by Arun Vasu, President of the Surfing Federation of India. That was fantastic, mate. Thanks for coming in and having a chat. We're going to go to a quick break.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back with more action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open right after this.
And welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. In the water we have the round of 48, heat 7. Satish Saravanan in the red, Shohei Kato in the blue, Sivaraj Babu in the white, and then Saija Kamal S is in the green. So we have 3 Indian surfers in this heat and a Japanese surfer as well. So Dai, I saw you out there a little bit earlier talking to a couple of the Japanese surfers, about the conditions and their heats, and what was the general consensus about what the waves are like?
Everyone's saying it's really tricky out there. It's kind of when they check in the waves, it looks better, but once in the water, it just you don't know where to sit and waiting for the waves. So it must be so hard out there.
Yeah, it does look tricky, but they seem to be making it look really well as well on the waves. It looks fun. We do have a couple of really good Indian surfers out there as well. Sivaraj Babu is probably one of the best Indian surfers in the country. I think he's in the top 3 or top 4, which is pretty great. We do have a couple of small scores, a 265 for Shohei
Kato, he is originally from Tokyo, central Tokyo area, and he always surfs in Chiba area, and he does skating as well.
Oh, wow.
He's really good at skating.
No way.
Doing airs and all the tricks.
Does he compete for skating as well?
I don't think he competes, but he just doing it for fun.
For fun, yeah.
So that's why he's very good at air game as well. So we might be able to see him doing air reverse or something today.
Oh, cool. I hope so. Well, Satish Saravanan, we've got a little profile here on him. So he's 26 years old. He was brought up in Kovalam, Tamil Nadu. So he comes from a fishing community in that same village. So he works as a fisherman, but he's always been interested in surfing. So when he got to see it first back in 2011. And ever since then, he would always try and find time to surf every day. So it seems like the Indian surfers are just really loving the lifestyle that the ocean and surfing can provide.
Loving the ocean, pretty much.
Yes.
Fishing in the morning, like early in the morning, surfing during the day, and then going fishing again at the night time.
Yeah. Early wake-ups, late to bed, but, that's what you do when you love a sport as beautiful as this one. We also have Saija Kamal out there as well. So he is also an Indian surfer, and Satish Saravanan. So there's some pretty amazing Indian surfers. That last score of Shohei locked in at a 2.5. Where is Shohei Kato from?
He's from Tokyo area.
Tokyo.
Yeah, it's central Tokyo area, and he surfs in Chiba area. It's kind of near Tokyo. Maybe like an hour and a half drive from Tokyo area, and actually where the Tokyo Olympics was held.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That's so cool. And so he'd be feeling comfortable in these conditions. Was he around when was he able to watch the Tokyo Olympics?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was there to watch the Olympic Games.
Amazing. Wow, that's so cool. That would have been a bit of an eye-opener.
True.
And here we go. Looks like Sivaraj Babu, surfer in the top 4 of the Indian surfing community. Some really nice, stylish surfing there from the Indian as he puts that one up for a finish, but he'll kick out there. I thought he was going to try and find a little bonus section, but that wave not offering too much. He looked super energetic on that wave, so we'll wait and see what that score locks in as with 24 minutes to go.
So if I talk about a little bit of, here comes the replay of the last wave from white. Nice projection and vertical actions from the surfer of white, and finish off nicely. if I talk about Shohei, he's still young. He's an up and coming young surfer from Japan. He's only 19 years of age from Tokyo, and he's ranking 16th on the ranking right now.
Wow, that's incredible.
And he actually does really well in Japanese pro circuit as well as the WSL event.
Wow, here we go. Some live action there from Saija Kamura. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. Getting a little bit caught up on that one. That's really interesting. So he's only 19. And he's ranked 16th on the tour. So this is a big event. If he can do well in this one, then he'll increase his position in the rankings.
Absolutely. And I believe that this year is pretty much his first year for the decent WSL, like a bigger event.
Oh, wow.
But he's doing great.
Yeah, he is. He's doing incredible so far. Well, we have had a few scores locked in. That first for Sivaraj locked in at a 3.5. Shohei has a 2.65 and a 2.5 in the lead. And a couple of small scores. Satish has a 1.5. Here he is up and riding right on cue. Deep bottom turn there and puts it up, and he'll kick out.
Been watching last few heats, and I've noticed that all the Indian surfers have using their knowledge of the area, so that they getting good waves.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier today as well. The local Indian surfers just, they seem to be finding the best waves out there.
Exactly.
Just using that local knowledge, and and they're going to town on the waves as well, which is exciting to see.
Absolutely.
So waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. That last of Satish, a 1.8. He's chasing a 1.71 now to go to second, and Saija Kamura looking for a 2.71. So Sivaraj has a 3.5. Here we go, Shohei up and riding. Looking comfortable on his feet out here. Puts it up there for a nice finish. Gets a little bit of a release on that last turn as well. He'd be feeling pretty happy with that one.
That was a nice finish from the surfer in blue. He went for up above the lip. He only did one decent turn, but he will get decent score for that. Here comes a replay. Nice connecting turns. Down the line projection. Nice up above the rip. That was a nice finish.
Yeah, that was a really nice finish from Shohei. That last wave of Sivaraj locked in at a 2.25, so that momentarily took him up into the lead. But we're waiting on that last wave of blue to come through. So we've got just about 20 minutes to go, so 10 minutes already down in this heat. It's gone quite quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's been quick.
Yeah.
It's already been 10 minutes. Wow.
All right, that last score locked in for Shohei. Locked in at 4.35, so that takes him into the lead. He has a 4.35 and a 2.65, so Sivaraj Babu is down in second, has a 3.5 and a 2.25. He needs a 3.51 to go to first, and Satish Saravanan has a 1.8 and a 1.5. He needs a 3.95 to go to second, and Saija Kamura S has a 0.8 and a 0.65. He needs a 4.95, but has some small scores locked on the board so far in this heat. And looks like we have Chris Binns with the last heat winner, Arashi Kato.
Yeah, congratulations on the heat win, mate.
Thank you so much.
Tell us about the conditions out there. It looks kind of fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. When you catch right waves, still like rideable. So I'm still focusing to catch a good waves.
This is your first time to India. Pleasantly surprised by the quality of the waves?
Yeah, I was so surprised. I don't have no idea India has like these kind of waves, but I'm so stoked to be here.
It's pretty exciting too. All the local guys are saying like, it's not that good. It can get a lot better.
Yeah, yesterday was more smaller, but today it's bigger. So we are kind of psyched to surfing. Yeah.
Second place in your heat just then was Ajish Ali, the Indian surfer. Are you surprised and excited to see that the Indian surfing has got this level already?
Yeah, he's surfing so good and he catch so many good waves. So I was so surprised, and then I was so like confused when he catch waves in the inside the break. So I was so confused, but I catch good waves. So I'm so happy.
There's a rock in the middle of the lineup. Tell us about that.
It's so hard to when hit the waves, the rocks gives a backwash swell. So sometimes so hard, but when you catch good waves, like super fun.
All right, I can't tell if you're still wet from your heat or just drooping with sweat, so we'll let you go, but congratulations. Any last words in Japanese to friends and family back home?
Thank you so much.
In Japanese? Yeah, there you go. All right, back up to you guys in the box. Congrats, mate.
Thank you so much, Binzi. Well, that was Arashi Kato, the last heat winner. So no change to the situation that we've had. We got Sivaraj locked in at 3.3. So he's chasing a 3.51 to go to first. And it was interesting that Arashi seemed a little bit confused about, or maybe, was surprised that Ajish Ali was, choosing those smaller waves in that heat.
Exactly what we were talking about before. All the locals using their knowledge that they know where to sit and they know which one to catch. And the inside one is really tricky. And you really can't tell if this wave goes good or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in and out there was for Sivaraj. But yeah, the locals, they just seem to be really confident in, the waves that they're choosing and what's coming through. And I think that's definitely showing through with the amount of Indian surfers that we've seen progress through this event. The next round is the round of 32 for the men, which we will be going into after the completion of this round. So after this heat, one more heat of the round of 48, then the round of 32 will start, which is exciting.
I'm so excited to see the top seeds coming in on the way and lots of more great actions.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll have plenty of amazing heats to come through. Even just a couple of names looking at, we've got Joe Azuchi, Hiroto Arai. There's so many amazing Ketut Agus from Indonesia, Tenchi Iwami coming up. So it's some pretty solid surfers coming through in that next round, Dai.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to see some air games from these guys.
Yeah, hopefully they can take to the sky for sure.
Yeah.
It'll be exciting to see that bit of a variety. Here we go, Satish in and out there for the Indian surfer. That wave not offering too much. He needs a 5, so he'll get back out there and try and regroup. But Shohei is sitting in a position where, he'd be feeling somewhat comfortable with the best wave of the heat if he can better that back up.
Yeah, he must be so comfortable right now with the 4.35 in this tricky condition. If you have 4.35, then you just gotta wait for another good one. And you have 15 minutes of the heat. That's plenty of time for another opportunity.
Yeah, plenty of time. Here we go. Sivaraj up and riding again. Nice roundhouse cut back there. Puts it straight up in the lip. And brings it around again for another one. That drone angle just showing the wave there. So Sivaraj makes his way back out. You can see him right near that rock. That's where the wave kind of starts to die out a little bit. So he'll make his way back out the back. But some nice surfing there from Sivaraj. As I said before, I believe he's ranked 4th in the Indian surfing world. Yeah, which is pretty incredible. So we'll see some waves. That last wave locked in at a 2.85 for Sivaraj, so that did not go into his top 2. But still pretty seamless surfing. I think just the size of the wave maybe capped that score. Wow, and Sayaja Kamur opts to go left. So one nice turn there from the Indian surfer. We'll see what that comes through as, Dai.
Haven't really seen surfers going left today. Yesterday we have seen some a few people going left and get some scores, but wow, he found the left.
Yeah, he found the left. I feel like goofy footers always find a left somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
You're goofy. Are you goofy?
I am.
You are, yeah.
Always looking for the goofies.
Yeah.
Left.
Always looking for the lefts.
So what's the surf conditions like right now compared to this morning?
Yeah, I think it's getting a little bit better. It still looks really clean out there. The wind hasn't come up too much, which is nice. It is pretty warm out there, so you can see everyone hiding under the shade in that Red Bull tent area or under the umbrellas there. So it's getting quite hot. So if you can, save yourself from the sun, it's great. But the waves look really fun. They seem to be lining up a little bit more. This is Satish up and riding. He's trying to connect his way through with this one and puts it up there for a nice turn. He'll kick out.
That must be his best score so far. He only got 1.5 and 1.8 in hand. But the last wave from Red, that must be his best score so far.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. That comes through. Yeah, you're right, a 1.95, so best wave for Satish so far. Just on 12 and a half minutes to go. Looks like we've got a replay here, Di.
Nice projection from the up to down, and nice finish of the last maneuver.
So Satish locking in his best wave so far. Just over 12 minutes to go in this one. So, as we mentioned before, Satish is, he's from a fishing community in the same village in Kovalam, Tamil Nadu. He's had a couple of pretty decent results. He got third last year in the Indian Surf Open, so he's third in the country. And then he's had a couple of firsts in 2013, 2014, and 2017, and pretty much hasn't placed lower than a fifth in his years of competing. He loves singing and dancing, and he also writes songs as well, which is really amazing. So he says that getting to represent India at the WSL gives him an immense honor and pride, and he hopes that he's able to live up to it and make his country and his village proud as well, which I think he's doing far.
Doing it right now.
Alright, this looks like Saija Kamur up and riding on his backhand. Nice connection there, and again for another one. He's looking for a 4.35. He'll kick out. We'll see what that locks in as. Just under 11 minutes to go. We've not seen Shohei get away for a little while, so I'm hoping to see him wait for a set and really unleash on that.
He's been quiet for a couple of minutes, but he's just probably sitting there just waiting for the right ones coming through to get the best, the best score. So I think his plan is hopefully working out. Just over 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, that last wave of Saija Kimura 2.05, that did not go into his top two. He's looking for a 4.35 to go to second, and Satish chasing a 4.85 to go to second with just on 10 minutes to go. So this heat counting down very quickly. We can see the conditions are still really clean. There's waves coming through. You've just got to, be on those best waves to get scores over fours and above. And here we go. Satish up and riding in and out for that one. Not really liking the look there. But those 30 minutes, so I feel like that extra 10 minutes in these heats is a bit of a blessing.
For surfers, yes, it is a blessing. And another left coming.
Unfortunately goes down.
How he managed to put two turns in such a tight sections.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff from Saija Kamur.
But for those surfers in green and red, they need 4.35 and 4.85. For those scores, I think they need to get the bigger waves. They have to select bigger waves and better waves to get their scores, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, they pretty much need the best waves of the heat. Here we go, Shohei up and riding a nice looking wave.
Wow.
Nice connection there for that second turn, getting a bit of release and puts it up there for a third. A little foam climb, and maybe he was hoping to see if he could get a connection through the end section. He's still going with this one.
Still
that
going.
board is just flying through these flatter sections here as he patiently waits for this one to stand up. Unfortunately, it just doesn't quite do that. So he'll get back out the back. But that was some really nice surfing from Shohei. What do you think, Dai?
I really loved the second turn, what
Yeah.
he did on the second turn. He just threw the tail and just finger released. That's why, because here's the replay. Nice carving. This one, I love the second turn of his turn. And because he got the better maneuver in the second, that's why he wanted to finish off the wave nicely. But unfortunately, he couldn't find a section, and the wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, he looked like he was really eager to keep going. But the wave just died out, unfortunately. But I still feel like, yeah, there it is. Locks in at his best wave, a 5.0 for last of Shohei. So that makes the requirement for Sivaraj Babu a little bit difficult. He's chasing a 5.85 to go to first. Saija Kamor still chasing a 4.35, and Satish looking for that 4.85. They got 7 minutes to do it, and they're sitting in first and second priority. So they're sitting in a really good position right now, Dai.
For surfing blue, Shohei, yeah, he's sitting in a comfortable position right now. But for surfing white, must feel uncomfortable. Just over 6 minutes, and there will be sets coming through, and if the surfers in green and red catch them, they could get right scores to go to second. So waiting for the next exchange.
Yeah, well, 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Hopefully we'll see another exchange. You can see the temple to the right of screen there. That's one of the 7 shore temples. The other 6 are submerged. And Jesse was saying that apparently on a really low tide, you are just able to see the tip of one of the temples out to sea.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, she was saying yesterday. Here we go, another left for Saija Kamor. Unfortunately, that one just fading out quite quickly there for the Indian surfer, but...
Well, he knows where to sit to get a left.
Yeah, he knows where to sit. Maybe you might have to ask him.
Exactly.
Well, waiting on that last score. Last of Saija Kamora, 2.05. That was not enough. He's chasing that 4.35. Still got a little bit of time, although Sivaraj does have that first priority. So he's in a position where he can block Saija Kamor and Satish from getting the best waves.
Now is the time to use the priority wisely. Just over 5 minutes remaining.
Absolutely. Well, Shohei taking his time getting back out the back. He's sitting in a comfortable position with that 5 and a 4.35. He's probably in a space where, he's not needing to worry too much about, whether he wants to back up that 4.35, because I feel like Sivaraj is probably going to be more focused on Saija Kamor and Satish and stopping them from getting a 4.35 or that 4.85.
Absolutely. Probably for Shohei, trying to figure out where to sit, because if he gets through, he's gonna have another round this afternoon. So he might try something new. That would be great for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they can bring a little bit more variety and try something different.
Try something different.
One big turn there for Saija Kamor. Unfortunately unable to ride out, but I love the commitment. He knows he needs that 4.35, so he's going to have to go big to get that score. So he's in the right headspace, Dai.
Yes, he is. He's getting all the lefts, and which is pretty good, which has potential to get scores.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with those one big turners. You know, if he can nail one of those, he'll be definitely knocking on the door of that 4.35. So hopefully he gets another opportunity. He seems like he's the only one looking for those lefts. So I feel like, you know, he's in a space where no one's going to want to do that. So
True.
he can tap into a little market there and find that score.
All by himself.
Yeah, all by himself. Which you don't get that very often in heats. I feel like someone's always sitting on you.
Just over 3 minutes. It's pretty hard time for surfing white. Using priority and who to sit on with, because there's two surfers chasing the pretty much same scores. So it's hard to judge. It's hard to decide who to sit on.
Absolutely. Well, up and riding Sivaraj, unfortunately goes down. He used his priority on that one, so that was a little bit of a mistake. I mean, taking the wave off Satish, very smart, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on that one. So there's 2.5 minutes to go. There's enough time for Satish to potentially get another wave here. He's chasing that 4.85. We've got a couple of scores to lock in. And the score for Shohei coming through. First indications look pretty nice. We'll see if that improves his position. It doesn't. It locks in at a 4.25. So we weren't able to see that wave, but I'm sure he did some excellent surfing on that one.
Yes. But if we wanted to see a replay for the last wave of the blue.
Yes, hopefully we're able to find where that came from. So coming down to 1 minute 45. So time is running out in this one. Satish looking for a 4.85. Unfortunately, just missing that wave. So that priority changes to Sivaraj once again. So Sivaraj gets put into a position where he is able to sit on third or fourth. Saija Kamur is looking for a 4.35. Satish a 4.85 to progress through this heat. But regardless of that, the experience that Saija Kamur and Satish will have gotten in this heat is second to none. All right, we're coming down to 1 minute remaining in this one.
Oh, it's stressful time for all the three surfers in this heat.
Yeah, very stressful.
Very stressful.
Well, looks like Saija Kamur may have got a little wave there, but indications look like it's going to be a small score. Sivaraj still holding that first priority with 40 seconds to go. Looks like Satish up and riding. Is that going to be the score he's requiring to move up into second and progress through to the round of 32 later this afternoon? Doesn't look like it will be. So it looks like Shohei at this stage is looking pretty healthy to move on through to the round of 32 dice.
It's safe to say he's in a good position right now, just over the 10 seconds remaining.
Absolutely. Well, looks like the Japanese surfer will be moving on through to the round of 32 with Sivaraj Babu following him through as well, the Indian surfer. Some pretty impressive stuff there in that last heat for Heat 7. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, no, no. Ooh, no, 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 no.
Live at the Tamil Nadu International Open. This is the last heat of the round of 48. We have been ploughing through plenty of heats this morning. We've seen some pretty exceptional surfing from surfers from all around the world competing here in the Asian region, but we are into heat number 8. In the red we have Keanu Kamiyama, the blue Robert Magaluna, Joe Kennedy from Madagascar. He's up and riding on that one, our sole Madagascar surfer. And in the green, Manikandan from India. He actually placed second yesterday. He had a 5.5 and I believe a 3.5 as a backup. He was in the last heat of the men's yesterday and he was a pretty solid surfer. So yeah, it was all very exciting to watch the Indians compete for the first time yesterday here in the first ever WSL event. And this is Joe Kennedy, the Madagascar's best surfer. So he's at first wave, looking at a 1.5, but Manikandan locked in a 2-point ride for his first wave, the local boy here from Mahabalipuram. My name is Jessie Starling and I'm joined along my sister True.
Hi. Well, that last heat was pretty exciting to watch. So I feel like we have some good surfing coming through for the last heat of the round of 48. And Jessie, I'm really excited because we're going to be moving on through to the round of 32 as well for the men this afternoon. So Manikandan locks in at 2.0 on his first wave. And Joe, as you said, is the best surfer from Madagascar. So looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table in this heat.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Manikandan and his other amigo from here, both the boys local surfers 1 and 2 in the last heat of the round yesterday. And it looks like the conditions are definitely getting better. We've got blue up and riding. This is Robert Magaluna from the Philippines. Another pink railed board. We saw some pink railed boards this morning as well from the Philippines. So maybe this is a trend that we're seeing.
But a little bit of a good luck charm, maybe.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of my boards are pink, so I'm definitely going along with this trend too.
Well, waiting on those scores to lock in for first of Robert Magaluna. Looks like we've got the replay here that this goofy-footed surfer, nice strong first turn, checks it for a second one and lines it up for a solid-looking third turn there. And that one just fades out, so he kicks out so he doesn't have to paddle out too far. So just over 26 minutes to go. We have a couple of scores to lock in for Robert. This looks like the last heat's heat winner, Shohei Kato, making his way up the beach. We can see pretty much everyone wearing some thongs because that sand is pretty hot.
It would have been nice to know before running down the beach yesterday. I've never felt sand so hot in my life.
Yeah, it's pretty hot sand. But you know, hey, it forces you to work out a little bit, run.
I was running. I was like, oh my goodness. And then I was talking to the other girls that I was competing against and I was like, oh, the sand's really hot. They're like, yeah, it gets really hot here. You're better off like walking down and then sprinting up that short bit.
Yeah. Well, that first score of Robert locked in a 4.5 for the Filipino surfer.
Yeah, that's definitely a keeper, as we've seen in the previous heats all morning. A 4.5 is definitely a keeper. It's in some heats been the highest score of the heat. We have seen the highest score lock in today from Rio Inaba be a 6.5. So yeah, Robert probably be pretty happy to open up with a 4.5. Manikandan with the 2 and Joe Kennedy with a 1.5. And Keanu sitting out there with priority. Still no scores for him yet, but only 5 minutes gone.
Yeah, only 5 minutes. Here he is, right on cue. Keanu Kamiyama up and riding. Nice first turn to start and tags it for his second one. A solid 2-turn connection there from the Japanese surfer. So that, I feel like that's the first wave I've seen today with 2 vertical snaps back to back. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this number goes with the judges. 24.5 minutes to go. The Japanese surfer is underway in this heat. Just just waiting on that last score to come through. I'm looking forward to hearing what Shohei has to say about his heat and his experience here in Indonesia. We'll be talking with Dai Waiko soon. So just on 24 minutes to go. Jesse, what did you like about that last wave from Keanu?
Yeah, it was two really crisp, fast turns, and the judges rewarded it with a 5-point ride. So the best wave of the heat already blew with that 4.5, and he's just taking off on his second one, so we'll get that score to lock in. But two fast, committed, in the pocket turns. The judges keep it pretty simple for the athletes to know what they want. I love the boat sitting out behind the competitors and watching from behind. That's one of the fishing boats that goes out in the mornings, and depending on what type of season, they actually go night fishing too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see actually as well, the local community finding different ways to watch the surfing. That last wave of Robert locked in at a 3.5. So the surfer from the Philippines in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.5. Keanu Kamiyama opened up with that 5.0, so he's sitting in a position where he only needs a 3 to go to first. Manikandan I has a 2, chasing a 3.01 to go to second, and Joe Kennedy is sitting in fourth. He needs a 1.5, so he has a 1.5, he needs a 3.51 to go up into second. So as you mentioned, Joe is the best surfer in Madagascar. We were talking to him and his girlfriend Nora the other day at the opening ceremony, and they actually have a surf school in Madagascar. Actually, I think she said they have 4 or something like that. So they have a couple of surf schools throughout Madagascar where they teach people how to surf in the area, which I think is so amazing that, you know, this sport is going to different parts of the world, and you just see people, you know, loving it and wanting to share the lifestyle.
Yeah, it's one of those places that, similar to India, you know, you wouldn't think to go there for surfing competitions. But I definitely would love to see a Madagascar WSL event one day, and I'm sure Joe and his girlfriend Nora would love to see it too. I think it's a pretty special part of the world. Joe was such a lovely guy, and I was really excited to see him surf. So he's currently out there with second priority with over 21 minutes to go. So we'll definitely see him open up again and get a glimpse of what Madagascan surfing is like.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing the talent that he has. But Robert and Keanu are out to an early lead, you know, an early start there with the two best waves of the heat, a 5 and a 4.5. Keanu Kamiyama, of course, from Japan. And there we go, surfer. That was Manikandan, unfortunately coming unstuck. So he'll get back out the back. Still plenty of time, as you said before, Jesse. I feel like these 30-minute heats are just such a luxury, especially with the waves as they are.
Walking down, it's pretty nice to look at when you're walking down, and then when you come in, I think it's more of a grounding thing, and I think a lot of the competitors feel the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty incredible to be able to mix surfing with, you know, such a rich culture, especially here in India, and it's definitely been a place that I'm going to come back to for sure, to you know, enjoy the culture, enjoy the lifestyle a little bit more. The food is amazing. So we've got just under 20 minutes to go, and it looks like we have Dai out there with Shohei Kato, the last heat's heat winner. Down to you, Dai.
I'm with Shohei Kato, the last heat winner. お疲れ様です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
コンディションが結構変わってきてて、朝サーフィンしてる時と変わってきたと思うんですけど、ヒート最初前半1本乗って、そこから比較的ゆっくりなヒートだったと思いますが、どんな心境でヒートを迎えてましたか？
そうですね、本当とりあえず作戦はキープビジーって感じで、セットを待ちすぎないで最初は、ビルドアップって感じでどんどんスコア上げていこうかなって感じで乗ってって、何でもとりあえずトライしてって感じでやって、でその後スコア ちょっと足りてなかったんでいい波待とうかなって感じでゆっくりな感じでしたね。
So his original plan was to keep himself busy, get as many as he can, so that he can take the rhythm, and that's what he did in the first part of the heat. And once he get the score, he's just waiting for the right ones, and he got the backup score. インドは初めてですか？
はい、初めてです。
どうですか、インドの印象は？
インドの印象はまあなんか気候が意外と日本と似てるなって思って、俺はなんかもっともっと湿気強くて超暑いのかなと思ったんですけど、インド来る前日本もめちゃくちゃ暑かったんで、まあその暑さにも日本では慣れてたんで、フィーリング的にはいい感じです。
So this is his first trip to India, and he was expecting more heat, humid, but he feels like it's like home back in it's like a Japan back in home. So he feels really good. では日本の方や、スポンサーの方に向けて、メッセージがあればお願いします。
はい。初めてのインドですごい楽しみにしてきたこの大会なんで、すごい波も日本の波に似ててすごい今楽しめている状況なので、次も楽しんで頑張りたいと思います。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai. What an incredible translation there as well. I mean, Dai having to speak Japanese and then translate that back to the viewers that don't is pretty incredible. And Shohei seems like he's having a really great time here in India. He says it's not as hot as he thought. Seems like it's back, like similar to back home in Japan, which is great. He'd feel really comfortable here, and he'd feel like he's in a position where, you know, he doesn't need to stray too far away from, you know, the sunny parts along the beach.
Yeah, I really love the interview translations that we've got with Dai. You know, I reckon about 80% of the field is probably Japanese between both the men and the women. We'll get back to that. This is Keanu Kamiyama tagging away on his second ride. He was looking for a 3-point ride to put him back up into the lead. His first wave was a 5. He is showing pretty impressive surfing down here at Mahabalipuram, or Mahabs, as all the local guys have been calling it. But no, I've been absolutely loving Dai's interviews, and it's been nice to get to know the Japanese competitors, you know, because there is a bit of a language barrier there. I feel like, you know, we all smile and wave and hi, how are you? But it's really nice to actually get to know them and see how they're feeling. And we're all just similar people.
Absolutely. Everyone gets nervous before heats, and it's you know, this event is going to play really big. Will come into play, I guess, throughout the rest of the year for the Japanese competitors. It's important to them. It is a 3,000, this event. So, you know, these points are required in a way. If they can make it to the quarterfinals and above, then they're sitting in a good position on the rankings for the Asian Tour. That last wave for Keanu locked in at a 4.15. So 15 minutes to go in this one. Up and riding, Manikandan. One nice turn there. Unfortunately, he gets unstuck. So a small score to lock in for last of Manikandan. He is looking for a 6.0 to move up into second. And Joe is chasing a 6.5 to go to second. He has a 1.5 and a 1. But Robert Magaluna is sitting in second place. He has a 4.5 and a 3.5 from the Philippines. Chasing a 4.66 to go to first. And Keanu Kamiyama is out in front with the best wave of the heat, 5, and second best wave of 4.15. So he'd be feeling pretty good out there so far, Jessie.
Yeah, definitely red and blue have a hold down on this heat. I don't feel like green and white have been able to open up how they've wanted to. Here is our heat leader, red, Keanu, tagging down the line. This is one of the better looking waves, the shape that we're used to seeing here at Mahabs, that bowly right-hand Sri Lankan-esque point. And he's going to take this one past the rock. He likes the feel of it. He'll be back out there. I'd like to think that it'd better his 4.15, but then again, I am not a judge. Here is Manikandan.
Yeah, Manikandan, just a quick phone tap there. So just the one turn there for Manikandan. Unfortunately, maybe taking off a little bit too far down the point. We've got just under 14 minutes to go in this one.
In the next heat, we're actually going to see the first seeded Indian. And this is the replay of Keanu. So streaking down the line with those first 3 turns, throwing heaps of spray, showing us how good his small wave technique is. I love the coordination between the board short and the Rashi. Finishing that one off. It's still waiting for scores to lock in for that one. But here is... Oh, there's the rock.
Wow, well, Robert really pushing his luck there on that wave. Looks like he may have got a couple of turns done out the back as he kicks out, so we'll wait and see what that locks in as for Robert, and also waiting on that last score for Keanu. It was a pretty nice looking wave there for Keanu. And you were saying we're going to see the first seeded Indian surfer coming up, Jessie.
Yeah, so Ramesh Budihal will be coming up in round of 32, heat number 1. The heat after this. So this is our right now second place holder. Only 1 turn before avoiding the rock. So we'll wait for that score to drop in for both red and blue. But Ramesh will be taking on Joe Azuchi, Kian Martin and Filma Alipayo. So a complete international heat. Japanese, Indian, Sweden and a Filipino surfer.
Pretty exciting stuff coming up for that first heat. Up next. So we've got a big day today, 16 heats to run, about 8 hours of surfing.
That last wave for red was a 4.5, so it did better his situation. It didn't go above his highest score, which is a 5. So now making Robert's life a little bit harder. He has a 5.01. He's looking for a 5.01. Beg my pardon, because he's already got a 4.5 in his lineup.
Well, 11 and a half to go. Looks like Joe from Madagascar, having a look at this one, has a nice tapered wall ahead of him. Really nice carve to start there for Joe. Unfortunately, that wave not offering too much, but he got a little bit of release at the end of that one. So we'll see what that score locks in as. I liked the look of that turn. So that looks in at a 2 for the surfer in white. So that moves him actually up into 3rd position. He needs a 6 now to go to 2nd with 11 minutes to go. So he's still got time, JJ, to make the most of the opportunities that he has out there.
Yeah, that was a some really nice surfing from our surfer from the Madagascar. But yeah, I feel like if he can get a bigger one and string a few of those together, he'll definitely challenge that 6-point ride that he needs.
Yes, I agree. Well, 10 and a half minutes to go. Keanu Kamiyama in the lead with a 5 and a 4.5. Robert Magaluna sitting in 2nd. We saw him lock in that 4.5 on his first wave, backed it up straight away with a 3.5. He needs a 5.01 to go to 1st, and Joe locked in that 2 on that last wave. He needs a 6, and Manikandan also needs a 6 to go to 2nd. They're sitting in 3rd and 4th priority right now, so 1st and 2nd place holders have 1st and 2nd priority. So they're in a position where they could potentially better their second waves and make it a little bit harder for Joe and Manikandan to progress through to the next round, Jessie.
Yeah, they're definitely in a position to put pressure on the rest of the field. We are coming down to under 10 minutes. So 2/3 of this heat have slipped away. It's looking like, even though it's not as wave consistent, the actual quality of the waves that are coming through between the weights have been better. You know, this morning it was pretty slow and it was maybe every 1 and every 3 sets was good, but today now we're seeing almost every set be consistent. So we're seeing more score lines, as in 6.5s and 5.5s come into play. So yeah, I'm excited to move into the round of 32.
Yeah, I think I agree, Jessie. When we move through to that round, we'll see a couple of bigger scores lock in. Here we go. Current heat leader takes to the sky. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of that one, but great initiative there. We haven't really seen anyone do that just yet throughout the day. So some exciting stuff for Keanu, and hopefully on the cards for the rest of this heat. I mean, he has a 5 and a 4.5, so, and he's in the lead, so he's given himself the opportunity to be able to go into the air and get a little bit of variation and variety on his waves.
Yeah, I'd really love to see both white and green open up on a wave. You know, we saw Manikandan's talent yesterday. He is capable of locking in scores, like a 5.5. He had one in his lineup. He doesn't need much more than that right now. He needs a 6. So we know he's capable of it. And I'm just really intrigued by Joe Kennedy, you know. You just never hear too much about surfers coming out of Madagascar. So I just would love to see them on a few more waves and see them show off their capabilities and, yeah, give our audience a bit more of a show. But, yeah, we're just waiting for that swell to filter in still.
Yeah, we sure are. Well, we're coming down to 8 minutes to go in this one. And as the day has been rolling on, we've seen the conditions not really change too much. It's still pretty clean out there. The waves look really fun. There's definitely opportunities still coming through, which is why we're moving on through to the round of 32. Up next, we'll have Joe Azuchi. He'll be out there in the red. Ramesh Budihal in the blue. Kian Martin in the white. And Filma Alipayo is going to be in the green. So that is the first heat to start off the round of 32, which is going to be a really exciting one. As you said, we saw Kian get here 2 days ago from the Challenger Series event.
Yesterday
from the Challenger Series event. So he was wondering if, you know, we were going to run the men's round of 48 yesterday. We didn't know, and looks like we had someone up and riding. That is Manikandan just riding out of that last turn there. So getting a completion for the Indian surfer. So we'll wait and see what that score locks in as. 6.5 minutes to go here. Keanu Kamiyama still out in front. Robert Magaluna holding down second place. Both Manikandan and Joe chasing a 6.5. That last wave for Manikandan, a 1.9. That took him up into third position, but that was not enough to get him up into second. He needs a 6, and so does the surfer from Madagascar, Joe. He's also chasing a 6.0 as well. So 6 minutes to go, Jesse. Robert Magaluna's in a position where, you know, he's feeling somewhat comfortable, but maybe not to the point where he can just enjoy himself for the rest of the heat. He may need to, you know, better that backup score to make it harder for third and fourth.
Yeah, I definitely think Robert's in a position where he could make our surfers in green and white feel a little bit more nervous out there. It looks like he's up and riding, and wow, really critical first turn. Straight back into the pocket, and he wants to get more damage done, so he tags it again and again. Looking like he's going to try and finish this one off. This one bowling up the whole way through for him, so this is one of those wider peaks that we see come through every now and then. That was a great wave. He only needed a 5.01 for the lead, so I dare say he'll challenge for that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some really sharp and energetic surfing there. Looks like we've got someone up and riding out the back, coming on Sadaka, unfortunately, there. But yeah, that was some very energetic surfing from Robert Magaluna. Here we go. Watch the replay. Really nice first turn. Gets a fins free. He cuts back to the power source as he waits for this one to stand up again. And he's just playing it really patiently with this one, you know. He's able to identify what the wave's doing and where the best sections are coming from. Puts it up there for a nice little check snap to really unleash on this end section. So some solid surfing there from the surfer from the Philippines, Robert Magaluna. We'll wait and see what that comes through as. As you said, Jesse, he was only chasing a 5.01. So he is definitely going to challenge for that, potentially even the lead. He only needs to better a 3.5. So regardless, I feel like he's bettered that score.
Oh, absolutely. That 3.5 is long gone out of his scoreline. And initial indications are showing that it could be the best wave that we've seen in the entire event. The best score lock in. So we'll wait for Blue's score to lock in and we will update you. There's 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is our surfer from the Madagascar. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that last one, and there's the score for the last wave at Blue, a 7.25. That is the best score we've seen in our event so far. So Blue skyrockets out the front with a 7.25 and a 4.5. Here's Red to answer back. Nice first turn, check turn second, goes to the air for the third, and that backwash coming into play. So a lot going on in the last 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a situation change and a solid score locked in. That's 7.25, best wave of the day of the event so far. Although we do have a couple of more days, and I'm sure some more impressive surfing to come. So Robert Magaluna from the Philippines skyrockets into the lead with a 7.25 and a 4.5. Keanu Kamiyama, we saw him on that answer back. He's chasing a 6.76, but I'm loving the approach that he's got. So Manikandan and Joe both now chasing 7.5s to go up into second place. Looks like this is the drone replay for that last wave of Keanu. Nice first turn in the pocket. Quick speed wrap there as he lines it up for a nice air reverse. And as you said, Jesse, just unfortunately he gets caught up in that backwash and comes unstuck, but that would have been a really solid score to lock in for that last wave of Keanu. I really liked the approach that he had there.
Yeah, it was really fun and exciting to watch. You can see with the lower tide that the bank is pushing a little bit wider of the wall, and those wider sets are where we're seeing the big scores come through. They're the ones that have been linking through the best, and that's where Robert Magaluna got his 7.25. So yeah, green and white now looking for a pair of 7.5s each. So it's all getting very exciting in the last minute and a half. I'm sure Keanu would like to get another wave to answer back to Robert's 7.25, which is this on replay. So that first turn, that was the money turn for me. That was so crisp. He opened up strong, and then he kind of just got more damage done along the way. Just staying on his rail and pushing through that back foot the entire rest of the wave. And then he finishes this one off really nicely, really whippy, really strong.
Yeah, I agree, Jesse. I think he was just really able to connect so well with that wave, and he just was patient throughout the whole thing, but still had that energetic flair, that spark where, you didn't know what you were going to expect in the sections that were provided for him. So we are coming down to just under 1 minute to go in this heat. Joe Kennedy has the first priority. Here he is up and riding. He needs a 7.5. Nice first carve to start. And he's going to continue through with this one as he's racing it down the line, waiting for it to stand up. Unfortunately, that one just fizzles out in front of him. So 30 seconds to go, waiting on that score to lock in for last of Joe Kennedy. But Robert Magaluna really put on a show, getting a 7.25. Here he is, current heat leader up and riding. Looks like a bit of a victory lap there as he tags it for a finish. He would be feeling really nice coming in after that first heat for the Philippine surfer. And looks like that is the completion of Heat 8 for the round of 48 for the men here. Robert Magaluna takes the heat. Keanu Kamiyama coming in second. Those last few waves for Joe not coming into play, although it does take him up into third position. And Manikandan coming in fourth. So we will see Robert Magaluna and Keanu Kamiyama coming up later today in the next round. Here he is coming in. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back. Stay with us for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 types of current accounts. ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
I could walk on water and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. I could sell water to a well without breaking a sweat and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet.
The first place, national champion, Sheikha Bhatta is on center.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. That is Robert Magaluna making his way back up the beach and into the next round. In the water right now, Kian Martin from Sweden, Joe Azuki from Japan, Ramesh Bujal from here in India, and Filmar Alapeo is from the Philippines. So an incredibly multicultural heat in the water right now. This is the first heat of the round of 32. And we're slowly working our way through the draw. We're going to run 8 heats. And then that takes us down to the round of 16 next. From the round of 16 we go down to man-on-man action for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's all been pretty action-packed. That end to the last heat was exciting, to say the least. There was so many situation changes. The 7.25 highest score of the event was locked in. Thank you to Robert Magaluna, who True will be talking to pretty shortly. But yeah, we've got an international fair in this heat. Kian Martin from Sweden. And then, yeah, as you said, Joe Azuchi, Japan. Ramesh, India, our first seeded Indian surfer, coming up in this heat, and Filmar from the Philippines.
Yeah, keen to see how Ramesh goes, because we did see is it Arish before? Indian surfer put on a really great performance. Ajish Ali to take second after Arashi Kato. And so, yeah, the Indians are getting through the heats in their first ever event on home soil. That's great to see. Scores in the water right now. Kian Martin has a 4. Joe Azuki has a 2. That is Mahab's Point. We're here at Mahabalipuram, about 60 kilometres south of Chennai. 4th biggest city in India. 14 million people. Crazy.
It's such a large number to actually fathom. That's Kian Martin, our Swedish surfer who lives in Bali, up and riding on his second scoring ride. So we'll wait for that one to come in. But yeah, Kian, pretty cool story. He only actually got here yesterday. And when they were looking to running the men's round 2, he was first heat. We saw him compete this morning, and he just got off the plane, came from the airport with his board bags straight here. So he literally had his board bag down here ready to set some boards up in case he was surfing. They ended up calling it off because conditions dwindled a little bit yesterday afternoon, but he's done a lot of traveling. He was telling me he hasn't been home for 2 months, from Ballito to Huntington, and then now here to India, and then he goes home. It's the Red Bull sign. India Red Bull is one of the sponsors down here at the event. And yeah, they're providing shade because it's pretty hot down here.
It is damn hot. You ever been to the sun? That's how hot it is. And I've oversold Chennai. Its population is only 12.4 million.
Only.
Not 14 million. So pretty much bang on half of Australia. And it's the 6th biggest city in India. Okay, this is Filmar Alapeo on his backhand. And you can tell by his body language he was not enjoying the way that wave was heading. So tossed in the towel.
And it looks like Joe maybe got a quick up and out for Joe as well. So Ramesh, the Indian surfer, is out there with priority. I'm really excited to see his style, his surfing, and what he can bring to the table in this heat. Yesterday we spoke to Mumu, the local surf instructor. He's got a surf school down here, and he was, couldn't talk highly enough about the two Indian surfers that are seeded into this round. So it's Ramesh and Srikanth are seeded into the highest round you can be seeded in because they're seen as the two best surfers for India.
Yeah, he also told a really cool story about convincing pro surfing legend from the 90s, Brad Gerlach, to get out here once upon a time and run a little bit of coaching clinic with the local surfers. And they've still got a bit of a relationship that endures to this day.
Yeah, Brad's a legend. So to be able to get him down here would have been such a benefit to all of the local surfers around here.
All right, and just while we've got a little quick break in play, we're going to throw down to True Starling, who's with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Binzi. I'm here with the last heat's heat winner, Robert. You got that 7.25 in the middle of that heat. You'd be feeling pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that swim. I'm lucky. I get that swim, so I'm thankful, and I got 7 something. So yeah, I'm so happy.
Amazing, and that was your first heat here in India. How are you liking the area, and what's been your favourite thing about the place so far?
Yeah, I saw everybody here, and I'm happy also here in India. My first time, and yeah, it's so to be here, and I enjoy the spot here also.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for having a chat. Would you like to say hi to anyone back home?
Okay. And I speak. Yeah. To all Filipinos, salamat sa suporta, sa tiwala, tapos sa lahat ng tumulong, salamat sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko. Shout out kay Kuya Long. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, True Starling having a chat with Robert Magaluna, winner of the last heat, coming all the way from the Philippines to compete in this event. And talk us through his high-scoring wave. I missed that one.
Yeah, he locked in a 7.25, but I'll get back to that in a second because this is Ramesh Budhal's first wave, one of our seeded Indian surfers, carving back to the pocket a few times on this one, looking for an end section past the rock. And still connecting down the line, not offering him too much, so I'm sure he'll want to get back out there pretty quickly.
Just about in runaround territory down there.
Yeah, I'd say so. But no, Robert, he locked in a 7.25. He just got one of those wider ones that connected the whole way through. The first turn was really critical. This is the first turn of Ramesh. Really nice carving maneuver into another, and you can see the talent he possesses. It's just unfortunately this wave didn't give him much more to work with in the back end.
So my interview with Arashi Kato before, he was talking about the backwash that comes off the rock. Can sometimes throw a few little hiccups into a wave as you're surfing along it. So, yeah, we saw Ramesh just then navigating wide of the rock, surfing on the outside. Most of the surfers we've seen go underneath it so far. You don't really have a choice. The wave dictates your path. But here goes Filmar Alapeo, the big Filipino on his backhand. One turn, he's out of there. Wasn't impressed. Kian Martin, he dropped in a 6.5 for his last wave. That might have happened while we were doing our interview. I'm not sure I saw that. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay. It would be great to see how Kian's dropped that score. A 6.5 for the second last wave for the surfer from Sweden.
Yeah, he'd managed to lock in another 4 before then and then a 6.5, so he does have the 3 highest scores of this heat, even with one as a throwaway. and then managed to get another wave. So he's turning waves pretty quickly. 4 waves in 10 minutes in a 30-minute heat.
Yeah, I think I said earlier, I saw him doing heat drills yesterday on the beach with Rizal Tanjung and Rizal's son Varun. And then they were down there with Sky Brown and her dad Stu. And they had the stopwatches out and they were sprinting out off the beach, catching as many waves as they could, and Kian was all over the place. So, obviously got his eye in yesterday, decided that keeping busy would be his plan of attack this week at Mahabalipuram, and he is continuing that into the round of 32.
Yeah, I spoke to him this morning after he won his first heat, and he was saying that he slept in too late and he's still kind of struggling with the jet lag, seeing as he's literally been flying all over the world, and he felt almost dizzy this morning before his heat. But you can't really tell when you're dropping in 6 5s and 4s. It's hard to say that you feel dizzy because you're surfing to such a high standard. So Kian, with 18.5 minutes, is out in the lead. Filmer in second with a 2.15 and a 1.6. So he'll be looking to improve on that for sure. Ramesh's first wave was a 2.6. I'd love to see him up and riding on another. And Joe, quite quiet in this heat so far. Just a 2 and a 0.5, but we know his talent. There he is.
As if on cue, straight into action, the red jersey, the top seed, Joe Azuki. He probably fired off a couple of turns before we caught up with him. So it'll be great to see what he did with those. And he kind of looked like he didn't really have a clear path around the rock. So just hit the brakes, stalled, and got out of there to preserve body and board.
Yeah, we've been saying how much we thought that rock would come into play when the swell direction changed and the tide went out a little bit. So, yeah, Joe not being able to get around that one, but Robert, when he locked in that 7.25, he actually went in front of the rock, so the wave broke a little bit further out and just bent in perfectly around the rock.
I really like it. It's fantastic. Yeah, there's no reason why the wave pools, they couldn't sort of put in some features along the journey.
An obstacle course.
Anchor them to the bottom. You know, you could tie down a rail of some sort. We saw Julian Wilson do it for Red Bull Clip at Urban Surf in Melbourne years ago. They had real issues with that rail in that they were weighting it down with sandbags and the like, and I think had completely underestimated the power of the wave, because the rail that was this big welded steel contraption was flinging around all over the place. Needed to be anchored.
Looks like Joe having a look at this little inside one, and we'll get back to that in a second. From what it looks like, he didn't do much on it anyway. So almost at the halfway mark, we did see a flurry of waves at the start. Would love to see that 6.5 of Kian. That's a pretty big score. The second highest, on par with Rio and Naba's 6.5, but the second highest score of the day. So he must have got some damage done on it, because Rio's was pretty impressive.
All right, 16 minutes to go. We can see tide. The tide is definitely running out. Bit of action right now. This is Ramesh Budial, local surfer in the blue jersey. Couple of turns and he is out of there. That's going to be a second score. It's not going to take much to put him up to second. Still would love to see if we've got the 6.5 of Kian Martins. Here's Joe Azuki. He's hunting down the lead. Not to be on that wave. He's out of there.
Ramesh's last wave, even though it didn't offer him much, it was really nice surfing from what I could see in the first 2 turns. He looked really lively and sparky on his board. So we've got scores to lock in for all 4 surfers. We might even see a bit of a paddle battle back out there. Who can get priority? And it will come into play, you know. First, second and third priority. We are down to the halfway mark. So far, no scores locking in that are changing the situation. But we're waiting for one more of Ramesh, and I think we will have a situation change. Filmer, unfortunately, only locking in a 1.65. We know he can do a lot more than that. And there's Joe Azuchi's last wave, a 2.95, so he's in second. Ramesh, his last wave, a 2.6, so he only needs a 2.81. Filmer looking for a 3.25, so it's all very close at the moment.
Yeah, Kian with a fair bit of breathing space, and then it's just a knot between second, third, and fourth. Here goes Ramesh, local Indian surfer. He's flying down the line. Conditions seem to have cleaned up a little bit. Open face carve, skates past the rock. Gets a little end section, close out foam climb as well, and he is out of there. You can really see the potential of this wave. There's not much swell at the moment, but if it was just to come up a touch, some of those those cleaner faces really look like you could open the shoulders and do some work.
Yeah, it really reminds me of the Peanut Farm, a wave in Sri Lanka, and just the wave almost bends back at you before the rock, you know. And it is unfortunate we don't have the swell that we're hoping for right now, but yeah, I think I would love to come back when the swell was on here. Imagine this at 4 or 5 foot.
Oh.
So much fun.
It definitely barrels. Got it on good authority from a few locals who I've spoken to that tubes are available. Okay, last score came in for Filmer Alapeo at a 4.85. Joe Azuki, his last wave was his best, but only a 2.95. So Joe will not be happy right now. Wants to get moving. He's tied for third with the local surfer Ramesh Budihal, who has a 2.6 and a 2.8.
Yeah, Kian, as you said, really making some distance for himself. A 5.66 is the score needed to reach his position from green. Joe will be looking to change up his heat a little bit. This is almost out of character, I'd say, for Joe Azuchi. He's a pretty reliable and consistent competitor, but that's the perk of the 30-minute heats. There is still 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'd like to pick Dai's brains about Joe Azuki because he's one of the stars of Japanese surfing. Obviously, Kanoa Igarashi is flying the flag on the championship tour. He provisionally qualified for the Olympics today in Tahiti, as did indirectly a man we just saw surfing a heat a while ago, Rio Inaba, earned a spot for Japan today as well. I think Rio Wider needed to make one more heat at Chopu this morning to earn his spot. He got bounced in the round of 16, which meant that the next highest ranked surfer, Rio Inaba, is provisionally off to the Olympics.
Well, that's exciting for Rio. He showed us some pretty solid surfing. He's had a bit of a tough run over here in India the last few days, losing his board bag. It was only his first surf this morning in his heat, and he locked in a 6.5, one of the highest scores of today. So I'm glad a little bit of good is coming his way too.
Highs and lows of life on the road.
Yep.
1 minute you're in India with no boards. Next you're winning your first heat in your first surf in a new country. And then moments later you find out you've qualified for the Olympics. He's a big, stocky, goofy footer too, so he'd be licking his lips at getting to surf chopes with one other person out.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, even watching like the world's best and the CT at the moment take on Chopu. It's interesting to see how everyone else from all the different regions has got to go, you know, if it's massive, what's going to happen kind of thing. I touched on earlier, Safi, one of my friends, she qualified from New Zealand and she just got back from her first trip over there tackling the beast. And unfortunately, second session tore her MCL.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and she's a really capable surfer. She has a dig and, yeah, she's keen to go back, but she is out of the water for quite some time.
Oh. Will she be back in time for the Olympics next year?
She will. She'll be back.
Oh, that's terrible. And was it surfing big Chopu that she hurt herself?
It wasn't even big Chopu. It was small Chopu. Yeah, so I think she said it was about 2-3 foot.
Small chopes is terrifying.
Yeah.
It's so fast and it's so shallow and the water is so clear that you paddle in and all you can see is coral sort of laughing at you, saying, I'm going to tear your skin off.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. But, you know, she has a dig. A lot of us don't have much practice, you know, back-end bow riding. So I say put on the camp for a lot of them to go over there and learn how to surf that wave, because it is so dangerous, and I think they'll continue to do so, so that all the surfers are safe and know what they're doing over there.
Yeah, I think Billy Stammond went over as well, the fellow Kiwi representative.
Yep, Al Cleland went.
Yeah, Al Cleland just earned his spot as well. Geordie Smith provisionally qualified for South Africa today, which by the Chinese arithmetic that is the qualification process somehow means that Al Cleland from Mexico gets in too.
Well, Al will be pretty happy with that. Looks like we have a surfer, and it's Joe, looking for a 4.06 to get back into second.
Oh, that was a nice turn.
And that's what we're used to from Joe.
Oh. Okay, so game on. Joe Azuki currently down in fourth, but don't expect him to stay there for much longer. Precise, crisp, fast surfing from the Japanese star. Two of the better turns we've seen this morning, and they will link together beautifully. So looking for a good number to come in. Here goes Filmar Alapeo, big Filipino on his backhand. That wave didn't really cooperate.
That was his second turn. He got a turn out there before that, so I'd love to see the first turn and see what kind of damage he did on that. He is a strong surfer, and because of his size, I think you think he's struggling in the small conditions, but he's also making it look very fun and playful. This is the local boy.
Ramesh opening the shoulders. First turn was strong. Waves sort of flattening out a little bit, and the body language. He wasn't impressed. He wanted that one to stand up and allow him to tee off. Wasn't to be. So we are waiting for scores to drop for all four of our surfers. Key number here will be the one going in the red column next to Joe Azuki's name. I think we're going to see one of the best waves of the heat resulting for the man in red.
Yeah, I definitely think that'll make things harder for the surfers. Even in white, green and blue, you know, if Joe gets a good score and backs it up, he's pretty much a consistent surfer. So I think the more rhythm he builds, the more scores he'll lock in. So it could get pretty dangerous for the rest of the surfers. And it's a 6.9 for red. So he has locked in the highest score of the heat, and that's more like it from Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the way the judges went about it there. They rewarded the quality of turns. It wasn't the longest wave, but it was two crisp punches. A really strong combination from Joe Azuki. Just went whack, whack, and threw plenty of spray around the place on both turns. And the judges went, you know what? We like that a lot. We're going to give you a 6.9.
Yeah, only looking for a 3.6 now. So I dare say Kian's probably not feeling overly comfortable. Filmer, still that score to lock in for him. And this is Kian.
Yeah, he's looking to get rid of his 4 right now. Skating across the dead section. Does get the link up. Unfortunately, the wave peters out. So the good thing about a wave like this one at Mahab Point is it doesn't take long to get back out. And with a short period swell, there's going to be plenty of waves. So you can just have these little speculative looks. The first turn was pretty good. And then right about now, Kian would have been hoping that the wave stood up and gave him a couple of sections to hit. He realised that wasn't going to be the case, and he is out of there. 5 minutes 15 to run. Kian remains in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4. Joe Azuki has a 6.9, the best wave of the heat. He only needs a 3.6 to jump up into first. Filmar Alapeo needs a 5.01 to get up to second, and Ramesh Budial needs a 6.41 to get up to second. We are inside the final 5 minutes.
And Joe just got another good-looking wave from what I can see from this pullback shot. So he was looking for a 3.6, and from what I could see from here, definitely look like that. So hopefully we can get a close-up look. But I'm excited to see what that score comes in at. Kian's didn't go into his top 2, which we were both pretty sure that wasn't going to. But I reckon Joe might challenge for the lead now. So it leaves Filmer out there with first priority, and Ramesh, the local boy, you can see the frustration on his last wave. He wants to open up more. You can see his talent when he is connecting the turns, but yeah, unfortunately, he probably hasn't had the heat he's wanted. So I'm loving if he could get an opportunity to really showcase his surfing in the dying stages of this heat.
And that is the beautiful setting here at Mahabalipuram, the shore temple on the headland in the background. Many fishing boats, big Red Bull wigwam, courtesy of one of our sponsors. This event's been very well supported this week. First ever WSL event in India. And the local support has been very strong. Some of the sponsors include the TT Group. And we had Arun come in earlier, who is the president of the Surfing Federation of India. He also runs the TT Group. Jawa Yezdi Motorcycles, Score Condoms, Vidium Home Appliances. Kian Martin just pleading with the wave to get an opportunity. Wasn't to be.
Still waiting for Joe's score to drop. See if it puts him into the lead with 2.5 minutes. It's all very close. Kian itching to catch a few waves to secure his first place position. He does have a 6.5 and a 4. Joe Azuchi with a 6.9 and a 2.95. Early indications of that last wave are looking pretty good for the surfer of Joe. It's looking like we will get a situation change. There it is, a 7.25, so another 7.25, another highest score of the event we've seen so far. So Joe Azuchi into the lead, 7.25 and a 6.9. That is what we're used to seeing from him. Kian in second, a 6.5 and a 4. Filmer looking for a 5.66, and Ramesh, he was looking for a 7.05 on that one. I don't think it is, so we'll have to wait and see if our surfer in green and blue can get another opportunity, and I'm sure Kian will definitely play the defensive game.
Yep, so Kian hunting a 7.65. And, well, you called it, Jesse. Joe was languishing in fourth, but he sort of said he's never going to be far from the lead. And sure enough, a 6.9, a 7.25, a 14.15 total. I would imagine that's the best of the event to this point. And yeah, Japanese gun has come out blazing. This is Filmer Alapeo on his backhand. He's chasing a 5.66 to get up to second. Oh, he would love to have held on to that last turn. Not sure it would have been the score, but that last turn would have definitely asked the question of the judges. All right, here goes Kian Martin. He's on the hunt for a 7.65, or at least to try and build some space between himself and Filmer in third. He goes down on the end section as well. 25 seconds to go. I feel like Kian got the better of that exchange anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what the judges will go for green, because he did get a few nice backhand Rios before he... I think if he had landed it, it probably would have been close, but maybe it's just not there.
All right, so that's Joe Azuki. We're fairly certain that he's going to be taking the win and advancing through to the round of 24.
16.
16, beg your pardon.
And they're good points. They're great points.
They are. All right. We're just waiting on those last scores to drop in for Kian and Filmar.
என்னாச்சுப்பா?
பர்ஸ மறந்துட்டு போயிட்டேமா. வயசாயிடுச்சுல்ல. எனக்கு எதுக்குமா வாட்ச்?
இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல்பா. சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க் டெபிட் கார்டு வாட்ச். இனிமே நீங்க கேஷ் எடுக்காம போயிட்டா கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். இந்த வாட்ச்ல இருந்தே ஈஸியா பேமெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பேமெண்ட்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதும் COB ஆல் இன் ஒன் மொபைல் ஆப்ல இருந்து லாக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால இது ரொம்ப செக்யூர். அதோட இந்த வாட்ச்ல BP, ஆக்ஸிஜன் லெவல்ஸ் கூட செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அப்படியா? நான் உடனே கடை கிளம்புறேன்.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியா.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
All right, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Crispin's here alongside True Starling, and we just saw things tighten right up in the race for second in that last heat. Kian Martin just squeaking through by 0.25 after the last exchange. Joe Azuki comfortably out in the lead. 14.15 two-wave total, the best we've seen in the event to this point. And he did it in sort of 5 minutes, just two waves back to back, bang, bang. And a 6.9, a 7.25 were the result. We're going to send Dai Wacko down to have a chat with Joe and just find out what went down in the water. And then after that, in the next heat, Heat 3, Rinta Utu, Minojo Yahagi, Kairi Noro and Kenta Ishikawa. I think we're going to have Dai in here with Nao Imura to run a bilingual heat, mainly in Japanese, with a little bit of English thrown in.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to listening to that one as well. I think.
How is your Japanese?
You know, it'll be better after that heat. But yeah, definitely not great. How's yours?
Oh, terrible.
Yeah.
People say hello and thank you, and I know that Nomi Hodai means all you can drink.
Great. Love that.
All right, this is Toby Espion from the Philippines. A lot of the Filipino surfers riding pink surfboards in this event.
Yeah, we saw Robert Magaluna. He got a 725. He also had pink rail, I think, well, maybe orange rails on his board as well. But that was a really nice wave from Toby there. Really good start, and it looks like he connected with that wave really well. So he'd be feeling pretty good starting off in the round of 32.
Yeah, absolutely. And then once we get into the round of 16, no, sorry, this is the round of 32. These are the last of our seeded rounds. And then once we're into the round of 16, it's just progression from this round. That is Ramesh Bujal on the beach, the local Indian surfer, unfortunately not advancing, but he definitely put on a good show for himself and flew the Indonesian flag, the Indian flag with pride. That's Joe Azuki on the beach. Yeah, that sounds pretty hot. I'd be doing what Ramesh is, but Joe and the rest of his entourage, they got flip-flops. Very clever. They've walked on hot sand before.
Yeah, they were thinking ahead for that.
Okay, this is Toby Espion staying very busy. He just opened up with a 4.5, and that'll be his second score, extending his lead, but not a lot of maths needed to figure that one out. He's the only guy that scored a wave. When he catches two, his lead's going to be bigger.
That first wave for Toby was a 4.5. Backed it straight away with that 275. He'd be feeling pretty happy with that first score. And I tell you what, 4.5 seemed to be, you know, keepers throughout the heats today.
Yeah, expect that to change once we, get deeper into the draw. Usually the runner plays. By the time you get to the finals, it's sevens and eights, or catch you later. Okay, here goes Hiroto Arai. Hiroto, a bit like Joe Azuki, one of the Japanese guys who's been surfing at this level for a long, long time. I remember Hiroto all the way back in the World Juniors, back when they were in Kiama, New South Wales.
That's right.
And he's sort of been on the QS ever since. Second score comes in for Toby Espion, a 2.75. Her opener for Hiroto was a 3.5.
It looks like Toby went for a solid end section there, but went down. There's Kian Martin.
He's always happy.
Yeah. Well, he would be getting second, moving on through the round of 16.
Yeah, I think he would like to have taken the win, though. He'll be a little bit frustrated by that because he had the whole field on the ropes. But, yeah, Joe Azuki, 2 really strong waves, pretty much back-to-back in the space of no time at all. Enough to launch himself from 4th into the lead and end up with a pretty comfortable win. Meanwhile, Kian only just snuck past Filmar Alapeo by 0.25 of a point.
Wow, so a pretty close heat there between Kian and Filmar. But if you're Joe Azuchi, you'd be feeling pretty stoked progressing on through.
Well, we can find out just how stoked he is in a little while when he has a chat with our own Dai Wacko. Dai's a pretty savvy competitor of his own. He used to do the junior series back in Oz once upon a time. I was trying to figure it out the other day. I'm sure I would have commentated some of his heats.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Now you're commentating with him.
Yep. Crazy. Yeah, he went to Palm Beach Crumpet on the Goldie. PBC, of course, has a very famous surfing program. You may have heard of a few of their alumni, guys like Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson.
Maybe heard
And Dai Wacko.
Love that. Bit of a slow. Was it the last heat a little bit slower to start off?
It was, yeah. Everyone was on a little bit of a high after the exploits of the Filipino surfer before that, Robert Magaluna. And then, yeah, there seemed to be a little moment of pause before things fired up once again. Kian got out of the gates pretty strongly, then couldn't really build on his scores. Hiroto had an absolute shocker for the first 20 minutes, then just went pow and dropped 14.15 total to storm his way into the lead. And then it was kind of a 2-horse race between Kian Martin and Filmar Alapeo for second, with the Brazilian, Swedish, Balinese surfer taking the second. All right, we're going to cross down to Dai Wacko, who's having a chat with the winner of the last heat, the one and only Joe Azuki.
I'm here with the last hit winner, Joe Azuchi. おめでとうございます。かなりドキドキなヒートでしたが、最初の20分間なかなか波に乗れなくて、最後の10分間でこう逆転を、2ベストスコアを出したんですけど、どういう心境でしたか？
そうですね、最初から乗っていこうと思ったんですけど、乗ってたんですけど、あんまりスコアが出る波乗れなくて、結構緊張したんですけど、最後タイミングがあって乗れてよかったです。はい、
自分の中で2本はこのスコアが出たっていうふうには確信がありましたか？
そうですね、6点も7点も出ると思わなかったんですけど、とりあえず逆転はしたかなっていう感じは思いました。
So his original plan was to keep himself busy, get as many as he can, but that didn't work out. But in the end, he got two good scores, 2 good waves, and he got the scores that he needed, and he was really relieved after that. インドは初めてですか？
そう初めてですね。はい、
どうでしょうか？インドの印象を教えてください。
そうですね。結構ナンカレーが好きで、日本でも本場のナンカレー食べれて美味しかったです。
This is his first trip to India, and he's loving the curry, the variety of the curry here. では、日本から見てくださっている方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うので、何かスポンサーの方や、日本のファンの方に一言お願いいたします。
そう次は危なげなく勝つんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. And great to get some insights from Joe Azuki. And the little bow as the two sign off there on screen as well. That was cool.
I have to agree with him. I am also loving the curries here and the variety that they have. I feel like every day we're having a different curry and it's all just pretty amazing.
Lots of flavour.
So
Lots
much.
of turmeric and coriander and
Deliciousness.
just general deliciousness, yes.
Well, a bit of a slower start for this one. Not too many scores coming through yet. But hopefully the back end of this heat we'll be able to see a couple of waves being ridden and a couple of big scores dropped.
All right, here goes Toby Espion, current heat leader, looking to get rid of his 3.15. It's a bit of a wobbly wave, but it is linking up. That was a strong turn. Held the carve. And a little bit of a wobble riding out, but will that displace his 3.15 and build on his 2-wave total? The judges will tell us very shortly. Looks quite pleasant on that boat out the back there with the umbrella just bobbing around.
I know the view that they would be getting of the surfing and of the surfers is pretty unique. And looks like here we've got the replay for that last wave of Toby. Nice first slash to start. We can see him patiently wait for this one to stand up again and times it well for a nice carve as he taps a whitewash and he'll kick out. So just the 2 turns there for Toby. It was just a 3 for that last turn, so that the last wave, sorry. So that doesn't go into his top 2, but still a pretty nice looking wave there.
Yeah, very slow start for Takuto Ota. He sat for 13 minutes. Here he goes, flying down the line. Further down the line, Hiroto Arai takes off on a wider part of the peak. And that's definitely fair enough. You're allowed to do that as long as you don't go anywhere near your opponent. He does go near the rock, though. That was tight.
Wow.
Last minute, little bit of navigation to steer away from it. And both of those surfers will be able to score, you know, their own points on that wave without any form of interference or anything like that because, well, Takoto had priority, but he was a long way back. This is the replay of Hiroto Arai. Almost dug the nose, did well to keep it out. Flat turn right there, said, whoa, there's a big rock in the middle of the lineup, I'd better hit the brakes, and then the wave just petered out. So, that was Danny Widianto, the Indonesian surfer. And he perilously close to the rock as well.
Oh, well, we're waiting on those scores, but some nice rides there from Hiroto, Dani, and then I think we also had a wave from Takuto as well. So hopefully we can see what that one locks in as for his first wave. There's 16 and a half to go. That last of Hiroto, a 3.9. And I tell you what, it's kind of hard to, you know, if you get a good section right near the rock, you got to tag it and pull away pretty quickly while trying to, you know, complete that ride and get the most out of the points there. So there's definitely a bit of an obstacle for the surfers as the tide gets a bit lower.
Could be introducing some, you know, slope style into the surfing format. You start putting dotting features around the lineup.
Fully. Well, looks like Blue Takuto got the best wave of the heat, a 5.25. So Takuto opening up pretty strong there.
Yeah, we didn't really see what he did because we panned quickly across to watch Hiroto battle the rock. But yeah, 5.25 must have been a couple of strong turns, and the judges rewarding quality, not quantity, because he was out of there far quicker than Hiroto, who then continued on his merry way. And the major point for Hiroto was navigating around the rock. 3.9 the result for Hiroto's last wave, so that is his highest score. 15 minutes to go, we're halfway through. Danny Widianto, he got a 3.85 for his last wave. He's sitting in third. And little by little, scores are starting to build up. So Toby Espion is in the lead with a 7.65 total. Hiroto Arai has a 7.4 total. And then in third place, Danny Widianto and Takuto Ota are both... Danny's got a 5.35 and Takuto has a 5.25.
Yeah, well, small scores still required for Takuto and Danny. Takuto chasing at 2.15 and Danny at 3.56. 14.5 on the clock, plenty of time remaining to really capitalise on another wave. And I feel like if you were Takuto, you'd be feeling pretty nice knowing that you've got a 5.25 on your first wave. So if he's able to find a wave similar and surf to that same level, then he can probably lock in another 5 and challenge for that lead. So the ocean goes flat. Binsey. Yesterday it was actually like, even though it was really nice in the water, it was still pretty hot because the air was quite warm outside. So 30-minute heats are amazing when you've got the extra bit of time, but you also get kind of hot towards the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're not going to get too much sympathy from surfers when you drop that one in the mix. But you surfed a fantastic heat. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
I was just having fun out there. You know, I feel like if you're having fun in waves like this, then you're going to end up doing all right. So
Yeah, the best surfer in the world is the one having the most fun.
Exactly.
Apparently. I mean, it's never got me through a heat, but, you know, I like to try and be happy in the water.
100%. I feel like there's no reason not to be happy.
There's us. Look, we're happy.
But yeah, I feel like today's been a great day so far. We've still got a bit of action.
We do.
Action to go.
Plenty of heats to come, and then we're going to watch the Matildas absolutely eviscerate the Lionesses.
We sure are.
Storm into the final of the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a nervous night for the Australian nation.
Yeah, so at the Mar Morris restaurant, right behind where we're operating out of, it's on the big screen from 3:30. There's also a musical act starting at 4:30. So I feel sorry for the musical act.
Yes, sorry.
You might not quite understand or appreciate why no one's going to be watching him. Anyway, 12 minutes 14 to go. Score dropping for Danny Widianto. He needs a 3.56 to get up to second, and this is the replay of how he went about it. 2 turns, had to sort of do a bit of a Huntington hop to try link that one through to the inside. Wasn't to be. He's out of there. The score comes in at a 3, but not quite enough for second. He's now chasing a 3.56 to get up to second. Here goes our heat leader, Toby Espion. It was a flat turn, but it was a good one. Through plenty of water. These pink rails are singing on that board. It's looking very good underfoot.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's making your eyes kind of gravitate towards the board and where it's at on the wave. And yeah, it's definitely exciting to watch. But as you said, 2 flatter turns, locking in at a 2.5. Throwing heaps of spray for that first turn and then wrapping it around again for a second. But again, unfortunately, that wave just not offering too much. So Toby was not really able to get a vertical section and better that 3.15 he has as a backup.
So talking about Toby's bright pink spray, you've got a bit of artwork on your board. Are you a believer in painting on your boards, or? Does it jinx it sometimes when you get a great spray? Sometimes people say that the board goes worse or vice versa.
You know what? It's funny. I got a couple of boards and I was like, I'm not going to do any sprays on these boards, or I kind of wanted to change the sprays up a little bit or something like that. And I remember one board I didn't do a spray on. And then I was like, this board goes so bad, and I can't take any credit for my sprays because I'm actually not artistic at all. So I'm pretty lucky that my dad or my sister helps a lot with that. And one board I didn't do a spray on and it was so bad, so then my dad actually ended up spraying it and the board went 15 times better.
Amazing.
I know. So I think it's probably a superstition thing for me. But I've always had sprays on my boards for as long as I can remember as well. So I think it's just a comfort thing as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
What about you?
I never spray my boards, but I'm not
Love a
averse
white
to
board.
it. If I have quite a few coloured boards,
Mhm.
I'll get tints and whatnot, but I don't go out of my way. I'm terrible at art.
Yeah,
it's
same.
atrocious.
It's
Then
definitely a
it
process.
doesn't need to be a bad spray. I can put a deck grip on just a millimetre or two out. Nobody in the world will notice. There's no way my feet are noticing when I stand up on board, but in my head the thing is all of a sudden a pig.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a big turn from Daddy Winianto. Big layback hammer. Has he woken up his scoreline with 9 minutes to go? This one keeps running for him down the beach. He goes past the rock. And was that a little flex?
I think so. I think he really liked that wave there.
I think I really liked it
I
too.
know.
Let's have a look at this replay. That first turn, I don't know if it was his first turn, but this turn was
Wow.
very snazzy and a big fan of water resulting. And I think Danny Widianto is going to threaten the lead when this one drops in, because that was cool.
Yeah, that was really solid surfing and really committed as well. We've not really seen too much like that just yet, but that's what happens when you move into the round of 32, the bar lifts.
Yeah, a bit of risk. Doesn't go unnoticed. You can do a big carve and it's great, but when you really lay it on the line with a turn like that, where there's a strong chance of falling off, I think the judges are going to reward it. Is this? No, that's the replay. There it is. A 6-point ride for Danny Widianto takes him from third up into the lead. And I think that was pretty perfect judging. 6 seems about right for me. It wasn't the biggest and best wave, but it did have 2 really strong turns at the start. One of them a pretty high risk manoeuvre as well, that big throwaway layback. Almost sort of had the 1 foot come off at one point. And didn't miss a beat, didn't spend too much time in the white water recovering, trying to get back to his feet. Just sprung right up and continued on his way. So solid surfing from Danny Widianto to go from third to first. 7.5 minutes remaining. Toby Espion has led this heat for the opening 22.5 minutes. He now needs a 5.36 to go back to the top of the order. Hiroto Arai is now chasing a 3.76 for second. And Takuto Ota is chasing a 2.4 for second. So Takuto has that 5.25. He's probably more in the mix than Hiroto, to be honest. His best score is, 1.5 points higher than Hiroto's. So, yeah, Takuto definitely wouldn't be feeling out of it despite being down in fourth. 7 minutes to go.
Wow, really nice stuff there from Danny. Locking in that 6, he'd be feeling pretty happy. He was sitting in third, so now he's got the best wave of the heat, so he can kind of, decide whether he wants to sit and wait for that first priority or make a move and better that 3.85 that he has. But Hiroto and Takuto, they are looking for some smaller scores, 3.76s and 2.4s, and I feel like sometimes when you need a smaller score with under 10 minutes to go, it can get a little bit nerve-wracking because they're very achievable scores and they're moments where you're like, yeah, I know that I can get this score, but it's whether the waves come through or not. And you really need to perform on that as well, because you don't want someone like Toby or Danny to get a wave behind you. You want to at least get into the 5s if you're Hiroto or Takuto.
All right, great shot there of all 4 surfers in motion, and it is that man in red, Hiroto Arai, spinning at the last minute to cash in his priority. Well, it's a flat wave, hasn't given him a whole lot to work with so far. Hard to tell what's going on from the drone angle. From out in front, it looks pretty good. Couple of chops as he signs off in front of the rock. Don't mind that. Let's hopefully see if we can get a replay from start to finish, just from the one angle. Allow us to piece it together and put a score on it. Okay, here is the replay. Talk us through it.
Yeah, nice carve to start there for Hiroto. And we saw in the drone angle before, he looked like he was just trying to really wait and get to connection with a more vertical section there and tags it for a finish. So I say he would be challenging for that 3.76, maybe potentially even getting it, but we'll have to see what comes through from the judges with 5 minutes on the clock.
I feel like that's got to be Hiroto's best wave.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Which would then put him around the 4 region. But yeah, let's let the judges figure that one out. Here goes Danny Widianto, heat leader. He's gone the layback, and that one was a little bit overcooked. Riding on a little bit of excitement, still buzzing from his previous wave. That one's not going to factor into his top 2. So all eyes on the red column right now to see where Hiroto Arai ends up once this last number drops in. There's 4 minutes 20 to run. Hit 3, Rinta Uto, Manojo Yahagi, Kairi Noro and Kenta Ishikawa in the gates. And we're going to be letting Daiwako and Nao Umura commentate that one, mainly in Japanese. There it is, last score for Hiroto Arai was indeed up into the 4s. It was a 4.9, almost a 5, so that puts him into second. Toby Espion was in first for the opening 22 minutes. He's then gone down to second, and now with 3 minutes 40 to go, he's in third. He needs a 4.31 to progress and keep his Tamil Nadu International Surf Open dreams alive for 2023. Why are you laughing?
I love it. I'm loving the enthusiasm.
Whoop, here he goes. This
right
is Toby Espion. Looking for a 4.31. He's got some work to do. The wave doesn't cooperate. He's out of there. 3 minutes 15 remaining.
And Takuto as well only needs a 3.55. He's got the second best wave of the heat, a 5.25. So if he is able to find a wave and really lock in a 3.55, he has first priority with 3 minutes to go. So he's in a position where he can choose the best wave of the heat. There's that beautiful shore temple that we all got to go and have a tour of the other day, 2 days ago. So that was pretty beautiful to see. We can see the next heat making their way out. Here we go, Takuto up and riding.
Yep, so he's only chasing a 3.55, as we said. 2 turns out the back, but did he want to do a little bit more? There are the surfers in the next heat just walking out. You can sneak up nice and tight alongside the rock wall and just walk straight out. Okay, this is Takuto Ota on the hunt for a 3.55. Oh, I don't know where to go with that one. 2 strong turns. Wasn't a great wave. They were about as good as he could have done with what was in front of him. Don't know.
Yeah, I think it'll be really close for Takuto. Looks like it was a quick in and out there as well with just under 2 minutes. So maybe he's feeling like he hasn't got the score yet, so he's going to get back out there. And here we go, Hiroto on the answer back, trying to defend his position in second. Nice first turn there, and looks like just the one for Hiroto. He needs to better a 3.9. I don't know if he'll do that on that wave. But we have a pretty important score for Takuto to lock in with 1 minute 30 seconds to go.
All right, just over a minute remaining. Takuto Ota with an important number to drop. Hiroto Arai, he has a score to come. I doubt that's going to shuffle his top 2. I think this is the replay of it right now. That was a strong turn. He stuck with it. Had to get around the rock. And was hoping that the wave would stand up and run for him yet again, but it wasn't really to be. So I think it's Takuto's wave that we're going to be looking at right now. He's needing a 3.55. 40 seconds to go.
Wow, it's going to be pretty close for Takuto. Here we go, Toby up and riding, needing a 4.31. This wave not offering too much, a smaller wave, but he had to roll the dice with 20 seconds to go.
We're waiting on a number to come in for Hiroto Arai as well. He needs a 4.96 for the lead. Toby Espion is in action right now. Yeah, he was chasing a 4.31. Takuto Ota needed a 3.55, dropped a 3.65, and unless, well, Hiroto Arai now needs a 4.01. He's got a number to come. It's looking like it's going to just be under. So I'm going to go out now and say that Danny Widianto has taken the heat win. Takuto Ota is going to come second, and we might be seeing Hiroto Arai bowing out. Couple of last scores to drop in. Let's make it official. So Toby Espion has indeed gone from first to second to third to fourth. Hiroto Arai has just slid down to third. Needs a 4.01 for second. Two judges are under, one is over.
It's going to be close.
This is going to be very, very close. Danny Widianto, he's breathing easy. He's well and truly, keeping some distance from this mess. Hiroto Arai, one judge left to punch in a score. Come on, put us out of our misery. Honestly, couldn't tell you where I stand on this score. Currently it's Takuto Ota who's advancing to the round of 16.
Wow.
We can see Hiroto Arai on the beach in the red jersey. The red jersey, of course, is the top seed. So he'd be expecting to get through. And there it is, a 3.7, just short. It is Takuto Ota by 0.1 in the battle for second place. All right, don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way. Heat 3 right after this break.
タミールナルインターナショナルサーフオープンワールドサーフリーグ QS3000 メンズラウンドオブ32ヒート3が現在行われております。インドの独立記念日でもある8月14日よりスタートしている本大会は WSL 史上初のインドでの開催となっております。英語放送でお送りしていたライブなんですが、このヒートすべて日本人選手ということで急遽日本語でお送りしています。そしてゲストに本大会にも出場している大村奈緒選手にお越しいただいています。ありがとうございます。お越しいただき
お願いします。
さあまず選手の紹介の方をしていきたいと思います。ゼッケンレッドにオートリンタ、ゼッケンブルー矢作門之丞、 ゼッケングリーン石川健太、ゼッケンホワイト野呂海里。ここインドの地で日本人選手のみのヒートが行われている面白い状況ですね。
本当ですね。みんな日本人でも、ね、このラウンド、これはグリーンの石川健太ですね。
石川健太選手、これが2本目のライディングになると思います。
結構午前中のヒートでもこのグリーンの選手はなんかリズム掴んで波乗ってましたよね。
そうですね、午前中の最初のラウンドのヒートも2位で通過したんですが、最後の最後まで1位をキープしていて、大変リズムが良くて、いいライディングをたくさんしていました。そして対する、ホワイトの野呂海里選手も朝リズムよく波に乗っていて、惜しくも、同じ日本人選手の安井匠選手とワンツーとはいかなかったんですが、ラウンドアップしてこのヒートに来てクレジットされております。そしてトップシードであるゼッケンレッド大戸凛太選手は記憶に新しい、QS、 あれは3000になるんですかね。クルイ
は5000です。そうクルイの5000で、セミ、
そうですね、好成績3位という好成績を収めていて、現在、アジアリージョンランキングが1位の選手となっております。そして同大会のプロジュニアで好成績を収めたのがゼッケンブルーの矢作門之丞選手となっております。さあ現在、英語放送で行われていたライブですが、このヒート日本人選手のみのヒートとなるということで、急遽日本語でお送りしています。私は広大と大村奈緒選手でお送りしています。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。本当にこのゼッケンレッドの大戸凛太選手は、そのクルイの QS5000 でも好成績だったし、あとその後つい最近やった千葉の QS3000 でもかなりいいところまで行って、今多分 QS のランキング1位じゃないかなと思うんです。
そうですね、リージョンのランキングでも1位に、なっているので、非常に大切な一戦、皆さんにとって大切な一戦。こちらライブアクションゼッケンブルー矢作門之丞、この選手も、小さい波を得意としていて、かなりスピードのあるライディングからフィニッシュをしっかり決めてきました。
そうですね、このブルーの選手は私たちと同じ湘南出身だから、ちょっと柔らかいインドの波も結構上手に乗っていけるんじゃないですかね。
そうですね、サーフィンは毎日していると思うんですが、波のコンディションいかがですか？
私がサーフィン毎日してる。
はい。
そうですね、私ちょっとなんか腰が痛かったりしてやってない日もあるんですけど、でも何回か入って、そうですね、見た目はすごく綺麗に割れてたりするんですけれど、意外とコブとかバックウォッシュがあって、それに引っかかってしまうこともあって、かなり難しいんですけど、でもちゃんと来たら結構いい波で、それこそオーストラリアのスナッパーとかみたいな感じで、ちょっと岩もあってリトルマーレの岩があるみたいな感じで、綺麗にライトハンダーのライトな波が割れる、すごいいい波ですね。
結構選手にインタビューするときに口を揃えて言うのが、見た目よりも難しい、結構この今画面に映っている右側の方に引っ張られるっていう印象が多いらしいんですが、そこはサーフィンしてて感じられましたか？
そうですね、なんかカレントが入るときと入らないときがあるので、それによってもちょっと変わるんですけれど、これはちょっと左寄りの多分ピークからゼッケンレッドの選手、今乗ってったと思うんですけど、こう右のピークだけが必ずいいっていうわけじゃないので、波選びも結構こう海とリズムを合わせないと難しいんじゃないかなと思います。
この放送もちろん朝からやっているんですが、このインドの選手がすごくローカルノーレッジを使っていい波を次々とゲットしているのがすごい印象的で、特に奥からではなくてインサイドのこうダブルアップしている波に乗って、それが岩を越えて続いていくようないい波になるということがよく見られているんですけど、では、今からラストヒートの勝利者のインタビューを行いたいと思います。It's all yours.
Thanks so much, Di. Well, I'm here with the last heats. Heat winner, Danny Widianto. Danny, you had a great heat locking in that 6, but it took you a little while to get there. How were you feeling before getting that wave?
I feel great. I just take snap or cut back. I just take wave, and many mistake in my heat, and yeah, and slippery too. Yeah.
Amazing. And we were just talking about how you got some jellyfish stings along the rocks. There's a lot of marine life out there, but what's been your favourite time surfing in India, and what have you been enjoying about this place?
I'm enjoying this event, like the waves so small but spicy, like yeah, enjoy.
Amazing. And moving on through the round of the 16, you'd be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, I feel great. I hope I can do my best again and see you.
Amazing. Would you like to say anyone back home?
Terima kasih buat sponsor saya, and ibu saya, bapak saya, and semua. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for those of you watching and those of you who are English speakers must be surprised by we're talking in Japanese from the beginning, but as in this heat we have all the Japanese surfers in this heat, so we decided to do this live cast in all Japanese. So thank you for your understanding, and now we are just over 21 minutes remaining, and we are having a round of 32 heat 3. では、残り時間が21分になるところですが、9分経った、ヒート3ですが、少しゆっくりなヒートのように感じられますね。こちらゼッケンレッドテイクオフ、深いボトムターンからパワフルなスラッシュを見せてきたのですが、ここはレールが引っかかってしまいました。
そうですね、やっぱり波のパワーがないから、ああやって蹴り込んで体を大きく使ってこう大きなサーフィンに見せないといけないけれど、でもちょっとふわふわしてる部分が海面があるので、そこで今みたくノーズが刺さっちゃったりっていうのが少し難しいところですよね。
少しディスアドバンテージというか、そのトップシード選手は朝、サーフィンヒートでサーフィンできていなかったということもあって、やっぱりこういい演技をしようと、レールをしっかり使ったサーフィンをしてしまうために引っかかるということは、実際最初のラウンドの選手もよく起こっていて、そこからこう調整をいかにうまくできるかというところがキーポイントに、なってくるんじゃないのかなと思っています。そしてライブアクションホワイトの選手、野呂海里選手ですね。
今プライオリティを使って乗っていきましたね。
上手につないでいって、さあ岩を越えてフローターで抜けた後、最後はスラッシュカービングで大きなスプレーを飛ばしてフィニッシュです。最初のつなげ方がやっぱりレールをそこまで入れてないような感じで、しっかりとつないで最後のセクションをしっかり決めるようなライディングをしようという印象が強かった、ホワイトのラストライディングでしたが、いかがでしたか？見ていて。
そうですね、あの岩のセクション、ちょっとグリーンが乗りますね。その前にこ
ちらグリーンアップエンライディングです。さあカットバックでボトムターンパワーゾーンに戻り、次のセクションに向かって、パンピングをしています。さあここがちょうど今お話しした岩の目の前のポジションになりますね。ここは結構トリッキーですか？
そうですね、この岩によってなんかバック押しが出てきたりとかカレントがあって、結構海面がぼよつくので、あそこさっきの1本前のホワイトの選手はうまくこうつないで、あそこは結構優しく乗ってつないでいって、またインサイドのダブルアップで最後レイバック気味のターンを入れてうまくできたんですけれど、やはりこのグリーンの選手はちょうど自分がライディングしたいところが岩に来ちゃった感じで、難しそうでしたよね。
そのやっぱり伸びていって岩を越えて割れる波とそうでない波を見分けながらこう戦っていく、それに合わせたライディングをしていくのが非常にキーポイントと、これが、先ほどのグリーンのライディングですね。最初うまくつないでパワーゾーンに戻って、そしてここですね、岩を越えたい、この先に出てくるようにパンピングするんですが、これは越えられない波だった、ここを見分けながらサーフィンするのがこのヒートを勝つというのでは重要なポジション、重要な、キーポイントになるかなと思います。そして先ほどのホワイトの選手、1本目のライディングで 5.0 ヒートベストスコアですね。現在
いいスコアですね。
どうですかね、最初の、もう少しで、半分ヒート終わるところなんですけれども、この段階で 5.0 をこのコンディションで持つというのは選手としてはどういう心境になりますか？
そうですね、今日のヒート見ていると5点台を出せば結構ラウンドアップできる確率が高いので、最初の前半で5点出せるっていうのはもうあとはバックアップとか、もう1本5点ぐらいを出せれば多分確実に勝ち上がれるようにはなってくるんじゃないかなと思うので、かなり心強いシチュエーションにはなってくるんじゃないでしょうか。
この5点というのはかなり安心感を与えてくれるということですね。
ただこのラウンドトップシードが出てるっていうこともあるので、やっぱりこのゼッケンレッドの選手、ブルーの選手、グリーンの選手もこうプライオリティの使い方も熟知しているでしょうし、この波でのサーフィンもすごい自分のサーフィンを出してくると思うから、油断はまだできないかなとは思います。
まさにおっしゃる通りだと思います。現在残り時間17分と17秒、現在第1位がゼッケングリーン 3.15、3.0、 そして第2位がゼッケンホワイト、まだ1つのライディングで 5.0 をスコアしています。そして3位がゼッケンレッド 2.60、 2.15、 そして第4位がプライオリティを持ったゼッケンブルー 3.15 の1本のライディングのみとなっております。まだまだこのセカンドスコアというところでは、誰もこうちゃんとバックアップを取れてないなという印象なんですけど、ここから後半戦に入りますが、どういう動きがいいんですかね。
そうですね、今ゼッケンブルーの選手とホワイトの選手はこの前半を使って1本しか乗っていなくて、1本じっくり待ってるので、ただホワイトの選手今のが2本目ですね。なので、後半戦もうまく使っていくんじゃないのかなとは思うんですけど、やはり後半の本当に最後の方になるとプライオリティの駆け引きとかってすごく出てくると思うので、その前にいかに自分のサーフィンを出せるかっていうのも一つ戦略としては大切かなと思います。
まさにその通りですね。その前のヒートも最後の、3分残り1分で、逆転劇が繰り広げられていたので、まだまだ、時間はたっぷりあるので、この後シチュエーションは変わってくるはずです、ところで、大村選手はインドは初めてですか？
そうです、インド初めてです。
どうですかインドは？
なんか治安とか危ないよとか食事とかも結構大変かもよっていう風に聞いてたんですけれど、もう来てみたら結構なんかインド好きかもみたいな楽しんでます。
どういったところがこう好きかもっていう風になったんですか？
そうですね、やっぱりこうアジアの雰囲気っていうのはこうインドネシアとかと似てる部分もあるんですけれど、なんか人とかもこうニコって笑うとすぐにすごい優しく笑ってくれるし、結構あとなんて言うんでしょうかね、なんか人に結構ゆとりがある感じで、みんなのんびりとなんかゆったり動いてるので、こうもちろん物を売ってきたりとかこうガツガツしてる部分もあるけれど、なんか他のアジアの国と比べるとそういう部分でもちょっとゆとりがあって好きです。
さあこちらブルーハッペンライディングスープにアプローチして、さあ大きなカットバックでフィニッシュまで行ったんですが、その後が続かずポテンシャルが、なかったようです。インドのこの他のアジアの地域とは違うような、こちらリプレイ、ブルーのリプレイとなります。大きなカットバックからしっかりスープに縦に当て込んでいますが、これはこれ以上の、ポテンシャルがない波でしたね。その後ろでホワイトも乗っていたようです。他のそのアジア地域と違うように感じるところはありますか？
そうですね、なんかその人のゆったりさとかもちょっと違うなって思うし、ゼッケンレッド乗ってますね。そうですね、違うなって思うし、あとはもちろん食文化のカレーは結構何を食べてもカレーの味をすることが多かったりもするので、そうですね、人もそうですし食事も、あとは私は結構なんか布も好きなので生地屋さんに結構連日行ったりとかもしてますね。
楽しんでいますね。さあライブではグリーンの選手が4本目のライディングを行っています。今見えてきた岩を越えてのライディングでしたが、そこまでマネーターンと言われる点数につながるようなライディングはなかったのですが、うまくインサイドまでつないで、フィニッシュまで ライディングしていきました。
そうですね、岩を越えたところでまた向こうからの波が張ってきてくれれば最後綺麗にフィニッシュが入るんですけれど、ちょっとその波を見つけるのが難しくて、このヒートではまだゼッケンホワイトの5点の時しかその波乗ってないですよね。
そうですね、やはり全員のサーファーがその岩を越えた先のセクションがある波をこう狙っているような、感じが見て取れます。そして今ジャッジの方が全員のスコアを集計中ですが、この集計後シチュエーションが少し変わっていきそうです。スコアが出次第お伝えしていきたいと思います。
前半は結構前半じゃないや最初の10分は結構ゆっくりな動きだったけれど、その次の10分、今の10分は選手ちょくちょく乗ってましたよね。
こう最初の10分でなんか様子がつかめてきたような感じですね。ようやくこの波でこういう波を乗ってこういうライディングをするとこのぐらいの点数が出るっていうのが多分それぞれの選手がもう予想をついていて、それをどううまくプライオリティを使って狙ってそして取るか、取れば全員がこうスコアできるポテンシャルを持っているサーファーたちなので、そこの駆け引きがまた面白いところですね。
はい、
さあ先ほどの、スコアが出てきました。ゼッケンレッドの3本目のライディングが 4.25、 そして、ホワイト3本目のライディングが 3.60、 グリーンそしてブルーのラストスコアはまだ集計中です。時間の方が11時11分30秒を切ったところになります。このインドでまだお腹を壊したりとかはそういうプロブレム問題はないですか？大丈夫ですか？
ないですね。やっぱりホワイトですね。これ
ホワイト肩の張っている稲見に乗せて2発きれいに当ててきたんですが、最後のスラッシュここメイクできず、あそこが先ほど大村選手も言っていた看板になるセクションでレールが食ってしまうセクションですね。
最初の2ターン良かったんですけどね。
さあこちらブルーの選手ノートリム
波が難しそう。バック押しが
バックをしながらも綺麗に3発入れてきたんですが、こちらも最後のフィニッシュで引っかかってしまったようですね。そしてラストグリーンの前にリプレイをご覧ください。このタイトなセクションでしっかりとスプレーとテールを蹴り上げるような、2アクションを行ってきたので、これ最後ね決められてたらすごいいいスコアを期待できたではないでしょうか。
そうですね。ホワイトの選手と似たような演技だったとは思うんですけれど、ホワイトの選手の方がこうスラッシュっていうよりはリップ系の技をしてきて、こうブルーの選手はちょっとやっぱり波がぼよついてる部分があるので無理やりテールを蹴り込んだようなちょっとスラッシュ気味の技だったんですけれど、2人ともバックアップとかをじわじわ伸ばしてくる点数に入ってくるのかどうかなっていうところですよね。
さあグリーンの4本目のライディング、こちら 3.60 がスコアされています。現在のシチュエーションが第1位ホワイト 5.0、 バックアップが 3.60、 第2位がブルー 3.80、 バックアップが 3.15、 3位のポジションにゼッケンレッド 4.25、 2.60、 そして第4位のポジションにグリーン 3.60、 バックアップが 3.15。 レッドの選手は逆転に必要なスコア 2.70 とかなり小さいスコアですね。これはこの一発当てたら
そうですね
逆転できるようなスコアリングだと思うんですが、多分 2.70 は狙ってないですよね、きっと。
そうですね。まだ残り時間9分あるので、こう 2.70 だけ出してもやっぱり他の選手に逆転されてしまう可能性はあると思うので、この残り最後の、10分ないぐらいの時間をうまく使っていくんじゃないですかね。
特にレッドの選手は現在プライオリティファーストプライオリティを持っているので、間違いなくいい波をこう狙って、しっかりとバックアップを上げて、はい、こちら、ライブアクションブルーのライディングになります。大きなカットバックからさあ最後の縦へのアクションしっかりとメイクしていきました。 これは今までこう最後のセクションでメイクできていなかったブルーですが、今のはメイクできたんですが、
そうですね、3.15 以上出せば彼のスコア、トータルスコアを上げてくるので、そうするとまた3位の選手との差が開いてきますね。
このブルーの選手はやはり今こうバックアップをとにかく上げて、アンダープライオリティでもいろんな波に乗ってとにかくバックアップを上げ、3位4位の差を広げていくというところで、ブルー4本目最後のライディング 3.35 少し
そうですね、0.2 広げましたね。
でもこういう動きが後々こう大事になってくるんではないのかなと思います、この3位4位の選手はともにファーストプライオリティそしてセカンドプライオリティを持っていて、ここの2人の今心境はどういう心境だと思いますか？残り7分30秒というところで。
そうですね、残り7分30秒あれば多分1本セット入ってくると思うので、それにきちんとフォーカスして、特にゼッケンレッドの選手はプライオリティファーストプライオリティ持ってるので来るんじゃないかなと思いますね。ただもっと奥で待ってるのがゼッケンブルーなので、そこをこう沖のピークインサイドのピークで分かれて乗れる波が来るのか、それともゼッケンレッドだけなのかっていうのはもうそれはちょっと、波数が多くはないので、もう本当に神頼みというかはい、
なんか本当に神頼みみたいなところがこの会場、今回の、海の状況ではすごいよくあるんですけれども、こう右奥から来てみたり、画面この右奥ですねから来てみたり、左の場所でから来てみたりと、その時のセットのうねりの向きによってかなりこう広がり方、肩の広がり方が違うようなコンディションなので、待つ場所とあとはこの運を持ち合わせているか、そこをしっかり計算で考えられているかというところがポイントになってきそうですね、この後は。
そうですね、あとは、サイズが少し今日の方があるっていうのもあると思うんですけれど、昨日、おとといはこの岩を越えてつながってくる波がなかったので、それもこうちょっといろんなことが今日は違うというか昨日までとはまた違うので、ポジションもまたみんな練習してるけれど、そこもまたちょっと変えてこないとうまく波と合わせるのが難しいですよね。
なんかこう潮が、引くにつれて、もちろん割れる場所はどんどん変わっていくんですけど、このポイントは特にその変わり方が激しいなっていうすごい印象があるので、今どんどん潮が引いていっていく中で、選手たちはもうその場その場ライブでこうそこを調整していかないといけないという課題もある中で、大変難しいコンディションですよね、そう考えると。
そうですね、ただ今日は風向きがこうまだもうお昼なのにまだオフショアでいいので、昨日までは結構もうお昼頃だとオンショアになっちゃって流れも入ってるし、あとクラゲもすごいたくさん出てきちゃうので、今日は、クラゲは私今海入ってないかわからないけれど、オフショアっていうことでは本当に昨日よりもサイズも少し上がってオフショアだしいいんじゃないかなと思います。
さあ残りヒート時間が5分を切ったところです。現在のシチュエーションは第1位ホワイト、第2位ブルー、第3位レッド、必要なスコア 2.90 と小さいスコアです。そして第4位がグリーン、必要なスコア 3.56。 さあ大村選手はこの後のスケジュール、いろいろ大会に出場されると思うんですが、どういったスケジュールなんですか？
そうですね、このインドの試合出て、で一回に日本に帰って、で日本の試合とかも出て、でまだこの WSL のスケジュールが決まってないんですけれど、例えば台湾で試合があるとかなればそっちにも行こうと思っているし、あとはそうですね、なんかジュニアのコーチングしたりとか、自分が好きなところのサーフポイントに行ったりとかしてトリップもしていきます。
結構大会に自分も出場しながら引率という立場で、若い子をケアしているというのを僕ちょっとSNS で、拝見しているんですけど、それはどうですか？
そうですね、それは、去年から去年から始めて今1年ちょっと経ったんですけど、もう最初は本当にてんやわんやで、みんな多分コロナで遠征したことない子たちが最初集まっちゃったんで、それでもう結構 大変だったんですけど、でも今みんなちょっとずつ自分のこと自分でできるようになったりもするし、海外ってこういうことを用意しなきゃいけないんだなっていうのも分かるようになってきたので、もちろんみんなも成長したし自分も成長したしで、すごく今はなんかみんなで楽しく試合だけじゃなくてこの国も味わったりとかして回ってますね。
こちらゼッケンホワイトライブアクションです。ちょっと波が重なった難しい、波になっていたんですが、うまく縦へのアプローチそしてスプレーを上げてきました。さあこちら、何点をスコアしていくのでしょうか。バックアップスコアが 3.60、 それ以上スコアできれば2位との差を広げてきます。やはり旅慣れというとどういうことかっていうのをこう想像できないとは思うんですけど、やっぱり経験して初めて分かる必要なものであったり、こう大変さというところはやっぱコロナを経てこうしっかり現場に出れるというのは非常に若い選手にとっても大きいことですよね、きっと。
そうですね。やっぱりみんな親がいないとできない年齢だったりとかもするんで、遠征に行けなかったりとかもするんですけれど、それを私がまとめて連れてっちゃうので、やっぱり金額の面でも2人の部分が1人になったりとか、そういう面でも違うところに遠征費を使えたりとかするので、そうですね、みんなその人間的にも成長できたらいいと思うし、そういう遠征費とかのを削減できてこう他の遠征にまた使えたりとかもするっていうので、みんなもこうポジティブにこの遠征を捉えてもらってたらいいなとは思います。
素晴らしい活動というか、リーダーシスターというべきなんでしょうか。そんな、大村選手です。やはり大村選手も長年、最初の方は特にですけど一人でこう海外の試合に参戦することもあったのかなっていう風な想像があるんですが、その中でこう、培った経験というのをこう次の世代に今ちょうどシェアしているという状況ですね。
そうですね。あとは多分一番安心っていうのがみんななんていうんですかね、日々過ごすのに、なんていうの、大切だと思うので、多分私が一つの安心材料になってるから、それはすごい大きく良かったんじゃないかなと思います。
さあヒート残り時間が間もなく1分を切ろうとしています。ホワイトラストスコア 3.40、 こちらバックアップは伸ばしてきていません。現在のシチュエーション、第1ホワイト、第2ブルー、第3位レッド必要なポイントは 3.50。
レッドプライオリティ、ファーストプライオリティ持ってたのに乗って1点っていうスコアしか出せず、今セカンドプライオリティになりましたね。
悔しいですね。これは
ただ乗ってます。最後ラストチャンスかな。
ライブアクション、レッドの選手が乗っています。大きなカービングスプレーをたくさん飛ばしてきています。さあうまくつないでこの難しいバックコッシュのセクションをどう抜けていくのか。
さあニードは 3.50、
残り時間20秒、これがラストチャンスとなるでしょう。しっかりと最後のセクション決めてきましたね。必要なスコア 3.50、マネーターンと言われるのは多分最初の大きなカービングだと思うんですが、残り時間9秒。
最後ゼッケンレッドの選手のスコア気になりますね。
こちら必要なスコアが 3.50。さあジャッジのスコアが少しずつ入り始めています。一発がどう評価されるかということですね。
そうですね。体も手を大きく使って、もう波は小さかったけれど大きく技を見せてましたよね。
さあ1名ジャッジスコア入れていますが、残り3名のジャッジがスコアをしてから決まってきます。こちら現在ブルーそしてレッドのラストウェーブスコアを待っているところです。さあこちら、ウェブ配信の方は今からコマーシャルの方に入りますが、さあ
All right, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We have moved on through to the round of 32 for the men's. We are in heat number 4. We have Kaijiro Nishi in the red. Kaiki Yamanaka is out there in the blue. Laiha Ono is in the white. And Kishore Kumar is out there in the green. So we saw Laiha and Kishore a little bit earlier today for the round of 48. My name is True Starling and I'm in the booth with my little sister Jessie Starling, which is pretty exciting. So hello to everyone. Hi! It's been a great day of surfing so far and we're really looking forward to completing the round of 32, Jessie.
Yeah, it's been a pretty jam-filled morning and I think it was a pretty good call to move into the third round of the men. Laiha was actually one of the standouts for me, so I'm excited to be commentating another one of his heats. He won his heat earlier. I believe it was, heat 4. He kind of dominated that heat. And it was pretty close between him and his fellow Japanese competitor. So we'll see if he can do it again in the round of 32.
Absolutely. And on screen that was Rinta Oto. He progressed through to the round of 16 for the men. And unfortunately, Minojo Yahagi bowing out, coming in third in that heat. So here we go. Looks like a replay for the first wave of Kaiki Yamanaka. He's flying down the line on this one. Puts it up there for a turn. Unfortunately, just catches his nose there right in front of that rock. But nonetheless, no dramas. Still 26.5 minutes to go. We do have an Indian surfer in the heat.
Yeah, he's actually one of the last men standing representing India. So we've got Kishore and we have one other seeded surfer we're still yet to see. He's coming up in the next heat. So that is Srikanth. We'll see him come up in the next heat. And I believe maybe we saw one progress through in an earlier heat.
Yeah, that's Laiha. Oh no, he is having heaps of fun on this wave. We saw him get a couple of really good first few turns on that one. A little bit more of a steeper face there for Laiha, so he'll lock in his first score. And yeah, Kishore is actually a 3 times, he's been the Groms champion for the last 3 years running, so back to back to back for Kishore. So he is definitely a hopeful for the Indian surfing community to represent India on the international surfing stage at a high level. So we are waiting on that first score of Laiha to lock in. We saw Kairi Noro take out that last heat for heat number 3 of the round of 32. Big thanks to Dai and Now, who had an all-Japanese heat for that last heat, which was pretty amazing.
With a pretty strong Japanese field. For any of the viewers who tuned in and were listening to the Japanese commentators talk, we have so many Japanese competitors, so we thought, an all-Japanese heat, we'll probably have Japanese people watching in, so why not have Japanese commentators? And I think we'll continue to do so throughout the event. Now is one of the competitors in the women's draw, and I'm sure that they covered that heat from start to finish. And we're just trying to make it as friendly as possible to everyone across the world, really.
Absolutely. Well, that first score of Laiha locked in at a 5.25, so he'd be feeling pretty happy with that one. And we have 3 Japanese competitors in this heat, 1 Indian. We have seen a bunch of solid scores lock in as well throughout the day. We saw Robert Magaluna lock in a 7.25. That was one of the highest waves that we've seen of the day so far. We did see Joe Azuchi have a really good heat, locking in a 14.15 combination pretty much in the last 10 minutes of his heat. Is that right?
Yeah, we were watching and Binzi and I just kept saying, wow, this is really uncharacteristic for Joe Azuchi. He's so consistent and he's pretty much a well-known name for anyone coming out of the Japanese competitive world. I feel like everyone knows about Joe Azuchi. And till about 10 minutes to go, he had a pair of 2s and was sitting in 4th, and then got a 6.9 and then locked in a 7.25. So we were like, oh, sorry, should have kept our mouth shut.
He'd have to be pretty happy to crawl back from 4th position, but I guess that's what you got to do. That's what you train for, especially for these events, especially when there's 3,000 points on the line. That was a nice wave there from Keijiro Nishi. Getting a nice finish there for the surfer in red, so he has a score to lock in. We have a couple of numbers to come through. Looks like Ryo Inaba getting ready nice and early for his heat. He'll be coming up next in heat number 5, taking on Daiki Tanaka, Srikanth D, and Ajish Ali. So I believe that we have 2 Indian surfers in that next heat, which is pretty exciting as well. 22.5 minutes to go. We have a few scores for Laiha and Kaijiro to lock in.
Yeah, Ajish coming up in the next heat. He's actually nephew of local legend around here, Mumu, who runs the local surf school. Yeah, he's pretty passionate about surfing around here, and he talks us through the lineup, and he was showing me plenty of sessions that Ajish had out here, and this wave actually pumps. I think if we could get a little bit of swell, we could see the quality of this wave. It honestly looks like a little snapper when it's on its day. So I'm really hoping we can get that, and it'll give all of our surfers the opportunity to open up. But yeah, Ajish, Srikanth and Kishore, I think, are the last 3 Indians standing.
Wow, well, Ajish is 22 years old and started surfing at 14. And he mentioned that he's really excited to be surfing in the QS 3000 in his country with some of the best surfers in the world. So coming from a fisherman's background in Kovalam, surfing for India has always been his dream, and he's thankful for the support from his family, from Surf and Turf, TT Group and SFI, and from all of his friends. And he really hopes to make India proud by giving his best. And I feel like that's, he's already doing that, making the country proud, being in the event, and really doing his best in it as well. It's pretty amazing to see, and he got through that round of 48, moved through the round of 32, so hopefully we can see him in round of 16.
I think even to all the Indian competitors and just the workers and the people who put on this event, they're all doing their country proud. It's the first WSL event ever held in India, and it's been a great one so far. This is day 2 of competition, but day 3 of the waiting period, and honestly, it's been one of the best events I've ever been to, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. The culture is amazing. The people are so beautiful here, and the waves are fun. I mean, it's so great to be in the ocean and enjoying our time out there. So, and even walking around the town and seeing all the temples and the spots here that have been a part of the community for thousands and thousands of years. So that was really cool. We got to have a tour of the town the other day and get to understand especially that temple that we can see to the right of the screen. That's the Shore Temple. Understanding that temple and what it means to the community, that was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, we walked from there and we visited 2 other ancient sites, including the 5 Rathas, which I thought was really amazing. It was 5 different temples built by 5 different generations, and all a little bit different. And yeah, I love those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And you can almost feel the history while you're there. And it was cool because, we were there as tourists, but there was also so many local Indians there who just appreciate the building and the site around it. But this is our surfer, Keijiro Nishi, trying to back up his 4.6. So he'll definitely better his 0.5 that he has. Raiha Onu, he has a set of 5.25, so he's out with a bit of distance.
Yeah, and here we go. This is a replay for last of Keijiro Nishi. Nice back-to-back surfing there from Keijiro. That wave not offering too much more, but still some nice 2 turns to start. So that was a 3.75 that locked in for Keijiro. He needs a 5.91 to go to first, and out behind him, Kaiki Yamanaka. Nice second carve there, and that one not offering much more. He looked kind of deflated pulling off that wave, as if he thought that that one was going to maybe offer him a little bit more. But 30 minutes in these heats, there's plenty of time and there's plenty of opportunities not to be too worried about, the waves not offering too much, especially in the early stages.
Yeah, we've seen the caliber of Japanese small wave surfing as well, so I'm sure that these guys will pull a couple tricks out of their hat, I guess. But yeah, as you said, 30 minutes allows for so much time. I think 20-minute heats, we would see a lot of heats outcomes be a lot different. I know Joe, his heat outcome would have been a lot different if it was a 20-minute heat. So yeah, it was a great call by the contest directors. But yeah, we've already seen 2 5.25s locked in this heat. So I'm sure we'll see a couple more high-scoring rides.
Yeah, and I was talking to Danny before because we can see that it looks like Laiha Ono, he's just shaking his legs and his hands. I was talking to Danny before. He was Heat 2's heat winner, and he had stings all over him. He was stung by jellyfish. He said right near those rocks there's heaps of jellyfish. So it looks like Laiha got stuck maybe in a couple of jellyfish and was just getting a little bit stung, but it'll fade nice and quickly there. So no change to that situation. Laiha in the lead with a pair of 5.25s. Kaijiro Nishi has a 4.6 and a 3.75, chasing a 5.9 to go to first. And Kaiki Yamanaka has a 2 and a 1. He needs a 6.35 to go to second. And Kishore Kumar, the lone Indian surfer in this heat, has a 0.8. He needs a 7.55 single score to go to second. But if he can break that down into 2 waves and get a combined score of 8.36, then he'll be moving up into second position.
You know what I'd love to know, looking at the Shore Temple, that was to the left of the screen, there's 6 more that are underwater. I wonder how far apart they are and where the last one is. Like how far out to sea the last one is. I'd love to get that information and report back.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit of information finding and researching. Yeah, the hunger. I'm watching everyone walk back and forth with food. And well, that last wave of Kishore, a 1.8. So he's now looking for a 6.5. But I'm sure he's looking to get a decent score to lock in and better his position in 4th place. 15 and a half minutes to go. We're almost halfway down in this heat. But I tell you what, it's looking pretty beautiful out there. We've got the temple, we've got the boats along the beach, and here we go. Kaijiro Nishi up and riding, right on cue, finishing that one off nicely. Solid backhand attack there for Kaijiro.
The judges have been rewarding those fast, critical whips, really. Joe, referencing him again, he got a couple pretty high scores for fast, critical whips. So it was interesting to see where Kaijiro's will go on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that locked in at a 3.9, so locked in nice and quickly, maybe a smaller wave there. But while there's a break in the action, we're going to head down to Dai, who is with Kairo Noro, the last heat winner. Take it away, Dai.
I'm with the last heat winner, Kairi Noro. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
実は朝も探してました。
すいません、本当すいません。ちょっと別のインタビューやと思ってて、こっち来るの忘れてた。
今のヒートを振り返ってみて、全員日本人という珍しいヒートだったんですが、ヒートの方いかがでしたか？
そうですね、結構もう波変わってきてたんで、最初の方に、乗らないとなと思ってたんで、早めに乗れたんで、それは良かったかなと思います。
So the situation in the water is changing a lot during the heat. So his plan was to get as many as he can, as quickly as he can, and that's worked out well. クラゲに刺されたというふうに聞いたんですが、どのような感じで刺されてしまったんですか
？1本目乗る前にまず一発ちょっとここ刺されちゃって、ですぐに反対の手に刺されて、足刺されて、あとこの辺全部刺されて、それでちょっと心臓痛くなっちゃって、それでちょっとやばいなって感じだったんですけど、なんとか乗れました。なんとか。
on his first wave, he got stung by jellyfish, and after that, he got stung by a couple of times, and now his arms and legs are sore. So では、最後に日本にいる方に、スポンサーの方やファンの方に、何か一言お願いいたします。
今回はちょっとサーフィンも調子よくて、いつもなんかこういい感じでできてるけど、今回は自分のメンタル的にも作ってきてサーフィンも練習してきたんで、全力で、できる限り自分の実力出して、優勝する、ことを目指して頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
しっかり休んで次のラウンドも頑張ってください。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Kyrie, for a great interview. He seemed pretty stoked to be moving on through to the round of 16, regardless of getting stung by a couple of jellyfish as well out there.
Yeah, he seemed pretty happy, pretty chirpy. I mean, round of 16 is really great points. This is an event. It's a 3,000, so it's pretty critical in the schedule of the Asian region. Yeah, he was pretty happy.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he be?
It reminds me of Evoca. The Evoca QS that we had in Australia, again, a 3,000, and there was jellyfish all through the water.
Oh, yeah. That was bad.
That was really bad.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not as bad here, because I won't surf this.
I doubt it. This is yeah. I'm sure that there's not as many out there as what there was in Evoca. There was thousands out there. That was crazy. Well, situation in the water, just under 12 minutes to go. Laiha Ono is in the lead with that pair of 5.25s. Keijiro Nishi has a 4.6 and got a 3.9 on that previous to last wave. Kaiki Yamanaka has a 2 and a 1. Hasn't really locked anything in solid yet, so I'm sure he's wanting to do that. He is looking for a 6.5 to go to second. And Kishore Kamar has a 1.8 and a 0.8. Kishore is looking for that 6.7 to go to second position. We've got just over 11 minutes to go in this one. Laiha has first priority, which is playing in his favour. But Kishore sitting with second priority, and he's, one of the local surfers out here. I saw him this morning in his first heat of the day. He was finding the best waves out there. So it was really great to see him do that, and hopefully he can bring that local knowledge out here. Although the wind has come up a little bit, so I'm wondering if that is coming into play on the waves or not.
It looks like almost the same as around this time yesterday, at the same sort of tide. We did see conditions dwindle a little bit and the wind come up. So it looks like we're kind of hitting that stage, but there is always still a diamond in a rough. But I think the wind is the right direction, that it won't come into play too much. It will just all depend on tide and wave size.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Kaiki, once again, that wave just not offering too much there. So he kicks out nice and quickly, makes his way back out into the lineup. 10 minutes or so. Here he is, paddling again on a smaller little one, hoping that this wave can do something. A quick little speed tap there for Kaiki, and again for a second one, and he's racing down the line here, goes past that rock, and this one just faded out a little bit, but he managed to get another tap in there to finish for the Japanese surfer. So that's a better looking wave for Kaiki.
And it looked like we had another surfer up and riding. I believe it was Raiha, because he's lost priority. So this is Blue's wave that we're going over again. This was where I was impressed. He got past this rock, and then it looked like the story was over, but then got one more final maneuver just to add a couple more points onto that one. There was a tiny, tiny wave, and he got some great small wave surfing done, and it locked in at 3.2. So he's now only looking for a 5.3 to move into second.
Yeah, slowly chipping away at that requirement. I'm sure he's going to be wanting to better a 3.2 and get, something better than a 5.3, maybe even to potentially put him in the position to take the heat out. There's 9 minutes to go though, so we're down to the final 10 minutes, and there's not really been too much on offer in this heat. It's been a little bit slow. I mean, we did see Laiha lock in the two best waves of the heat so far, and Kaijiro get one as well, but that was kind of at the start of the heat, so it's gone a little bit quieter now, but they're just patiently waiting for the waves to come through that's going to offer some solid connections, because we've seen if you're hitting the lip, you're getting rewarded. Here's the current heat leader up and riding. Laiha, oh no, nice carve there. Gets a little bit of a slice and he'll kick out. So Laiha is probably just trying to stay busy out there, just maybe even get as much knowledge of the break as he can in the next 8 minutes to prepare himself for the rest of the event.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable out here, and I think his results in surfing are showcasing that for himself. Like this wave, that was a really nice first cutback. This was the money turn. He waited for the steepest section and drove through that second turn, decides to opt out. There's nothing left on that wave. I don't think it'll improve on either of his 5.25s, but he's definitely been one of the standouts for me today. He just looks consistent and solid on his feet, and he looks like, yeah, he's just comfortable out there, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. He does look pretty comfortable. And speaking with Dai a little bit earlier and a couple of the other Japanese competitors, it seems like they're used to these waves. You know, they've grown up surfing these waves in places like Chiba, and being able to kind of come here prepared for some small wave surfing with the correct boards and the right equipment, it's going to give them a real leg up over the other competitors as well, who maybe aren't prepared for that. Those last two waves, so Laiha didn't go into his top two, but you know, maybe he's trying to use the rest of this heat to A, better his scoreline, and B, just understand the break a little bit more so he's more prepared for his next heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think all these surfers out here are definitely capable of making this heat. It is still quite a close affair. Kaijiro would definitely be looking to drop that 3.9 to apply pressure to blue and green. Green sitting out there with first priority. I don't think there's any point in swinging on the smaller inside ones. You know, he doesn't have a score of consequence really just yet. So I feel like Green's strategy would definitely be sitting and waiting for one of those set waves, get a solid score. Hopefully it's a 6.7, but if not, say it's around the 4 or the 5 mark, he'll get back out there and get another wave. There's 6 minutes 20, so that task is getting increasingly hard, but still, I wouldn't ride him out yet. He's quite an impressive surfer. As we see a beautiful drone shot of our competitors in the water, there is Green Kishore Kumar sitting up right close to the rocks, which is the usual takeoff spot, but as it's right on the tide change, a really strong sweep comes in actually. And I know I struggled to stay in one spot out there yesterday, so I'm sure these boys, actually they look pretty comfortable in the rip if I'm being honest, but I'm sure they'll be keeping that into account as well.
Yeah, the men out there will definitely be, you know, enjoying their time. There's 5.5 minutes to go, so a little bit of time left for Kaiki and Kishore to get that 5.33 and a 6.7. Up next we have Heat 5. Oh, but up and riding, Kishore Kumar uses his first priority, gets a little bit caught behind on this one, has to pull through. Unfortunately for Kishore, he waited a while with first priority for that one to come through, so that was unfortunate for him that it didn't really open up too much that we saw.
He did get one turn out the back, but I don't think it's going to be the 6.7. So there it is. That was the one turn. And then this one, just running away for him. Right idea, right wave size. Unfortunately, that one just not hitting the bank how he would have wanted that to play out. But I really like his strategy, and I think that was a smart decision.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he needed to find a wave that was a bit bigger, you know, and offered more opportunity. Unfortunately, that one just not playing in his favour. But he locked in a 1.95, so that is so far the highest wave he has for the heat. So now he only needs a 6.55, which, you know, has slightly lowered the requirement for Kishore. And there's 4 minutes to go, so hopefully he's able to sell the other 3 surfers onto some waves, and maybe one comes and he gets a 6.55. Maybe we see a buzzer beater, who knows. But 4 minutes to go in this one. Raiha is out in front. Kaijiro Nishi in second. Here he is up and riding. Nice first backhand snap. Defending that second position. Tags it again for his second one. So 2 solid backhand turns there. I really like that style of surfing, Jessie.
Yeah, he was just looking to improve on a 3.9. I'd like to think he has done that, but then again, it's not in my hands, and I don't know. I'm not a judge. But yeah, I love that fast, critical surf style that he has. You know, we saw him get that 4.6 for 3 fast backhand Rios. So 2 that, in my opinion, looked a little bit stronger. We'll see where that score goes.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's starting to filter on through now. We'll see what it locks in as. Locked in at a 4.0, so just slightly better is at 3.9. So Kaijiro Nishi bettering his position. He has a 4.6 and a 4. Kaiki Yamanaka with 3 minutes to go is now looking for a 5.4 to go to second. And Kishore Kumar is chasing a 6.65 to progress through to the round of 16. So we are coming to the pointier end of the draw. Raiha Ono is sitting in a pretty good position in first with a pair of 5.25s, the best waves of the heat. And as I mentioned, Kaijiro Nishi extending his position in second. Raiha has that first priority, so the pick of the lineup. And Kaiki Yamanaka chasing a 5.4, holds second priority. So he's in somewhat of a good position here as long as he is able to get a decent wave and really unleash on it, because he is looking for the best wave of the heat.
There's been a lot of waves caught in this heat, just looking at the amount of numbers. Got 6, 12, 17, 20 waves have been caught in this heat already.
Yeah, that's a decent amount. Not all of them have been epic.
That looks like
seen
the typical small wave heat amount of wave catching that you see. So these guys, these guys know what they're doing. And no matter where you are in the world, I think they all have a game plan, whether it's small waves, big waves, pumping waves, or not so pumping ones.
Oh, absolutely. That looked like Kishore, unfortunately, coming unstuck on that one. I mean, he is not giving up until it's over, which I love that. We have 1 minute 30 seconds to go in this heat, and then we'll be moving on through to heat number 5 of the round of 32. That's going to feature Daiki Tanaka in the red, Srikanth D in the blue, Rio Inabe is going to be in the white, and Ajish Ali in the green. So that will be heat number 5. We were talking about Ajish and Srikanth a little bit earlier in this heat. They're both Indian surfers, which is going to be pretty exciting. Now, there's 3 Indian surfers left in the draw. One of them is in this heat, Kishore Kumar. He's chasing a 6.65. We have just under 1 minute to go in this one. Looks like Laiha is sitting in a pretty good position to progress through to the next round. But will Kaiki Yamanaka and Kishore Kumar get a buzzer beater and move up into second place? We've got 40 seconds to see if that story plays out.
It looked like we had a surfer up and riding, but just come unstuck. So I believe that was Kishore Kumar. He has lost priority. And here goes our surfer in blue having a paddle. This is Kaiki Yamakana versus Carb. He's looking for a 5.4, second one spraying his competitor, Kishore Kumar. And this one just not doing much for him.
Yeah, unfortunately you can see the frustration there from Kaiki Yamanaka. That wave just not offering too much for him to really capitalize and get that 5.4 that he was requiring. First indications look like maybe it won't be enough. You can see Kishore Kumar. I'm wondering if he got up before the hooter on this one, if he was able to get a couple of turns in, but that one looks like it just petered out as well, unfortunately for Kishore. So that last wave for Kaiki locked in at a 2.75. So it looks like Laiha Ono and Kaijiro Nishi moving on through to the round of 16. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, no, no. Ooh, no, 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 no.
All right, hello, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Chris Binns here alongside Jessie Starling, and run us through what we just saw in the heat just then.
Yeah, we just had a pretty fun heat. Second heat of the day, won by Raiha Onu. We will see him have an interview with our good friend Dai Waco coming up pretty soon. He had a pair of two 5.25s. He's been a really consistent surfer, and it was Kejiro Nishi coming in second. It was a bit of a pulse at the start of the heat and then really slowed down. So it was the boys who capitalised, the men I should say, who capitalised at the start, who got through the heat.
Fair enough. Daiki Tanaka is in the red jersey in the heat in the water right now. Srikanth from India is the surfer in blue. Rio Inaba from Japan will be in white, and Ajish Ali, local surfer. We've already seen him get through one heat so far today. Can he keep the roll going in the round of 32?
Yeah, Srikanth is one of the two surfers that was seeded into the round of 32. And local legend, I'd say Mumu is a massive fan of his surfing, and Ajish Ali is actually his nephew. So I believe these could be the last two Indian surfers in the men's draw remaining.
There you go. No shame at all in making it to the round of 32 in a QS 3000 event. Local squad are on fire this week here at Mahabalipuram.
That looks like the end of green? Blues wave. And that was Kishore Kumar, surfer in the last heat. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get started out there. It was really hard. Conditions were deteriorating, I'd say. But he did not give up till, honestly, the dying stage of the heat. The last 2 seconds he stood up. Unfortunately, it wasn't the score he needed, but I loved his persistence and just, his commitment to getting through that heat.
All right, Srikanth, we see him on screen in the blue jersey. He's in fourth priority. Only surfed to catch a wave so far, just a minor score, 8.5 the result for him. Up next in Heat 6, John Mark Takong Maramar, the high-flying Filipino from Siargao. Absolutely rips at Cloud 9, has tasted all kinds of success over there, but has racked up plenty of other wins on their QS as well. This is Daiki Tanaka, powerful natural footer from Japan. He punches that wave a couple of times and gets out of there. Going back to the next heat, Roy Kanazawa is in blue, Arashi Kato is in white, and Taki Kanazawa is in green.
A lot of the competitors in the recent heats have been saying that there's jellyfish out there, and right near the rock, actually, the horse rock. And so when they get the longer waves and they come off unstuck, they come out and they've just got jellyfish stings all over them. So I'm not sure if it's a low tide or a high tide thing, but it's definitely been a consistent theme over the last few days.
Have you experienced any?
Not yet. I really hope I don't too.
What are the reports? Are they kind of blue bodily things? Are they stingers? Are they
they're like
blobby? Are they tentacly?
I've seen them, but I haven't been stung. They're like the small orange ones with the tentacles off them.
Here goes Ajish Ali, the home team. He's found the runner. A little bit of local pride coming into play there. And I think he will move into the lead, and we're going to see. Well, we've still got a score to come in for Daiki Tanaka, sorry, so that will give Daiki the lead. And Srikanth and Ajish will be battling it out for second. Rio Inaba sitting with priority yet to open his account. 5 minutes washed off the clock, 25 to come. Back to the jellyfish.
Yeah, back to the jellyfish. There's been plenty of them, but the stings I've been seeing have been pretty bad. Like, they've been almost welt-like little things, and everyone's been saying they hurt, but this is red Daiki Tanaka up and riding on his second wave, so we're still waiting for his first score to come in, and then now he's got a second. We didn't see that ride in its full, but we might get a replay there. His first wave locked in at a 4.25. So based off the last heat, that's a keeper. And Ajish opened up with a 2.75. So two substantial scoring rides for the start of the heat, but there's still a long way to go. I'd love to see. The two Japanese surfers in this heat are really great, but I would definitely love to see an Indian surfer get through, to have someone keep flying the flag for India. In the men's draw, we still have a few Indian surfers. In the women's draw, being Gavita Baldua and Sugar. Beg my pardon, it's Kamali P and Sugar Shanti, who I was lucky enough to get to know yesterday, and she's a wonderful young lady, and I hope she goes far in the draw as well. So just over 23 minutes to go. This is our surfer in white, Ryo Inaba. He's the powerhouse out of Japan. He actually only had his first surf here this morning in his heat. He's been here for 4 days, but lost his board bag, found his boards this morning just before his heat, and then locked in a 6.5. So he's had quite the whirlwind, and then now he's actually been
qualified for the Olympics.
Yeah.
What a day.
I know. It's been a good day for Ryo. Ryo's first wave a 3.3, so putting him up into second. Daiki, his second wave a 3.3 as well. So a 4.25 and a 3.3 has Red in first. White in second with a 3.3. Ajish with a 2.75, and Shrikant just with the 0.5. He'd be looking to get another one soon.
All right, 22 to run. It's Daiki Tanaka in the lead with a 4.25 and a 3.3. Ryo Inaba, a 3.3, his opening score. Puts him into lead, into second. So Japanese surfers first and second. Indians third and fourth. Gotta stop doing that. It's too much of a habit.
Were you just in Indo though?
I was, yep.
Whereabouts in Indonesia were you?
Bali, Sumba, got around.
All the fun places.
All the fun places. Okay, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who's with the winner of the last heat, Raita Onu. Take it away.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Raiha Ono. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ヒートを見ていて、朝のヒートとかなり違ったヒヤヒヤしないような試合運びが印象的だったんですが、何を午前中から変えたとかあったら教えていただけますか？
そうですね、見ててもちょっと数が少なそうだったので、セットがだからもう本当とりあえずこれ良さそうっていう波にもう手出していこうと思って、朝はセットがあったからちょっと待ってみようと思いましたけど、もう昼のラウンドはもうガンガン行こうと思ってました。
So compared to this morning heat, he tried not to sit on the area for so long. Tried to get as many as he can, and that worked out well. So この後今日はもうオフですが、この後どういう過ごし方をされますか？
そうですね、まあ夕方ちょっとサーフィンしてちょっとインドカレー食べようかなって思ってます。明日に向けてパワー。
So he will surfing again, not for the heat, but for free surfing in the evening time, and he's gonna have curry for dinner for his heat for tomorrow. では最後に、日本のファンの方やスポンサーの方、たくさんの方がライブを見てくれています。一言メッセージお願いいたします。
そうですね、サーフィン調子いいし楽しんでできてるんで、明日もこの調子でガンガンかましていきたいと思うので応援お願いします。
おめでとうございます。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. And Raita Onu in the water. Daiki Tanaka, 4.25 and a 3.3 sees him in the lead. We've got a score to come as well for Daiki though. Ajish Ali latched onto his second wave. 2.8 has put him up into second. And Ajish, he's from just a little bit north of here, Kovalam. He lists that as his favourite wave, but obviously he surfed a lot here in Mahab as well. He's 3 times national championship event winner. And he's the reigning national champion, won in 2022.
Yeah, we see Srikanth looked in a 3.25 for those two pretty powerful calves on his last one. So he's only looking for a 2.3 to take fellow Indian out of second place. But Rio Inaba still with that 3.3. He needs a 2.25 and he has priority. So he's sitting in a pretty comfortable position, you'd think. Yeah, it's all about wave selection at the end of the day. But still 18 and a half minutes remaining. Coming up next, as we touched on, we have Marimar, John Mark Dokong. He's the happiest person on the QE, I think. Whenever we see him or we have the co-sanctioned events, he's always stopping, have a chat. He's just got the biggest smile on his face always.
Yeah, separated at birth with Oni Anwar, I think. They could definitely be brothers.
Yeah.
But yeah, John Mark's like a little shrunken version of Oni. Or
I completely agree.
I think in one of the last events we were at, we were calling him Anwarito.
I like it. I like it a lot.
So there is a cross-section of the flags of competitors involved this week. 1/3 from the right. So we've got Sweden, Great Britain. It's 4 countries rolled into one. Cheats. And then that was Madagascar.
Yeah, we saw Joe compete earlier. Unfortunately, didn't make through his round, but definitely would have made Madagascar proud today. He was lovely. My sister and I got the chance to sit down with him and his girlfriend Nora for quite some time the other day, and they actually own 4 surf schools over in Madagascar, and they're really pushing surfing as a sport and a way of lifestyle over there.
Are you Madagascan if you come from Madagascar?
That's what I was thinking. I think so. Madagascan.
You're not Madagascar. You're Monegasque if you come from Monaco, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Monaco as a country doesn't really make much sense. Tons of money, no tax. Just a little city in the middle of France. Must be nice.
Yeah, it does look quite nice actually. Formula 1 goes there every year too.
Sure does. It's, yeah. Take your wallet if you go to Monaco.
Yeah. Not much has happened in the last 5 or so minutes. It's still Daiki Tanaka in the lead.
As if on cue, Rio Inaba.
Oh no.
Jinxed him. He was on his way to a decent number there. I think might have done the old back foot, slipped off the tail pad.
I do think the water gets quite slippery after quite some time out there.
Water's usually pretty slippery.
The wax.
Oh, the wax, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh, I'm delusional.
That is, yeah, it comes with the territory when it is so hot and in the water. Wax just becomes a very gooey, malleable, it's more of a solution than a solid.
Yeah. Green pulling priority over blue on that one. This is Ajish Ali.
Good turn. 22-year-old fisherman from Kovalan, just up the road. And there are some of his fishing buddies coming in on the left of the screen. Hopefully filled to the gunnels with catch from the day. Apparently you go a few k's offshore, gets down about 30 metres of depth, and you'll be looking at snapper, groper, not too many tuna apparently, kingfish. There's a bit on out there. And we've been eating a lot of it in our curries this week.
Sure have. I actually caught my first proper fish about 2 weeks ago out in the Maldives. We were in the Central Atolls. I caught myself a red coral trout. I'm very proud about it.
Okay, give us more info. Were you using a rod? Was it a hand line? Were you trolling? Were you fly fishing? Were you spear fishing?
Using a rod, and I think it's called jigging.
Yeah.
And we were jigging, and it was my first time doing jigging. I'd done like a little bit of fishing at home, but never really got into it too much. And then took the boat out, and they're like, we'll go out to the reef.
Vegetarian?
Yep.
Did you kiss it and throw it back?
No, I didn't kiss it.
Did you eat it?
Well, I wanted to throw it back, but everyone started yelling at me because the rest of the boat ate meat and I didn't. but they ate it. So, but it was a beautiful fish. The colours on it were phenomenal. But yeah, I was very proud of myself. Still am.
For killing an animal.
No, for catching a fish.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I didn't kill it. I just caught it. Someone else killed it. So I tell myself anyway.
Yeah, I was
so
going to say,
sleep.
whatever helps you sleep at night.
Yeah.
The fact that you baited a hook and
No, I don't want
lowered
to talk
it
about
into
it
the
anymore.
ocean
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
and then lured this live animal to take the bait and eat what you put on the hook, and then you wound it in and it came onto the boat. None of that contributed to the fact that this animal died.
No, because it didn't die in my hands.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what I keep saying.
Tell that to the judge. 13 minutes remaining. Daiki Tanaka's last wave was a 5.25. Here goes Srikanth flying down the line. A couple of first turns out the back looked pretty spicy, and he is out of there. He'll get rid of his 2. If there's a 3.7, he'll move up to second. Daiki Tanaka fairly clear out in the lead at the moment with a 5.25 and a 4.25. Second, Rio Inaba has a 3.65 and a 3.3. Ajish Ali is sitting third. No, he's not. He's just dropped down to fourth because Srikanth's last wave came in at a 2.9. Here's the replay of it. That's not where he got his points. His points would have been garnered out the back.
Rio, even though he slipped off, he still scored his best weight, 3.65. So not the usual scores we see from Rio, but I'm sure he'll probably prove me wrong like he did this morning when he got in that 6.5 and I was bagging him out.
He's just having a bit of a roller coaster at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lost his boards, first surf, got a heat win, qualified for the Olympics. That was all by about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's been a big day for Rio. It has. I'm sure he'd love to get through another round. But Daiki, Tanaka, he's got to get through him. He's got a 5.25 and a 4.25. And based on any other heat we've seen today, you usually get through those scores.
I'm having one of those days today. Did you hear about my internet meltdown overnight?
No.
I was watching Chopu streaming
I did
on my
hear
phone.
about
International data roaming, and then I fell asleep. And I woke up 7 hours later. It was still streaming, and I had 100 texts from my provider that were each telling me I'd unlocked another $10 of my roaming plan.
Woohoo!
And I fell asleep within the first 2 minutes of that heat.
Yikes.
Yeah. Expensive day.
Yeah. Expensive sleep.
Hadn't even got out of bed. My fantasy team's not even doing that well. Oh, man. But anyway, like Rio Inaba, it's going to turn itself around.
It'll all turn around and we'll be fine.
Before we know it, the Matildas are going to be storming into the final of the FIFA Women's World Cup.
I
Can't
hope
wait.
so.
It's the game that's unifying the nation back home in Australia. And to any English viewers tuning in out there, Sky Brown, Stuart Brown, I'm sorry in advance.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to watch that game. And I think we wrap up the comp right around the same time that the soccer starts.
These things don't happen by accident, you know.
No.
10 minutes remaining. Daiki Tanaka is in the lead. Rio Inaba, the Olympian. Oh, bet he didn't fly into India thinking that was going to happen.
No way.
Sitting second. So he'd be teaming up with Kanoa Igarashi. I think Japan might be the team that can somehow have 3 surfers, because someone did well in another comp somewhere that unlocks.
Yeah, it's all a bit confusing,
some special
isn't it?
privilege. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all really confusing. My friend Ellie Harrison went to El Salvador for those ISA qualifiers, but there was never a chance for Ellie to qualify. She was just going to unlock another spot. She ended up making the semi-finals, so she did really well. But yeah, it's all very bizarre.
You ever been to El Salvador?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Hotter than where we are right now.
I couldn't imagine that. I really, really couldn't imagine that.
If you think wax is an issue here, Central America, it is next level. You may as well be using soap or ice cream. It melts that quick.
Oh no. What would you use? Foo wax.
Well, it was a long time ago when I was there. Foo wax didn't exist.
Oh.
There was it the legendary green stuff back then? That was one of the waxes getting around.
Green stuff.
Yeah.
Was the brand?
Green stuff. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I've never heard of it.
But honestly, Central America 20 years ago, not quite as many surf shops as you'd probably find these days. Wax was just this product that if you saw it, you bought it.
Yep.
Didn't matter who made it, what brand it was, what texture, and it was a shocker. You'd get rashes off it.
Ooh.
It would, there'd be some cakes where you'd be happy when it had melted and vanished because it was terrible stuff. All right, here's good stuff. This is Daiki Tanaka flying down the line, going so fast he went off the screen. We've caught up to him once again right now. Gets past the rock, this wave. Now it goes for him a little bit. That was a nice turn. Released the tail. And a big boaty looking epoxy of Daiki's served him very, very well. He's a big lump of a lad and managed to keep plenty of speed from start to finish as he worked his way down the line. Don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I really love his style and how he pushes really hard off that back foot to throw even more spray. And this is the replay of his last wave. Already got a 5.25 and a 4.25. That's the first turn. Second turn, actually. And this is where he gets round Horse Rock. We've seen the rock come into play a few times today. This is the money turn, that one. And then finishes off it really nicely. So I think that it would replace his 4.25. Maybe even his 5.25.
So Daiki Tanaka just tempting double figures here. Will we see him crack the 10-point mark? If John Mark Takong is like a slightly shrunken bonsai version of Oni Anwar, I reckon Daiki Tanaka might be a slightly expanded version of Hiroto Ohara. A similar kind of physique, just different scale, similar style.
I don't know Hiroto too well, or Daiki, but I'm going to look into it and I'll report back on what I think.
Hiroto, I mean, if you start doing a deep dive on the internet, the first thing that's going to come up is his famous victory at the US Open of Surfing a few years back.
Yes. No, I did know about that, but I mean like stature-wise.
They asked him what he was going to spend his money on. What
did he say? A car? Like
I think he said many cars.
Many cars, yeah.
Yeah. What a lord.
Did he?
I have no idea. I was hoping he'd be here this week so we could ask him.
That'd be pretty cool. Imagine he just rocks off in like a Lamborghini in India.
Not the ideal roads for it. This is Rio Inaba. Only a small wave, but he really gave it some... I was going to say give it some curry, but that's probably... Are you allowed to say that anymore?
Yeah.
It's a term, isn't it, for giving it some hell? And he gave that some stick. Good on him.
Well, you've said it now.
Yeah.
So you can't take it back.
I'm going to say it, I guess.
And that last one, 6-point ride. So he has cracked the double digits, 11.25.
You nailed it. You said this 5.25 was in trouble.
Yep.
And there it is, Daiki Tanaka. An 11.25 two-wave total. Rio Inaba now chasing a 7.6. His last score came in at a 3.35, so it went into his top two. What are you looking at there? Whoever that is standing in front of our camera, if they could move, please.
And it sounds like that this might be the last heat for the day.
Yeah, okay.
Conditions have been sort of diminishing over the last few heats. I think I definitely noticed it in the heat prior to this one the most. And seeing as we have 7 days, it does make sense. You know, we can hold it off, put it on again tomorrow. We're looking like we'll have another morning of good waves tomorrow, so probably another early start for us over here in India.
Yeah, hopefully I'll wake up to another 6 hours of streamed internet. Credit card declining left, right and centre. And maybe a Jack Robinson win.
That would be
Territory.
nice. So, do you know the situation for the final 5 for the men's? Because I know it's between Steph and Katie for the women's.
As in the last spot.
Yeah. Or
I
two
know
spots?
on the men's side, Felipe, Griffin, Ethan are locked into first, second and third. Obviously Ethan is injured, so not sure what will happen there. He can't be replaced though, so it could just be a final 4 for the men. If I was Ethan, I'd be dipping a toe in the water, even if I couldn't surf, just
Absolutely.
to collect my third place finish.
Absolutely.
And then I think at the moment it's Zhao, then Yago, 4th and 5th.
Zhao's out, but Yago's still in.
Yeah, and Zhao.
It's Yago versus Jack in a quarterfinal.
And Zhao went out early, but he has been so consistent this year that he's that, you know, that's going to be his throwaway, and he's still going to be holding on to a bunch of amazing scores. I think he's got what, 2/3, 3/3, 3/3, and a first.
This is Ajish Ali. Yeah, getting the job done on that wave. Looking for a 4.2. We'll just see the replay, but that was a pretty good score. I think it could be almost there. 2 minutes.
2 minutes to go, and this will be the last heat of the day. At the moment, it's looking like Daiki Tsunaka's going to take the win. This is the replay of Ajish Ali. He's been the pick of the Indian surfers for mine to this point. This is the 3rd heat he surfed, so he's already got through a couple. He's going to need a 4.2 to get himself up to 2nd. And I think he's going to fall a little bit short. A 3.2 the result. So it's Rio Inaba sitting 2nd, but only just. He's got a pair of 3s. He would love to sink his teeth into something just to really give himself a little bit of breathing room between himself and 3rd and 4th. Just over 1 minute to run for the day. And here goes Daiki Tanaka, a bit of a victory lap. Big carve, wraparound turn. Second turn was good as well. It's only a little wave, but Daiki Tanaka has smoked it from start to finish. That is, well, he's signing off with a heat win. No two ways about it after that one.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed with Daiki Tanaka's surfing. He's just surprises you every wave. I think after every one of his waves, my jaw's been open.
Yeah,
it's
just
whoa.
like he's a bigger version of Hiroto Ohara. I was
Yeah,
thinking that too.
I'm
Crazy.
take your word for it.
All right, here goes Srikanth. Taking off a long way down the line, straight past the rock, gets a little bit bounced by some backwash, and here goes Daiki Tanaka one more time. Flying. Takes it into the shorey, big layback hammer. It's going to be irrelevant because he will take the win. He's still got a big number to come for his previous wave. And the day is done and dusted as the hooter goes. So another very entertaining day here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. 5 heats run in the round of 32 men's side of the draw. Still waiting on scores to come in for all 4 surfers, but it's looking pretty likely that Daiki Tanaka's taken the win and Rio Inaba has come through in second. We're going to be back here bright and early first thing tomorrow morning for a potential 7 a.m. kickoff local time. Local time right now is 20 to 2, so set your clocks by that. John Mark Takong, Roy Kanazawa, Arashi Kato and Taki Kanazawa are going to be kicking off proceedings when we resume action right here at Mahabalipuram. We're going to throw to a quick highlights package of all the action that we've seen here today, and can't wait to join you again tomorrow. On behalf of Jesse Sterling, myself, Chris Binns, it's been a pleasure. Over and out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh.